It's dark, Darius felt weightless like air. His body was devoid of feelings, and his thoughts seemed slow and dull. All the while, his senses were muted. Didn't I just kill myself? Why can I still think? Darius grew more confused the more he thought about his situation. However, he had heavy drowsiness looming over his consciousness, forcing him to sleep. Slowly, time started to blur. Darius had no clue how long had passed, but he always drifted between a state of semi-awareness. Over time, his feelings had returned, giving him a weak sense of touch. At the same time, he realized that he still had limbs, as he could kick and punch, albeit slowly and weakly. Soon, something started to press rhythmically against his body. At the same time, a dim light appeared opposite him. Wah! A firm grip seized his legs and yanked him towards the light. The brightness temporarily blinded him, and a moment later, his vision and hearing returned and adjusted. The first thing he saw was an old woman's face with a particularly long nose. From Darius' perspective, the woman was a giant. Her wrinkled face expressed indifference, while her giant hands wrapped around his tiny waist held him still. No, she's not a giant, Darius realized, then creaked his neck to look below. He had become a baby, a warm air wafting over his butt cheeks as his wet body was completely naked. I've been reborn. With that shocking realization, he instantly started to look around and inspect his surroundings. He was in a simple wooden shack, devoid of any luxury. Tools like rakes and straw brooms were huddled in the corner, indicating a medieval age, while moonlight entered through a glass window towards the furthest wall. Is this still Earth? Have I gone back in time? Bright candles illuminated the space, casting an orange hue over the room. Besides that, an oval-faced young lady rested on a bed to Darius' right, panting heavily with a pained expression. Her plain dress was drenched with warm sweat. Silky brown hair fell over her shoulders, and her irises were hazel. That should be my mother. The old woman's gaze fell on the member between Darius' nether regions. It's a boy, Eve, she uttered, before handing him to the young lady. I don't know why he didn't cry, though. Darius couldn't understand her tongue, nor link it to any language on Earth. Maybe this is another world. Eve's panting had calmed down at that point, allowing her to gaze at his features. Her lips curved upwards to form a loving smile, yet warm tears streamed down her pale face. Why is she the one crying? A moment later, she wiped her tears away and kissed Darius on his forehead, speaking what seemed like words of warmth. I'll call you Liam. May you grow strong-willed, just like your name, she uttered before unfurling her dress and forcing Liam to swallow mouthfuls of breast milk. Liam didn't understand a word she said, reluctantly drinking his fill to satiate the void in his stomach. Judging by the tattered rags these people wear, I don't suppose we're rich. If this really is medieval Earth, I won't make it past a few winters. He didn't fail to notice the lack of a father figure either, or any other figure for that matter. I guess there's a silver lining, but this works against me too. After an hour's rest, Eve finished breastfeeding and cleaned herself, before wrapping Liam in a tight cloth and leaving ignoring the pain assaulting her body. As they left the shack, Liam's expression turned sour. A damp, putrid smell entered his tiny nose while his disappointed eyes reflected a destitute scene. The dirt roads were lit by tall posts with dim lamplights at the top. Small favelas made from clay and wood were built on the sides, and the streets bustled with penurious peasants. They wore plain tattered rags and bore skinny features. Although the townsfolk were visibly poor, they didn't have an empty look on their face. Unlike Liam, of course. Did I really have to be reborn here of all places? As if my luck wasn't already horrible. As Eve continued to walk, more of the town revealed itself. Like any society, Liam spotted plenty of businesses the fortunate owned, the most common popular of which were bars and brothels. Now and again, flush-faced drunkards could be seen tripped over themselves and loudly guffawing. Liam couldn't find any differences from his first life. In truth, there was a part of him that wished for a fantastical world, yet his present circumstances were far worse than before. Maybe it's not too late to kill myself. If I reincarnate again, technically it'll be reroll, Liam thought with a bitter snort. Suddenly, the night sky rumbled. The surrounding townsfolk raised their brows in confusion, a slight fear growing in their expression. Liam himself felt Eve's hands tremble as she held him. What is happening over the horizon, where the houses and shops didn't block the view? A large shadow grew larger amidst the gray clouds. Bright flares of orange accompanied the huge figure, which caused flickers of light to illuminate the heavens. The rumbling sounds grew louder too, shaking the air. The surrounding townsfolk instantly started to run for shelter, screams of pure fear echoing throughout the region. Eve clutched Liam tighter as she ran through the hectic crowd, holding him over her shoulder. Liam's odd eyes reflected the giant figure as it burst through the clouds, flying over them like a plane. It was a dragon. Eve was forced to crouch, yet Liam still had a clear view of the sky. The giant beast was covered with sharp crimson scales, each one the size of a riot shield. Its massive wings stretched out on either side of its body, casting a shadow that darkened the surrounding landscape even more. Its reptilian eyes glowing like molten gold surveyed its surroundings with a prideful gaze, as though the sky was its domain. Although it was a long distance away, its mighty wings sent powerful gales of wind over the town. Liam watched as it flew past, growing distant by the second. The scene didn't end there. From a far distance, a blazing figure rapidly shot towards the dragon, leaving behind a trail of smoke and flames. It appeared as though a meteorite had shot from Earth towards the sky, more precisely towards the dragon. Upon a closer look, Liam realized the tiny dot was a human. The beast bellowed, its roar shaking the sky and Earth alike, while its blinding flames were directed towards the human. Eve didn't waste a second and began to run, but Liam's odd eyes were fixed to the distant sky. The blazing figure flew past the flurry of fire and collided with the dragon's stomach. Boom! One after the other, bright and deafening explosions caused the night to appear like day, while its vibrative shockwaves echoed through the air. The clash was short-lived. Liam witnessed the dragon's distant figure going limp, falling towards the earth. Yet before it did so, the human held it by its tail, slowly bringing it back to the ground. Eve's ears bled and her body ached horribly, but she finally entered her lodge and slammed the door shut. Panting heavily, she shifted her anxious gaze to her baby, who hadn't made a single noise from the beginning, except an inaudible giggle now and again. Eve sucked in a cold breath as she saw her son's expression. Streams of warm tears ran down Liam's face. All the while, he grinned maniacally with a toothless mouth. Days passed since Liam's reincarnation, yet the clash between the dragon and the human kept replaying in his mind. In this world, a single human can actually fight against a beast like that and win. I must find out more. Meanwhile, his life as a baby was repetitive and quite dull, simply feeding, emptying his bowels, and sleeping. Eve did most of the work, and Liam simply focused on his mother's tongue while learning how to crawl in between. Uklad is a monarchical city, split into a peasantry and aristocratic side. Although I haven't seen any nobles, my mother seems to warn me of them already. Liam remembered seeing a giant wall visible even from a great distance, which divided the wealthy from the poor. Stern-faced armored guards blocked its giant gate, which luxurious carriages made their way through. The townsfolk made a respectful gesture whenever they passed by. I guess status and wealth will always be important for humans. On the other hand, Eve was quite similar to her son in some ways. She had no friends nor family members Liam knew of. Liam sympathized with her and knew he had to help her, but his feelings resembled more of obligation than it did love. Besides that, there wasn't anything significant that happened. 5 months passed. Currently, Eve took him with her during a short trip for groceries, giving Liam opportunities to sightsee and learn more of the world. During the day, the streets bustled with men, women, and children alike, a lively air surrounding the city despite its horrible conditions. Despite the panic and shock that the dragon had caused around the city, the townsfolk had resumed their normal activities. Eve was looking at a vegetable stand, inspecting the fruits and products, while a bored Liam was in her caring arms. A book stall. Liam's glittering eyes fell on a middle-aged vendor selling dozens of books and manuals in the open. He tugged at Eve's ear, grabbing her attention and pointing towards the book stall. Eve had a surprised look on her face before she looked at the direction her son was pointing. "You want books?" she asked, her brow raised in confusion. Nonetheless, she complied, approaching the stall and inspecting the various books stacked atop one another. Some had giant texts and illustrations on the front which explained their purpose, but Liam's eyes scoured for anything related to fantasy. Eve picked up a few children's books and showed them to Liam, but his eyes were already fixed on 3 different covers. Instantly, he started to point towards them. Eve stared at the books her 5-month baby pointed at. Even the aged vendor had his mouth open in shock at that sight. Whispers, myths, and legends. Cultivation, the art of immortality. The cover had a robed figure sitting cross-legged with his hands on his abdomen, yellow-colored streaks converging on that spot. The thousand. Eve had more than a few questions, and the books that Liam had chosen were thick in size and complicated in topic. Eve shook her head and flashed him the children's book again, but Liam shook his head and yelled for the other 3. "This child, ever since birth, he hasn't cried, even when he fell down when attempting to crawl. Could it be my son is a genius?" With that thought, Eve couldn't help but gain some sort of pride. A moment later, she bought all 3 of them. Bringing them back to their lodge, she instantly handed the books to him for play. She obviously didn't think he knew how to read, let alone know what a book is. However, Liam could already speak her tongue, and its writings were quite similar to the English language. As Eve headed to the kitchen to cook, Liam instantly opened the books, starting with the cultivation one. It was the thinnest out of all of them and resembled more of a manual. "Please don't tell me this is about farming," Liam wished inwardly. Staring at the first page, he instantly started to read the wall of text. Cultivation, the fabled path to immortality, allowing mere mortals to challenge existences beyond their imaginations. How can one achieve such power? Through Aura, the miraculous world essence that gives any worthy being the chance to harness its groundbreaking strength. Aura is all around us, in the air, in the ground, in everything. Stealing this energy is a direct crime against the opposition, its rightful owner. The opposition is the ruling force that governs the very cultivation journey we tread upon. They are fair, they oppose, but do not oppress. Liam's eyes shone with a curious and joyous light. The book was satisfactory in every sense, yet still had vague descriptions. However, one simply cannot absorb this essence in its raw form, which is why our bodies have a certain organ to transform and safely take in, aura, known as the core. This center of power is one of three, with the other being the body and sea of consciousness. However, these organs require techniques to awaken. Only one line remained at the bottom of the page. Haha, good luck getting those. Liam raised his brows, a bad feeling rising in his heart. What is that about? He shook his head before repeating what he just learned. This world essence should be similar to the mana in fantasy novels I've read. I'm too young to start leaving the house and finding out more, but my next goal is clear. Liam focused on the next book. It was only slightly bigger than the first. Whispers, Myths, and Legends. He opened the first page, which had an illustration of a bald, human figure, their body covered with a large black cloak. Skin pale as ash, irises blood red, a pair of razor-sharp fangs protruded from the corners of their mouth. Liam's eyes widened as he read the text below. Vampires, said to have evolved from blood leeches to bats, then a new existence entirely. Liam's eyes held an excited and curious glimmer as he scanned the vampire's image again and again. Vampires feed on blood, sucking it through their nails. They are capable of conversation and have intellectual capabilities. Found in the Parag continent, but are rumored to be violently hostile and territorial, fabled to possess immortality. To think that other races exist, Liam thought with shock before flipping the page. The next image he saw was of a fair-skinned lady, wearing a silky, long-flowing green dress with particularly loose sleeves. Her hooded eyes were a bright emerald, while smooth, light azure hair fell over her most distinct feature. Her pink, pointy ears, elves, nicknamed the Blessed Race. Not much is known about them. Liam flipped the page once more. The next race he saw couldn't be mistaken for anything else. Goblins. Short, green-skinned creatures who, when working together, can cause devastating damage to towns. They target women as well as little children. Yikes, Liam thought, staring at the image and flipping the image for the last time. Dwarves, midgets with amazing architectural abilities, rumored pioneers of nearly all forging methods. Not much is known. By then, Liam felt ecstatic. He couldn't help but want to grow older quicker. Then he shifted his focus to the Thousand-Year War book, opening it and skimming through its coarse, worn-down pages. Ages ago, when myths and legends were common knowledge, for a millennium the world was at war. Most probably for much longer, but mortals just kept dying before they could continue the count. No one even remembers why the war had begun. The Asuras, a cursed demonic race, though little in number, wrought havoc on the world. The pantheons of the human and non-human countries formed a momentary truce, combining their strengths to fight against them. It took too long to defeat them. By the end of it, entire lands were uprooted and countless lives were lost, but the demons were finally wiped out. So is their description in history, or so the legends claim. The book ended with that sentence. To think this world had such a background. Liam pondered before his mother finished with her cooking and picked him up again. I need to learn more. I won't be satisfied if I don't turn over every rock I find. Like so, more months passed. Liam was aging quite nicely, and over time his features became more prominent. Strangely enough, he resembled nothing like his mother, since Liam had sharp green eyes and smooth blonde hair. My dad's then. On his first birthday, Eve baked him a pumpkin pie, which Liam had to admit tasted better than anything he had in his first life. On the same day, a knock surfaced on their house door. Eve opened it with Liam in her arms, and a burly, stern-faced man donning hunting attire handed her a satchel filled with meat, along with 5 gold and 20 silver coins. Here, Miss Eve, I've been told to deliver this to you, the man said. But Adrian agreed to much more than this. I can't afford to feed my child with this much alone, she argued, panic in her voice. The hunter shook his head. I don't know much about your circumstances, miss, but I have my orders. With that, the man turned around and left. Eve closed the door and instantly began sobbing on the spot, unaware of the cold gaze in Liam's eyes. Of course, this has to be complicated. I always wondered where she got her money from. Now I know it's from my father, Adrian. Eve clutched Liam tighter to her chest. I'm sorry, my child. Had it not been my selfishness, you wouldn't have been born in this cruel world. Years passed, and Liam's living circumstances had taken a turn for the worst. Once it was time for him to eat solid foods, Liam made sure to eat as much as he could to grow as strong as possible. Even in his first life, he didn't have the best nutrition growing up. Eve made attempts to ration their meals, since only once a year would money and food arrive. However, Liam simply ate too much. His mother was kind enough to feed him some of her own meals, but the rate of consumption was too fast. Noticing how Eve's features became skinnier over time, Liam promised to help the one person who helped him unconditionally. Soon, he could walk and talk clearly, and was allowed to leave his home by Eve's permission. However, there was a silver lining in their situation. Liam was a step closer to cultivation. He soon realized that Ukled's guards weren't normal people. Now and again, some peasants daring enough attempted to rob in broad daylight, giving Liam a chance to witness more magic. Wasn't too complicated. Tendrils of the earth wrapping around an escaping thief's foot, gales of wind stopping an assailant from stabbing someone, etc. These cultivators worked in guilds, large four-story buildings situated around the city. From what Liam knew, each building served a different purpose, yet he wasn't allowed to enter them at all. Civilians were strictly barred from those areas, and the only way he could enter them was if he did so silently. I guess there's no other option. There's one more month left until the hunter comes. When he does, I'll creep behind him and enter silently. I'll have to ask someone to teach me, though. Liam was a month away from being 10 years old. By then, his looks were far beyond those in the peasantry, with his cold green eyes giving him a mature look. However, his plan depended on someone being kind enough to teach him, which was its biggest weakness. Soon enough, the day arrived. He watched from afar as a scar-faced man knocked on their door, a satchel of meat and a handful of coins in his hands. He's unfamiliar, Liam realized, staring at the delivery man from behind a distant wall. Eve accepted the coins and stored the meat satchel inside the home, which prompted the hunter to turn around and leave. Liam silently began to follow, pulling down his hood and keeping his distance. The streets of Ucklad were busiest during the day, allowing Liam to hide his short figure amidst the townsfolk. In the distance, the guild building grew visible, and the hunter was clearly headed towards it. Half an hour passed, and the crowd slowly dwindled the further they went, giving Liam less chances to hide his presence. Damn it, I won't be able to follow him like this, Liam cursed, forced to extend his distance. However, the route the hunter took was quite strange, consisting of dark back alleys that led to the guild district. Does he know I'm trailing him? Liam wondered as he slowly peeked over the corner. However, the hunter was gone. What do you want? A grueling voice rang out from behind, and a strong pressure weighed against Liam's mind. SHT, what should I say? Liam slowly turned around, a defiant look on his pale face despite his flickering consciousness. Please teach me how to cultivate. As he said those words, the pressure slowly subsided, allowing Liam to assess the hunter's facial features. An unreadable expression was on his stern, scar-ridden face. He looked to be in his middle ages, yet his aura indicated a strange enlightenment. His brown eyes contained a powerful gaze, and his tall, burly stature gave him an intimidating air. Why do you want to learn it? He eventually asked, his gaze fixed with Liam's own. After a short pause, Liam answered truthfully, I want power. The hunter's eyes flickered with amazement for a split second, before reverting to normal. Memories of his own flashed in his head, remembering himself saying the same thing. Such a defiant, ambitious rascal. If he wants to walk down this path, I won't deny his resolve. 10 seconds, the man uttered with an expectant look. Suffer for 10 seconds and I'll teach you. Liam suppressed a smile from appearing on his face. He'd been suffering for an entire lifetime. What could a mere 10 seconds do? Deal. Liam instantly agreed. Suffer how? No spoilers. The man denied. I'm Lloyd Call, by the way, and you, Liam. Liam couldn't complete his words before a mountainous pressure enveloped his consciousness, as though his head was placed under a truck tire. 1, 2, 3. Seconds felt like hours, and Liam's heart pumped blood like an engine. His face and body started to sweat from every orifice. All the while, the pressure on his head never waned. 4, 5, 6. At this point, Liam's consciousness started to drift. His knees buckled, pulling him to the ground. His eyes flickered close as darkness started to take over his vision, and his limbs trembled uncontrollably. No, Liam managed to squeeze a thought, his eyes bursting open as he bit his tongue with all the strength in his jaw. Blood gushed from his wound and filled his mouth, causing him to cough it up violently. Yet the sharp pain from his maimed tongue managed to keep him barely awake for the next 4 seconds. The pressure ceased. Lloyd's expression didn't hold back any amazement at that scene. This kid might just be something special, he realized before attempting to inspect Liam's condition. Liam raised his hand, denying any help as he weakly picked himself off the floor. Are you going to teach me now or what? He asked, his wounded tongue slurring his words. Lloyd smiled, flicking his wrist and stretching his hand. Under Liam's shocked eyes, a green thumb-sized pill appeared out of thin air in Lloyd's palm. Chew, it'll help with your tongue. Liam did as instructed. The pill had an extremely bitter taste, but gave a warm surge of energy throughout Liam's body. Slowly, the wound on his tongue started to heal, and a moment later, there was no trace of any injury. What is this? Liam asked, an incredulous look on his face. He realized the world he was in was much more advanced than Earth. How'd it come out of nowhere? It's a revitalization pill. I said I'll teach you cultivation, and I will. You'll learn those things in time. Lloyd heaved a sigh before gesturing for Liam to follow him. Liam nodded and followed. Are you already familiar with what the guilds are? Lloyd asked as they made their way to the guild building. What about cultivation? Liam shook his head. Only the names. I have no idea what a sea of consciousness is. The pair approached the guild building. Armored soldiers leaning on sharp spears covered the large entrance, their expressions turning stern as they saw Liam's figure. Lloyd shot them a brief, understanding look, and the guards let them pass. Is he important or something? Liam couldn't help but think that as they entered the building. The inside lobby resembled a lavish bar, accompanied with various drinks and furnished with wooden tables. To the right and left side of the room were stairs that led downwards. Men donning similar clothes to Lloyd were seated around the tables, mugs of beer in their hands. They were too drunk to pay any heed to the small child. Lloyd walked down the stairs with Liam following closely behind. The basement led to a hallway, which led to a small empty booth. A small hollow compartment was on its side. Lloyd took out a small lapel button from his collar and inserted it into the slot. A moment later, whirring sounds resounded around them and the booth doors closed on their own. An elevator, Liam thought with wide eyes. I thought they didn't have electricity. A few moments passed before the elevator stopped and its doors opened. Liam's green irises reflected a large underground city, illuminated by giant, glistening chandeliers hung from the ceiling. You gotta be kidding me. Within the underground were countless shops and other businesses, except they weren't normal by any means. From what Liam could see, some displayed weapons which didn't look to be made from traditional metals, glimmering various colors. Hundreds of merchants and robed figures could be seen traversing its pathways. Others shops sold pills, and some were restaurants with signs at the top which caused him to raise a brow. Rare magical beast meats, Liam uttered, remembering the dragon from his infancy. Is that what it was? Before he could ask, Lloyd had already begun walking, prompting him to follow. This place is only for cultivators and rich merchants. You can find practically anything as long as you have the means to pay for it, Lloyd explained. The underground was also protected by armored guards, but with Lloyd beside him, Liam didn't get into any trouble. I'll explain a few things on the way, Lloyd said with his face turned forward. At the same time, Liam's curious eyes fell on the surrounding buildings. Know that this cultivation thing isn't for the weak-willed. Although it might give you power, you can die at any time and it's much more boring than you think. Liam nodded. He had already resolved himself to it. Firstly, the interconnected centers of power, starting with the sea of consciousness, an ethereal organ within the mind. Lloyd tapped his temple. It's also called the mental sphere. The pressure you went through earlier was me releasing a bit of its strength. Simply put, it expresses your thinking speed, 5 senses, and something called mental energy. This organ even allows cultivators to sense their surroundings without eyes or ears, Lloyd revealed. At the same time, mental energy is what allows us to use spells. Liam's eyes glimmered with colorful lights. A bit of its strength, he repeated. Lloyd flashed a smile from the side. Moreover, it allows us to use space rings, items that allow us to store anything we want as long as it fits inside. He flashed his index finger, displaying a black obsidian ring. Lloyd opened his palm, and a piece of steak wrapped around a cloth materialized in his hand. Eat. Looking at his disciple's skinny features, Lloyd couldn't help but feel some sort of responsibility for him. Liam instantly accepted the meal and thanked him before wolfing it down. Expanding the mental sphere vastly improves your senses and all your mental capabilities, as well as the synergy between other centers of power. Lloyd clarified. To expand it, you require a special rune. The body houses the other 2 organs. It determines your overall physical prowess. The strength of any martial art depends on your body first and foremost. This is why techniques are so important, Bika. Martial arts, Liam interrupted. A chop landed bluntly on Liam's head. Let me finish, Lloyd rebuked before continuing. Techniques are what allow us to make use of the aura granted by the opposition. Tempering methods, cultivation methods, etc. all take advantage of the world essence and give us humans magical abilities. Liam rubbed his head but listened intently nonetheless. The body requires a tempering method to awaken. With it, one could absorb aura into their body, strengthening it considerably. That leads to the last and perhaps the most important organ, the core, located within the abdomen. Lloyd tapped his lower body, right beneath the navel. It allows for the manipulation and absorption of aura and is the very essence of cultivation. Usually it forms at the average age of 15, but if one progresses his other centers of power, that process can hasten considerably. To put it simply, the core is the handle of a sword, the body is the sword itself, and the sea of consciousness is the hand which holds it all together. Not to mention, once you awaken the core, you receive your element. Before Liam had the chance to ask, Lloyd already answered. The elements are 6 for humans at least. There's fire, water, wind, earth, light, and darkness. Light and darkness elements are both extremely rare and versatile, but are equally as strong. This doesn't mean that the other elements are weak, though. All depend on how they are used. In some very rare cases, a person might receive 2 elements. Those lucky bastards are called dual elementalists. To begin cultivating, you must temper the body because it houses the other 2 organs and is the easiest to awaken. Simultaneously, you can work on awakening your sea of consciousness. I'll tell you more when you take the first step. As Lloyd concluded his explanation, the pair reached the walls of the underground. The giant walls housed large caves in which guards, hunters, and other cultivators made their way inside, ladders connecting them all together. A line of such people formed all around the foot of the wall. From what Liam could see, an armored guard accepted a small fee before letting them enter inside. These are called aura caves, spots where the concentration of world essence is stronger. Lloyd explained before approaching the guard and handing him a handful of glowing yellow crystals. 1 hour, the guard said blankly, gesturing for Lloyd to enter before shifting his focus to others wanting to pay. What kind of money is that? Liam inquired. Aura stones, a currency only cultivators use. Lloyd entered one of the caves with Liam closely behind. The inside was completely empty, but a faint mist floated around freely. Lloyd sat cross-legged and gestured for Liam to do the same. Now I'll give you a choice for your first technique. Lloyd smiled, taking out 2 parchments from his ring, handing them to Liam. Liam instantly accepted and started reading. Infernal breathing, rank 2 tempering method. Allows the user to use the infernal breathing technique to heat the body to extreme temperatures. To purify the impurities within the body, one must endure the heat for 1 minute, completing 1 cycle. 10 cycles are required. The minutes must be increased by 1 every cycle. The end result is a rank 2 tempered body. In addition to this, the user will have above average heat resistance. Warning: if the user does not complete the cycle by enduring the heat and loses consciousness, he may be maimed or, worse, unable to practice bodily cultivation. Liam's expression turned stern. He opened the other parchment up and read it as well. Tranquil Sky Body Tempering Method. Rank 1 allows the user to absorb aura within the body, cleaning out the impurities within, using the Tranquil Sky breathing technique. Slower than most tempering methods, but the safest and most stable for its rank. The end result is a rank 1 tempered body for the user. In addition to this, the user's body will have more attunement to body tempering methods that require aura. The first one is torture, but I'm guessing it's stronger, Liam said with a pensive expression. What are ranks anyways? Lloyd smiled at Liam's maturity. Ranks are basically a classification system for cultivation techniques and cultivators. I describe rank 1 as rigid wood and rank 2 as a hardened stone. I'll tell you more about the future ranks, but for now, focus on learning the basics. Instantly, Liam's eyes widened. Is the difference between ranks really that vast? He wondered before thinking about his decision. How long would these techniques take me? Liam asked. For the rank 2, it could even be less than 2 years, even more perhaps. For the second, it'll take just as long, but you'll only be rank 1. There's no reason to fear getting hurt if it's strength I get by the end of it. After all, pain is just a feeling. Power is bound to stay. Inwardly, Liam was done living in weakness. Meaning entered his life in a sense, and for the first time there was a goal he set out to achieve. I'll go with the infernal breathing, Liam said after a short pause. Lloyd nodded approvingly with a smile. Good choice. A blade cannot be forged without entering the fire. Of course, I'll train you rigorously before you undergo it. Lloyd promised before taking out another set of parchments from his ring. These are the martial arts you can choose from. Pick whichever one you're comfortable with. They have different levels of difficulty, but there's nothing you can't learn. Liam nodded and instantly began rummaging through the arts. Lightning Spear Arts, a spear martial art consisting of 4 forms. High speed to catch opponents off guard. Focuses on offense, weak at defending. Movements are irregular and snappy, giving the opponent the appearance of fighting against lightning. Aura gives the user a slight burst of speed for 20 seconds. Rank 2. What are forms? Liam asked. And didn't you say without the core I wouldn't be able to manipulate aura? Forms are special techniques within a martial art. The first form is usually the weakest and easiest to learn, while the following ones are more difficult. Lloyd explained thoroughly. Martial arts can utilize aura as well, and it doesn't require you to manipulate aura, it just needs you to absorb it, which is entirely possible. You'll understand when we start. Liam nodded before reading the next few arts. Limbs of Freedom, a weaponless martial art consisting of 2 forms, focuses on defense while taking advantage of openings to attack, allows the limbs within the body to contort and twist irregularly, even extending and shortening. Aura coats the body with a thin barrier. Rank 2. Liam couldn't help but remember a rubbery figure wearing a straw hat. Defense is boring though. Plus, it only has 2 forms, he thought before shifting to the next. Sun Moon Arts, a dual-wielding martial art with 3 forms, requires a katana and wakizashi. Like the sun and moon, the blades alternate in use, making it hard for the opponent to predict where the next slash will come from. Aura provides a layer of sharpness, no matter how dull the blades are. Rank 2. Memories of Liam's dreams flashed in his mind. Him standing atop a giant flaming dragon with his blades in hand. I choose the Sun Moon Arts, he instantly decided. Lloyd nodded. Good choice. I use a sword art myself, so I can teach you thoroughly. Lloyd spent the next few minutes showcasing to Liam what cultivation looks like. The former sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and the surrounding mist entered his abdomen, glowing fervently. That's pretty much it. Lloyd said, opening his eyes and losing the glow. More boring than I thought. Liam realized, but his intrigue didn't waver one bit. Now the guilds. They're run by the high-ranking nobles, and each building plays a different role. Lloyd clarified, I currently work as a hunter specialized in magical beasts, but there's plenty of other jobs to pick from. Liam's ears perked up. Can I become a hunter as well? The benefits that would bring were endless. Food for both himself and Eve, as well as learning more about magical beasts. You can, but not without the proper experience and training. A moment later, the cave lost the mystic glow, signifying the end of the 1 hour. Come, it's time I teach you how to hold a blade. Liam nodded with a smile. The pair promptly left the cave and underground. Lloyd had led Liam to the borders of Ucklad, where beyond it nothing but lush trees and foliage could be seen. An eerie silence covered the region, and various smells entered Liam's nose. The pair had walked a considerable distance before reaching a beautiful ravine. Water trickling down to a flowing river gave a tranquil air to the space. The sides of the riverbank looked as though a war had taken place on it. The surrounding trees were cleanly cut from the middle, leaving bare stumps. All right, we've arrived, Lloyd uttered, taking off his upper clothes, revealing the endless scars that ran across his chiseled body. While Liam was speechless, Lloyd shifted his gaze to him and smiled as he said, strip. Noticing Liam's confused and slightly weirded-out expression, Lloyd cleared his throat. It's for the arts I need to know each movement your muscles make in order to correct you. With an understanding nod, Liam took off his plain upper clothing, revealing his pale and skinny body. Even his ribcage and neckbones could be seen protruding from his skin. Lloyd shook his head. There were many with similar situations in the peasantry, but there wasn't anything he could do by himself. Now 2 sword-shaped sticks appeared in Lloyd's hand. Tossing one of the sticks towards Liam, he said, try swinging. But doesn't the martial art require 2 blades, one longer than the other? Liam asked with confusion. Did you really think we were going to start with a rank 2 martial art from the start? Lloyd felt like chopping the top of Liam's head once again, but held himself back. I need to teach you the basics first, then we'll move to the more complicated moves in time. Liam couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed, but nonetheless he nodded his head and began swinging his sword. The stick cutting through the air made a F-whip sound. Liam repeated the move a few times. He breathes out when striking, has a decent grip, and plants his feet. This one might be talented. Lloyd made a mental judgment. Still though, Liam's form had many problems, which Lloyd didn't fail to point out. Keep your arms straight, but not locked unless you want them broken. F-whip. Keep your shoulders loose. When swinging, tense them up. That'll add more power to your swing. F-whip. Keep your back straight and make sure it stays that way. As such, Lloyd kept correcting Liam's form and was surprised how fast Liam picked them up. Liam, on the other hand, felt like with each swing, his speed and even understanding of sword arts was getting better. In just 15 minutes, Liam completed what Lloyd thought would take an hour. Lloyd made Liam swing the sword for a few more minutes, making sure everything stuck with him, before deciding on a different topic. All right, that's enough, Lloyd gestured. Now let's move to movement, then we'll pair the 2 things you'll learn together. Lloyd provided examples each time he explained a move and made sure Liam understood before continuing. The routine continued for 2 hours before Lloyd allowed for a break. Liam was sweating profusely. His body was sore and pulsing all over, yet there was a faint smile on his face. Lloyd sat on the floor with Liam beside him. His hands glowed before 2 cloths that radiated a tender smell appeared in his hand. Lloyd handed one of them to Liam and smiled. Finish this as fast as you can. We'll begin once again when you're done. Liam happily accepted, then unfolded the cloth and began eating the chunk of meat like an animal. A few minutes later, after finishing the last bite of food, Liam grabbed the stick again, turned to Lloyd and said, I'm ready. Hearing Liam say that, Lloyd couldn't help but feel slightly proud of the young man before him. They continued to train for 1 more hour before Liam began showing signs of fatigue. All right, we'll stop here. Lloyd allowed, then gestured for Liam to sit. Since you're already so ahead with the fundamentals, tomorrow we'll prepare for your martial art. Liam nodded and rested with his back laying on the floor, his arms and legs laid out as there was no energy in his body. The sun was beginning to set, casting an orange hue over the horizon. Shadows stretched and darkened, covering the region with darkness. Enough rest. Lloyd broke the silence after half an hour. Wash yourself using the river water. We'll hunt some weak magical beasts when you're done. Liam had finished washing in the chilling river. Feeling the wind on his wet body, he quickly dried himself off using his tattered clothes. I'll get you a pair of training clothes next time, Lloyd promised as Liam approached him from the riverside. At the same time, a bulky but small leather book appeared in his hand, which he threw towards Liam. It's a bestiary containing knowledge of all the magical beasts I've hunted in this forest. Read it as we walk. Liam opened the book up and began scanning its contents. The pages on the left side had drawings of different mammals and reptilian creatures, yet they didn't resemble any type of beast from Earth. Below the drawings were notes with a description. The pages on the right always depicted a map. The map remained the same, but on each different page there was a specific marking. Liam read between the lines of Lloyd's statement. They were getting ready for a hunt. The pair had walked deeper and deeper into the forest. The grass slowly increased in height, reaching Liam's knees. Liam's eyes scanned the pages one by one. Wolves, pythons, bears, and even lions were all beasts that Lloyd had hunted. However, they all seemed to have some sort of feature that separated them from the norm. Open page 22, that's what we'll hunt. Liam opened the page and saw a rabbit-type magical beast. It had pitch-black fur with red slits for eyes. However, its size wasn't imposing, roughly being the size of a basketball. It's a weak rank 0 death jackal. It can even be hunted by non-cultivators. One strong whack to the head can kill it, but it's extremely fast. Lloyd reassured. Meanwhile, a pungent, burning smell entered Liam's nose, making him scowl and hold his nostrils tight. It's urine from the jackals, Lloyd revealed, lowering his voice and gesturing to Liam to stay close. Have a small territory in the forest, so they piss over almost everything. The disgusting smell is what makes the predators stay away. The surrounding terrain became more wild, similar to a jungle. A canopy of stretched leaves covered the sky, basking the space in darkness. Liam could barely make out his surroundings, since it was approaching nighttime. Soon, Lloyd gestured for Liam to stop. The sound of icky chewing could be heard, followed by the smell of blood mixed with various unpleasant scents. Do you see that? Lloyd whispered, his eyes fixed towards a specific spot a few meters away. Liam followed his gaze, barely making out a death jackal which seemed to be chewing on a dead deer. A small river of blood ran through the dirt and spread out, originating from the dead animal's innards. The death jackal's ears twitched back and forth while his loud chewing continued. The sooner you get used to it, the better, Lloyd wanted to say, but to his surprise, Liam's expression held no discomfort. What a strange kid. Liam focused on the death jackal's features. The death jackal's hind legs were muscular and thick compared to the front legs, but the front legs had sharp claws on the ends of them. Liam didn't forget the sharp teeth he saw sinking into the dead animal's carcass either. As I've told you, a blunt hit to the head can kill them, but these things are fast. They won't let you hit them that easily. Lloyd began to instruct. The hind legs are the source of their speed. The back legs tense up when the jackal wants to attack. Once those legs spring, you'll barely be able to see him with your naked eye, Lloyd explained. They'll continue to dash from spot to spot while either cutting you with their claws, kicking you, or biting with their teeth. You won't be able to do much in that state, but try to dodge. Liam listened carefully. Yet they can't continue with that level of speed forever, Lloyd revealed. You have a 1 to 2 second window when the jackal takes a moment to rest. If you fail to hit him during that time, you'll have to go through another one of its crazy frenzies. Do you understand? Liam took a deep breath and nodded, a look of determination on his face. How do I begin, though? Liam questioned. Do I try a sneak attack or something? Lloyd nearly laughed, but managed to hold it in before Liam noticed. You should definitely go for it. Lloyd spoke with a serious expression, leaving no room for Liam to doubt his words. I'll be watching from close by. If you begin to get seriously hurt, I'll step in. Liam nodded before making a slow but steady approach towards the beast. He constantly checked his feet to make sure he didn't step on any branches or crunchy leaves. Liam was only a few meters away when the death jackal's chewing began to slow down, releasing a nearly inaudible growl. Has it noticed me? Was Liam's first thought as he stopped in his tracks. The death jackal still had its back towards him. A second later, the death jackal's chewing went back to normal. Then it became abnormally fast. Its growl grew louder and louder by the second. Instantly, Liam dashed and jumped right behind the jackal, his stick getting seriously close to hitting its body. Thump, the sound of a stick hitting dirt could be heard, followed by a shrill hissing sound that gradually increased in volume behind him. Bang. The air in Liam's lungs was completely vacuumed as the death jackal landed a kick on his back, causing him to stumble and fall face first. Liam pushed himself off the ground and dusted off his face. His eyes locked with the rabbit's. Its blood-red eyes flickered with anger. With a shrill hiss, the jackal began jumping from spot to spot, like a ping-pong ball inside an arcade machine. Liam was in center, while the barely visible death jackal continued to hop from tree to tree all around him. Under the darkness of night with its own dark fur to add, it was practically a shadow. Without even having a chance to block, a red line appeared on Liam's right arm, followed by a streak of blood. Liam limited himself to a low grunt. A shallow cut wasn't enough to make him lose his grip. He didn't have the time to catch his breath before the hissing noise began once more. At the same time, Liam realized that once the jackal jumped, it made a thump sound, giving him a vague sense of where the beast was. The jackal continued with its speed frenzy, forcing Liam to hold his defensive stance. Multiple streaks of blood appeared on his body, but the rush of adrenaline numbed his pain. Suddenly, the sound stopped last right behind him, giving Liam just enough space to duck right, dodging the death jackal's claws. The jackal didn't stop there. More cuts surfaced on his body, blood dripped from his body and soaked him like a wet cloth, yet his expression wasn't one of pain, but of focus. The jackal started to slow down. The cuts on Liam's body turned into scratches, and the talk sound began to dwindle in volume, as though the jackal used its leftover energy to get further away from Liam. As if I'd let you, Liam thought as he chased the faint noise. Since most of its energy had been spent, the jackal wasn't fast at all, and Liam was able to catch up with it. His eyes lit up once he saw the resting death jackal just a few meters ahead of him. Suddenly, a dangerous aura covered the beast. Its fur seemed to glow and slightly grow in length, while its eyes grew redder. It yelped continuously as though it was in pain. Whatever it was, Liam knew he couldn't let it continue. Before the jackal had time to replenish its energy and grow stronger, Liam prepared himself to throw the stick right at its head. He assumed a throwing form, bringing the wooden sword above his head with both hands. As he breathed out, he threw the stick with all his strength. The death jackal had stood completely still while it replenished its strength, unaware a hardwood stick was headed right for his soft skull. Crack. The death jackal was without a doubt dead. It twitched here and there, but lay limp. Pieces of its skull paired with brain matter splattered over a tree trunk, coloring it various shades of red. Well done, Lloyd clapped, dropping from a tree above. Strangely enough, his fall made no noise. Liam nodded, his gaze still fixed to the dead rabbit. What was it doing? Liam questioned as Lloyd approached the jackal and picked its corpse. Magical beasts have innate abilities, Lloyd revealed, taking out a large cloth and spreading it out. The way they use aura is quite special. From birth, their body is already attuned with it, allowing them to manipulate their elements as their bloodline spreads and prolongs. He explained before taking out a slant-tipped silver blade from his ring. This one in particular could exchange some of its life for a temporary increase in strength. As they do that, they can shoot up to rank 1, but their life expectancy gets reduced to mere hours. Liam raised his brows, but his eyes brimmed with curiosity. Meanwhile, as Lloyd explained, he began skinning the rabbit, gesturing Liam to pay close attention as he did so. This is the opposition's fairness, the governing force of the cultivation world. There must always be some sort of barrier or drawback to growing stronger. Magical beasts have powerful bodies and natural abilities, but lack intellect. Humans, on the other hand, require cultivation techniques to progress further, but can make wonders with their minds alone. As Lloyd concluded his explanation, he started teaching Liam for the next 15 minutes about how to gracefully separate the skin from flesh, the flesh from bone, and how to carefully extract the organs. Suddenly, Lloyd dug his hand into the jackal's abdomen, yanking out what looked like a translucent, soft marble. This is what allows them, and us, to absorb aura. The gaseous inside is the world essence in the flesh, he explained, handing the orb to Liam, who began inspecting it thoroughly. A moment later, the pair began to make a small bonfire with a kindle of thin branches, cooking the skinned pieces of rabbit meat over it. Like so, time passed. Liam's time in the forest became enjoyable after he grew accustomed to its demanding conditions. Hunting wild beasts and learning how to survive in the wilderness wasn't easy at first, but as time went on, Liam displayed talent in doing so. At the same time, Liam began to condition his body. His physical training consisted of lung strengthening, getting accustomed to heat, hunting, and daily spars with Lloyd. For his lungs, Lloyd had given him hardened gourd bottles to break through, using only the strength in his exhale. Each bottle was bigger than the next, and it took him an entire month to break the first one. Magical beasts were much more diverse and intriguing than Liam had realized. Nearly all their behaviors and abilities varied from each other, and Liam could easily hunt rank 0 creatures with ease. For the heat, the ravine waterfall was connected to a geyser not far from it. Liam had meditated directly under the waterfall, while heavy, nigh boiling water washed over him. Doing so didn't only hone his focus, but his resilience to weight and high temperatures. However, out of all the rigorous and relentless training he went through, the spars were the most difficult. Lloyd was merciless. As Liam's proficiency with the sword got better, he started using a real katana and wakizashi, in line with his martial art. Despite Lloyd only using a wooden stick, Liam couldn't match his prowess at all, and their duels ended with the latter being bruised and battered. You must get used to it. In a real fight, your attacker won't care about age or status. Ignoring pain will prove to be useful during those moments, though Lloyd made sure not to injure the young man's face. Creating a convincing story for Eve wasn't easy. Liam bringing back home heaps of cooked meat every night made her raise a brow, but the aching hunger enticed her to believe his alibi. Liam would sell the spare meat to nearby butcheries and restaurants within the peasantry, providing him with a steady source of income on the side. 5 months passed and spring had arrived. Liam's thin and lanky figure turned lean and muscular, with his above-average height growing by a few inches. At the same time, his facial features also grew more elegant. Such progress was expected, as not a day passed where he didn't train. Currently, Liam trailed through the blooming night forest with a giant sack tied to his back, pressing him down as he walked hunched. He wore a tight, blood-covered jumpsuit that clung to his lean figure, while his blonde hair was styled to an undercut parted halfway. On his hip were blades held tightly in their scabbard. Liam eventually stopped near a familiar ravine. "Took you long enough," Lloyd called out from a distance, sitting cross-legged on a large boulder with his back turned. Liam dropped the heavy sack on the ground, which landed with a thud, then heaved a deep, tired sigh. "You should have described its size properly." It was the size of a bloody bear, not a dog, he retorted before taking off his clothes and jumping inside the flowing river. Lloyd raised his brows in surprise. Although rank 0 rage badgers can grow large, don't tell me he killed one the size of a bear. A pensive look rested on Lloyd's face before he nodded to himself. It's time for him to temper his body. Liam rubbed his gym suit free of its bloody stains. He left the river and dried himself off with a towel before getting ready for his daily spar. His body was covered with small cuts and light scars. A fresh wound in the shape of a claw spurted slight blood on his chest, which he had applied a special medicinal herb on a moment earlier. You've memorized the infernal breathing technique. Yes, Lloyd questioned, still perched atop a boulder. Liam instantly nodded as he approached and didn't wear his clothing. Can we begin? He asked with hope in his voice. Lloyd nodded with a brief smile before turning stern a moment later. Sit in the lotus position, he instructed, and Liam promptly sat down cross-legged on the ground. You're already familiar with how the breathing method works, so I won't touch on that. Just remember your training and strengthen your resolve. No matter how tortuous it gets, do not breathe in air. Too much external influence can ruin the entire process, so you're on your own, Lloyd said, putting his hand on Liam's shoulder. Training the young man took less effort than Lloyd had imagined. Liam was incredibly hard-working, always looking for ways to improve. Yet in a moment there was a chance he would no longer be alive. Liam nodded with a resolved look on his face. Good luck, kid, Lloyd uttered before taking a step back. You may begin using the breathing method. Liam had patiently waited for this moment, the first step on his journey of cultivation. Can't screw up my beginnings. He let out a deep breath, completely emptying his lungs. Then a series of quick, immediate breaths followed. The goal of the infernal breathing method was to heat the insides fast enough that it could forcibly purify and temper the body. Liam repeated the process multiple times until his lungs felt as though they were burnt rubber, flaring his body with heat. After reaching a state of hyperventilation, Liam let out one last breath, the last before he was to endure 1 minute without oxygen. This was the infernal tempering method. Seconds passed, which to Liam felt like minutes. His skin began to turn red. The need to inhale air wasn't an issue just yet, but the heat from his lungs began to spread throughout his insides. Time seemed to pass in slow motion, and Liam's condition only worsened. Steam seeped from his skin and moistened the air around him, while his lungs begged for a speck of air. Liam denied his body's wishes and refused to yield, only thinking of what it took to get where he is now and what he was to gain after. 30 seconds had passed, yet Liam could swear 1 minute had already flown past. His heartbeat started to echo in his ears, slightly weakening. A thin line between life and death had presented itself, a test of resolve and determination. With his thoughts murky, Liam felt as though his head was filled with a dense fog. A moment later, his body went numb, convulsing violently. A breath of fresh air sounded more enticing to Liam than a mountain of gold. Bulging veins appeared on his neck, while his skin color transitioned from red to purple. Meanwhile, his eyes turned bloodshot. The light of his consciousness was beginning to fade. However, his pores turned from purple to dark black. A putrid smell exuded from his body as a thick, goo-like substance left his body. Lloyd had watched the whole thing with a feeling of calm anxiousness he didn't know he possessed. The second he saw Liam's pores turning black, his eyes widened as he shouted enough. As soon as he heard Lloyd's voice, Liam's consciousness was already hanging by a thread. Unable to hold back the urge to breathe any longer, he inhaled as much air as his lungs could allow him to. Hant. Hant, hant, each breath taken was sweeter than the last, and a newfound appreciation appeared in Liam's heart for air. Lloyd smiled wide enough to showcase all his teeth. You did it, a 10-year-old with a rank 1 body. Liam's loud panting slowly abated, enough for him to furrow his brows and respond with a slightly angry tone. Why are you so surprised? Were my chances lower than I thought? Lloyd laughed awkwardly before clearing his throat. Of course not, I taught you after all. Liam shook his head inwardly before inspecting his body. From head to toe, his figure dripped with black mud. A disgusting smell assaulted his nose, and his consciousness was slightly woozy. Yet accompanying it was a feeling of vigor and strength unlike ever before. Can we spar now? Liam raised his head and asked. Lloyd facepalmed and heaved a tired sigh. You rascal, go jump in the river already, he suddenly shouted, picking Liam up from his shoulders before hurling him into the flowing water. Splash! As Liam got submerged in the river, he instantly noticed the new effects of his body. For one, despite it being a cold spring night and a colder river, no less, Liam wasn't too bothered by it. And although the water currents ran against him, it was considerably weaker than before. He could easily swim against it now. Slowly, pieces of the gunk washed off his body, revealing a defined and muscular exterior. The claw wound had already turned into a faint mark. He began to hold his breath underwater. Part of him never wanted to do so again, but with a stronger body came a stronger will. 2 minutes passed with Liam underwater, yet he didn't feel any major discomfort. The feeling of vigor, energy, and strength was addicting. He needed more. I need to test this body. Liam exited the river and dried himself off wearing his gym suit before approaching Lloyd with an anticipating expression. Can we spar now? Lloyd heaved a sigh, taking out two slant-tipped blades. Come. Liam suppressed a smile from appearing on his face. Slowly, he unsheathed his own blades. The katana and wakizashi were plain silver-made weapons, only thinner to accommodate Liam's short and weaker stature. They're so light now, Liam thought before shifting his gaze to the opponent. Lloyd stood opposite to him, like a statue. He stood still with his blades lowered to his sides. Under the night sky, Liam's vision improved quite well, enough that he could assess Lloyd's calm, domineering expression. Liam gripped his blades tighter before tensing his knees and shooting at Lloyd's figure. Clang! Sparks lit the riverbank with an orange hue as four blades collided. Liam instantly felt the strength of his attack, but Lloyd didn't even get pushed back by it, calmly parrying it and shoving the former away. Stumbling backwards and fixing his footing, Liam didn't stop with his offensive, performing a swift barrage of powerful swings. A series of loud, clang noises reverberated through the air, and sparks continued to form. Before, Lloyd would always spar defensively, focusing on blocks and counterattacks. Now he was forced to become serious as Liam's speed, strength, and dexterity was bolstered. As the fight continued, a crazy smile appeared on his face which could only be described as proud. Right as Liam attempted to slash at his thigh with his wakizashi, Lloyd evaded and instantly grabbed his wrist. Well, Liam couldn't complete his thought as he was hurled a large distance away, crashing and rolling in the dirt face first before abruptly hitting a tree trunk. Liam grunted as he picked himself up and cleaned his face. His body slightly ached, but his bones weren't broken and his skin wasn't bruised. You need to stop throwing me, you little rascal. Lloyd guffawed, storing his blades back inside his ring. I can't imagine what you'll be like when you awaken all three centers of power. Liam expressed a slight smile when he thought of the future. Speaking of centers of power, I'll make some preparations for tomorrow, Lloyd said, referring to the sea of consciousness. I'll also need to teach you how to absorb aura into your body. For now, go home and rest. Instantly, he began to run back home, testing his newfound stamina. Sprints were also a normal part of Liam's training routine, and he had built a solid amount of stamina during the 5 months. Usually, he approached his limits at 15 minutes running full speed, but now. Liam ran half an hour without sweating at all, already reaching the borders of Uklad. I wonder what the further ranks can allow me to do, he thought. Needless to say, his ambition for strength rose. Liam respectfully greeted the border guards as he made his way into the peasantry, then continued to run until eventually reaching his house. From the house window, a faint candle light flickered bright and dim. Heaving a short sigh, Liam creaked the door open and silently walked in. I'm home. Eve left her room with a slightly worried expression which softened once she saw her son in one piece. Eve had looked significantly better than before. Her cheekbones were no longer visible, her face lightened up and her figure improved, all due to Liam bringing food from his hunts. Eve smiled as she thought of her son's hard-working and determined personality. She neared his forehead for a kiss. Welcome home. I've already made your dinner, but it's gotten slightly cold, she said with a slight sadness under her warm tone. In truth, she felt somewhat guilty for allowing Liam to work at such a young age. However, in Ikoria, the age of adulthood was 15, since the Corps formed at that time. The two conversed shortly with Liam telling Eve about his day before Liam finished his food, entered his room and put his head to sleep. The night quickly passed and the day arrived. Liam left early before Eve woke up, heading to the usual meeting place beside the ravine. As usual, Lloyd was perched atop a boulder, his body covered with a warm yellow glow. You're a bit early. He opened his eyes and started with a greeting, losing the world essence around his body, just a bit eager. Liam replied as he approached. Can we begin now? Lloyd nodded, taking out what looked to be a small rock from his ring, the size of a golf ball. He instantly tossed it in Liam's hands. That glowing rock is what's called a psionic rune, Lloyd explained as Liam inspected the rock from different angles. It released a faint hum, vibrating slightly. On a flat side, a small rune emitted blue light. The Psions were a race with extremely high levels of intelligence and mental capabilities. It is said that their mental energy was capable of turning into physical weapons themselves. Unfortunately, their race is now extinct, and they have become a stepping stone for humans to become stronger. Lloyd shrugged before continuing. Awakening your sea of consciousness is simple. Tap the rune on your forehead, Lloyd instructed, tapping his forehead twice. Grit your teeth, though. Focus on where it hurts. Liam quickly nodded, inwardly taking mental notes of the other races before bringing the rune to his forehead. Instantly, a sharp pain assaulted his mind. It was as though someone had stabbed him in the temple, then twisted the blade repeatedly. Wincing with a strained expression, his teary eyes were squinted shut. Still, he didn't release his trembling grip on the rune. At the same time, images started to flicker inside his head. The migraine continued for what felt like minutes before suddenly disappearing. Liam still had his eyes closed, but when he slowly opened them, he was astonished. The feeling of air on his skin disappeared. The sounds of small waves crashing against each other entered his ears, while he found himself floating above the air. His own figure was ethereal and naked, but there was no one else but him there, making him feel at ease. So this is the sea of consciousness, Liam thought, slightly stunned as his eyes scoured the surroundings. The space was enclosed in a dome-like shape. Below him was a gray-black sea, the light waves of which rippled and crashed against the translucent walls of the dome. There was nothing above him except the top of the translucent barrier, while his surroundings reaffirmed the spherical shape of the mental sphere. With a thought, Liam could actually move his figure towards anywhere he wanted. Bringing himself close to the walls, he peeked outside, finding it to be absolute darkness. Moving along, he made his way to the Black Sea, dipping his toes in. Unlike the consistency of water, it felt like a thick, gas-like substance. Getting curious, Liam submerged his figure underneath the water, finding himself able to breathe normally. However, the depth was shallow. Liam opened his eyes once more, finding himself in reality. Noticing his student's amazed expression, Lloyd smiled. The sea of consciousness is all your intellectual properties combined. The sea itself, also known as mental energy, is your ability to think. With each thought, emotion, and feeling, it ripples and forms waves. When using the psionic rune, it depletes your mental energy exponentially, but it'll consume less once you expand it. The more you expand your mental sphere, the more mental energy you attain, the faster and quicker you can think, even boosting your senses in the process. Although right now your mind is too weak to have any effect on reality, once you go up the ranks, that can change. Excitement brimmed within Liam, and he couldn't hide the slight smile that formed on his face. Lloyd's expression became stern before he continued. Do not overexert yourself using that rune. If you do, it'll have the opposite effect on your mental sphere, which could even crack when strained. What do you think happens when your sea of consciousness is shattered? Liam's demeanor changed once he realized the risk that came with expanding the mental sphere. He answered in a low tone, "You lose the ability to think." Lloyd nodded once before jumping off his seat. "Now for absorbing aura. You already know how to since it comes with the infernal tempering method, but it takes some time." Lloyd spent the next hour instructing Liam on how to absorb aura within his body. It took some time, but eventually Liam got the hang of it. All it really required was some concentration while sitting in the lotus position. Soon, a faint glow covered his pores. With an instinctive feeling, he commanded his pores to suck in the yellow-colored mist into his body, causing it to morph into his figure. As aura entered his skin, he felt the essence flowing throughout his body, nourishing and strengthening it as well. Good, now try and redirect that aura in your body to a single point in your arm, for example. Liam tried as instructed. His control over it became much easier and simpler for him once he understood how it felt to absorb the aura within the body like muscle memory. It eventually became instinct. Liam closed his eyes and focused. With a thought, the aura within his body moved according to his will. Slowly, he directed it to his hand and arm. It felt powerful like never before. Lloyd pointed towards a small boulder nearby, then said, "Punch that as hard as you can." Liam's lips curved upwards to form a smile, and without delay he fixed his form and shot his fist at it as hard as he could. Boom! The boulder shattered into hundreds of little pieces, causing Liam's eyes to widen in awe. Liam let out a low grunt while rubbing his bloodied knuckles. A little skin had shaved off when he punched the boulder, but his hand wasn't broken despite taking the brunt of the attack. His gaze shifted to the scattered rock and he couldn't help but smile. The aura within Liam's arm disappeared, and only a few minute traces of it remained. Lloyd giggled like a child watching someone fall, before clearing his throat and explaining, absorbing aura into your body is like a sponge, strengthening it considerably. You can absorb it and use it straight away, losing it in the process, or allow it to nourish your body. Doing so allows your body to slowly move up within the subsection stages, such as lower, middle, upper, and peak stages within each rank. Liam listened intently, taking mental notes. Cultivation is so vast. I wonder how much I don't know about this world, Liam imagined. Now that you've learned how to absorb aura, try using it with your first martial art form. Liam's face lit up as he remembered his martial art forms. His proficiency with it had grown well enough that he mastered the first form of the sun-moon arts. He spent the next moments absorbing enough aura to store inside his body before taking out his blades. He had already memorized the form and its instructions. Without delay, he assumed a stance, raising his katana over his head and manipulating aura to his hand. First form, lunar eclipse. Liam's silver blades glue gray as he slashed vertically, a moonlight silver arc shooting out from his katana's edges. The arc of light cut through the air with a whistling sound, eventually colliding with a tree and forming a shallow but smooth cut on its trunk. Liam's lips curved to a wide smile. Now try hunting a rank 1 magical beast. Lloyd proposed and Liam eagerly nodded. Liam hadn't actually ventured that deep into the Uklad forest, since magical beast packs would increase in both number and strength. Rank 0 beasts weren't too powerful once he gained a bit of experience, but rank 1 beasts required at least one center of power in the first rank to fight against. Eventually, Liam stopped amidst a smelly area, claw marks and urine staining the surrounding trees. He climbed over a thick tree branch as his gaze was fixed on the mammal right below him, a rank 1 bear-type magical beast called the Earth Bear. Liam had already memorized the beast's description in Lloyd's bestiary. The Earth Bear had dense gray fur that was stained with dry blood, large black eyes that radiated strength, and a muzzle that contained a jaw as large as an adult thigh. It gently rested by an oak tree, its purring vibrated through the air, unaware of the hidden figure looming above him. Liam had tracked it for nearly an hour. He had waited until the bear had a full stomach before he began his attack, giving him the element of surprise and the advantage of speed. Liam silently sprung his legs and leapt into the air, his blades pointing right towards the skull of the beast as he fell towards the ground. Nothing stopped Liam's trajectory as he headed for the bear's head, and just as he was about to pierce right through its brain, the magical beast changed sleeping positions last second, and Liam's blades punctured only the side of its body. Whelp, a thunderous roar shook the surroundings. Liam swiftly yanked his blood-covered blades out of the bear's body and created distance between him and the beast. The giant mammal perked up and began to scoff and deeply growl, looking around angrily to find who dared to disturb his sleep. When it spotted Liam, it let out another roar aimed right towards him, longer and even more ferocious than before. His eardrums rang painfully, but Liam didn't lose focus. With his blades by his side, he waited for the beast to make its move. Just as Liam expected, the bear charged right at him with murderous instinct. As Liam dodged, its soft fur brushed right past his arms, while his sword and shortsword dragged across its body. Right after causing 2 gashes to appear on the bear's body, Liam took a step back to avoid the giant claw, simultaneously shooting out an arc of silver light at its eye, blinding it. The beast growled in pain but only increased in anger. Its remaining eye glowed with fury, while its body seemed to pulse, growing in size. Liam took that as his cue to run as fast as he possibly could. Looking over his shoulder, he wasn't surprised when it began furiously charging through trees just to get to him. The sounds of trees breaking and falling echoed throughout the forest. Nonetheless, Liam maintained a safe distance, jumping from tree to tree branch. The Earth Bear's reckless rampage continued for a few minutes before he appeared to slow down. Its breathing became irregular and raspy, like it was difficult to inhale, while its movements turned sluggish. About time. Liam found an opening on the beast and didn't hesitate to take it. He used his blades like a piton to quickly climb a nearby tree, then pushed himself off with both feet, propelling him towards the mammal's head with his blades in hand. The bear was weakened, making a poor attempt at blocking Liam's steel blades from severing its neck. Blood spurted from where the beast's head once was, while a blood-red mist stained the air. The bear's body thudded on the ground, a stream of blood flowing from its separated head, wetting Liam's shoes. "Well done," Lloyd whistled as he watched the gruesome scene. He shifted his gaze to Liam. "I reckon that's enough explaining. You pretty much know everything. Now that you're a cultivator, you can apply for a guild membership." The guild system was quite simple. Guild members could complete missions and accumulate merit points in return. With those points, they could purchase techniques and spells. Hunters, mercenaries, bodyguards, etc. The guild offers multiple options to choose from. Some of them paid more than others, but the higher one earned, the more difficult the job would be. "What do you want to be?" Lloyd questioned. Liam's expression turned pensive as he recalled the many jobs the guilds offered. "Becoming a hunter is the best bet at the moment. I've already garnered enough experience with magical beasts as well." There were 3 options Liam could currently choose from. Option 1 was a hunter specialized in magical beasts. The second was to become a mercenary, and the third, a scout. Mercenaries were the most versatile of jobs, since their work contained escorts, hunts, and more. Becoming a hunter is the best bet at the moment. I've already garnered enough experience with magical beasts as well, though won't becoming a mercenary allow me to fight with other cultivators and gain more battle experience. Liam pondered for a few moments before eventually concluding, "I can always hunt on the side. Can I become a mercenary?" Lloyd nodded with an approving look. "Say no more." The sky was covered with dense gray clouds, while beams of light poked holes through them. A gentle breeze flowed through the area, covering the vast forest and shaking its leaves. The rays of sunshine squeezed through the cracks of a horse-drawn carriage, rocking up and down, bumping over the dirt road surrounded by thick trees. Inside the carriage were multiple figures, among them a young boy. Liam had his eyes closed as he laid his back against the carriage seats. A few days had passed since he had tempered his body and got accustomed to training with the psionic rune. Apparently, mental energy can be restored through regular rest and sleep, though a small side effect is the immense migraine I have to go through and the bloodshot eyes that come with it. Liam thought, entering his sea of consciousness. "When I reach the first rank, I'll be able to use spells too." His mental energy had been restored since he slept well the night before in preparation for the Mercenary Guild test. At the same time, his mental sphere walls seemed just a tiny bit more expanded, which brings him to now, surrounded by a group consisting mostly of stern, scar-faced burly dudes who shot deadly glares at him. "Kid, you sure you didn't get lost on the way to the nursery?" The deep voice resonated from a tanned man, whose hairless head and severe, irritated expression made him seem uninviting. He stared at Liam, who calmly had his hands crossed. Liam slowly opened his eyes to stare at him, his cold green irises expressing indifference. "You look like an overgrown thumb," he abruptly replied before closing his eyes again. The others held a laugh, but others with similar features grew more hostile. Blood rushed to Thumb's head on those words, his fists clenched as he jumped off his seat. "Enough, sit down." A robed man with noble features sitting in the front of the carriage spoke. He rested his elbows on his knees and leaned forward, and no expression could be deduced from his face. "We're almost there, I'll brief you on the mission once more." Thumb let out a low growl before sitting back down, his eyes stuck to Liam's figure. Liam's attention shifted to the robed man, who was also the test coordinator. A group of bandits have pillaged a nearby village down east. There are no cultivators in their group, but they are many in number, and nearly all are veteran fighters. Your job is to work as a team and successfully take them down. Banditry is punishable by death in Uklad, so uphold the law. The world of cultivation was, indeed, much more ruthless than Liam's first life. In a world where dragons and hostile races existed governed by power and lineage, the weak had it much worse. "I've already killed once. There's no need to shy from it now," Liam thought with a dark expression. Inwardly, he knew the path he'd set on would be riddled with bloodied corpses. Eventually, the carriage came to a stop. All participants, totaling to 6, came out one by one to survey the surroundings. The carriage had stopped atop the skirt of a mountain, allowing everyone to see the entirety of the distant forest, including the small village situated right in the middle. Beacons of dark smog rose up from the air at that spot, forming a dark cloud of ash around it. "Good luck, we'll be here." With that, the carriage began to ride away, leaving the 6 by themselves. This won't end well, Liam thought as his gaze probed his fellow team members. Inwardly, he had already given each a nickname, as he wasn't bothered to remember their names. Baldy, Blades, Spear, Chains, and finally, Thumb, described by their respective features and weapons. "How about we start with an introduction and state what weapon we use?" Baldy assumed leadership. A friendly expression rested on his face as he said, "My name is Ivan, I wield a mace. What about you all?" The introductions continued with Liam barely listening until it eventually became Liam's turn. Liam, dagger, and sword. All the participants had their eyes on him, looking him up and down. Some had distrusting and hostile gazes, while others were impressed. Ivan Baldy did his best to redirect everyone's attention. "All right, now that we all know each other, let's move in groups of 2. Judging from the size of the village, it's faster to clear if we split up." The group simultaneously nodded in response before each one found their own partner. Liam and Thumb were the only ones who didn't team up. "There's no way I'm teaming up with this kid. I'm going alone," Thumb shouted before taking out his giant longsword and making his way towards the village. "That idiot," Baldy shouted before shaking his head and sighing. He shifted his gaze towards Liam and spoke apologetically. "I'm sorry, kid, but can you go alone?" Liam instantly nodded. In truth, he didn't trust anyone in the group anyways. A moment later, Baldy began to talk strategy. The plan they concocted was for everyone to converge in the middle, while at best, silently taking out the bandits on the way. Liam was to cover the east side, while the west and south were covered by the rest. Without further delay, they began to execute the plan. The walk towards the village through the forest wasn't long. Liam jumped between tree branches until he got close enough for an inspection. As he silently made his way to the entrance, the foul smell of blood entered his nose. There were no noises or humans in sight, but Liam kept a vigilant eye. It didn't take long before he saw the massacre that took place. Severed body parts scattered everywhere, detached heads with blood still spurting from them. Men and women, ruined corpses were littered like trash. The surroundings were tainted red, while the nauseating stench of blood only got thicker. Some blood patches were dried, giving the impression the bandits had started with this area and moved deeper in. Liam's expression darkened, the scene made him frown deeply. If this is how brutal it is without cultivation, what world have I got myself into? Liam started to make his way through the village routes, hiding behind the village huts as he kept a low profile. From what Liam could see, nobody was spared. Not even children or guard dogs, their expressions covered with shock and disbelief. Liam couldn't help but feel pity. They didn't have any power to protect their families. As a result, they suffer the consequences. As he thought so, the voices of bandits entered his ears. Liam hushed his footsteps and instantly hid behind a village hut, peeking his head from the side to get a clearer view. Ahead, an eccentric pair of bandits donning thick leather tunics and masked with a Western-style bandana dragged bloodied corpses to a blazing bonfire. Inwardly, Liam had already made up a nickname for the two, Fatty and Skinny. Ha ha ha, I'm gonna be rich after this. Fatty guffawed, his belly shaking up and down as he laughed. In his hands were a handful of glimmering gold coins. You idiot, keep your voice down, Skinny reprimanded, but even he couldn't hide the happiness in his voice. We still have to gather the remaining bodies and burn them. Boss is gonna get mad if we're late. Don't laze around. With that, the pair spent the next half hour dragging and dropping the bodies into the fire. Skinny heaved a sigh, sweat trickling down his face from the fire's heat. I'll go gather the corpses near the entrance. You take care of the ones here. With that, the two were separated. Laze around my foot, do the rest yourself. Fatty instantly sat down on the dirt right behind a dark alley to relax, taking out a dry piece of bread from his pocket to eat. Before the bread reached his lips, an agonizing sharp pain assaulted his chest. Creaking his neck to look below, the sharp tip of a sword jut out from his solar plexus. Liam felt a tactile response when piercing his blade through the fatty's chest, as though the katana cut through the muscle, lungs, then bone all at once. Liam reversed the grip on his wakizashi. Before the bandit could understand what happened, Liam swiped his neck, severing it with one slash. Thud. His headless body fell to the ground while he was yanked into the dark alley. Fatty's hand was still gripped to the piece of bread, drenched in his blood. A look of shock and confusion sat on the severed head's face while it fell and rolled on the dirt. Liam expected guilt. Any normal human being would when taking another life, but to his surprise, there was nothing. Liam put a hand on his heart. Even his pulse was steady and calm, indifferent to what had just occurred. Perhaps it was Liam's first upbringing that prepared him well for this moment, or his greed and ambition for power that caused a gear in his brain to shift. Well, it is what it is. Can't change who I am now, he thought with a wry scoff before inspecting Fatty's body and retrieving the stolen gold. Before long, Skinny returned with two male corpses on his shoulders. Oi, where'd you go, you fat pig? He screamed, his venomous eyes scouring the surroundings with no trace of his partner. Spotting a dark alley with a crimson trail of blood, Skinny grew serious. He dropped the two bodies to his sides and unsheathed a silver saber, silently approaching the dark crevice. Piggy, don't tell me you're taking another one of your untimely dumps, he shouted, anger mixed with fear in his voice. His distraught and fearful eyes fell on Fatty's headless body, when suddenly, a shadow flickered on the ground. The bandit hurriedly shifted his neck towards the sky, only to be on the wrong end of two silver blades, promptly piercing through his eye sockets. Liam yanked out his katana and wakizashi from Skinny's face before flicking the blood off them. I should start moving. With that, Liam left the alley and started to make his way further towards the center, but not before throwing the bandits' bodies in the blaze. Shifting his gaze towards the sky, he noticed more beacons of dark smoke. However, the largest trail of smog was in the dead center of the village. I know where to go. It didn't take long for Liam to reach that spot. He kept low-key all throughout, simultaneously taking out a few lone bandits on the way. Eventually, he came across the largest beacon. Liam's cold eyes swept the field, calmly assessing the situation. 7 enemies in total. 5 of them wielded swords, while one carried a large mace and another a spear. They were on guard, their eyes scouring the surroundings for any movement. The swordsmen came in various heights, but all were similar in terms of build. Nearly all carried an aura of experience around with them. Meanwhile, the ones with the mace and spear were like giants from Liam's perspective, so these are the strongest among them. How come the others haven't arrived yet? Taking them down silently was a difficult option since, not only was it more difficult to divide them, but because there were nearly no opportunities to do so. I could probably take 1 or 2 down with the element of surprise, but the rest I'll have to fight directly. The warehouse the bandits were protecting was the width of 2 school buses, making Liam think it was most likely the town hall of the village. It was situated in the center, a short distance away from all the surrounding huts. Why are they guarding that spot, though? The boss has to be inside. Liam turned stern. The guarding bandits were already strong, but the leader had to be much stronger. I still have the advantage. Dashing from house to house and hiding away from the bandits' line of sight, Liam made his way to the back of the warehouse. No guards were stationed in the back, but the right, left, and main entrance of the warehouse were covered. Liam grabbed a random stone from the ground before throwing it a short distance away. Tap. What was that? A horse-faced bandit voiced, a frown on his face. Survivors, tap. He nudged one of his mates, a short, muscular man, and silently signaled him to join him. Both had their swords unsheathed, slowly closing into the source of the noise. As the horse-faced bandit reached the corner, Liam's ring and index finger greeted his eye sockets. A loud shriek resounded through the air, alerting all the bandits nearby. As the bandit stumbled backwards, clutching his face, a red line appeared on his midsection, which spurted blood and viscera. The bandit had been cut in half, dying a second later. The muscular looter had a shocked expression, before he quickly recomposed himself and dashed in with his sword, swinging it directly at Liam's neck. Liam instantly pivoted his foot and ducked low, running his wakizashi against the bandit's giant hand, arm and shoulder, followed by a quick slash with his katana, severing it. Before the man could scream, a deep diagonal gash appeared on his face, splitting it and revealing the brainy interior of his skull. The first scream had already notified all the other bandits to rush towards the source of noise, allowing them to witness a 10-year-old standing over the gory corpses of their comrades. Their faces grew severe as they unsheathed their weapons and fixed their gaze on Liam's figure. In short, it was a 1 versus 5 situation, 3 wielding longswords, another swinging a giant metal mace, and the last gripping a lengthy spear. "Don't underestimate this little rat. I don't know how, but he's a cultivator," Spear whispered to his mates, causing expressions of shock and disbelief among the bandits. Even they, as lifelong criminals and outlaws, hadn't gotten the chance to gaze upon a tempering method or cultivation technique. They were simply too valuable. Heaving a long, forceful breath, a cold and calculating light appeared in Liam's eyes. "I can't get hit by that giant mace. Maybe I can take a few stabs from that spear user, but I can't let him pierce my vitals. The swordsmen are small fries, but there's 3 of them." Unbeknownst to Liam, his lips curved slightly upwards to form a smile, causing the bandits to flinch and subconsciously take a step back. The sun was at its zenith, covering the tense air around the standoff with a warm hue. "Go," Mace suddenly shouted, and the 3 swordsmen reluctantly shot at Liam's figure from the front. Simultaneously, he and Spear looked for an opportunity to land a killing blow from the sidelines. Liam's back was against the warehouse wall. His eyes flickered coldly as the first swordsman swung at his chest. Clang! Using his wakizashi to parry, Liam instantly counterattacked with his katana, slicing off a good chunk of the bandit's shoulder. Liam was far stronger in terms of strength. Although a powerful attack from a non-cultivator could inevitably hurt him, the rank 1 body wasn't anything to scoff at. As the sword user stumbled backwards with a loud shout doomed to bleed to death as his shoulder spurted gobs of blood, the 2 remaining swordsmen approached him from the sides. Another loud clang noise reverberated throughout the air as Liam firmed his body, bent his knees and crossed his hands, blocking both the swordsmen with 1 blade each. Mace and Spear saw an opening and didn't fail to take it. The former swung his giant mace and threw it towards Liam's chest, while the latter followed the spiked ball's trajectory while clenching his spear. Liam stopped holding back the swordsmen. The 2 suddenly jolted forward due to lack of an opposing force, only for a giant mace to smash one's head in and a spear to impale another's skull. Before they could retract their weapons and react appropriately, Liam had swiped Spear's midsection, spilling viscera and tainting the floor crimson before splitting the mace's chain and head a moment later. The last thing they saw before their vision went dark was Liam's cold and indifferent expression. "Compared to him, you're all really weak," Liam realized, snapping his shoulders and flicking the blood off his katana and wakizashi. His battle prowess could only be attributed to his mentor, who didn't pull his punches one bit during their training, in addition to Liam's hard-working demeanor. At the same time, Liam felt his reaction time had improved by a bunch through training with the psionic rune, even though he trained with it for a few days. "I'll have to increase the intensity from now on. Training 1 hour a day was the limit Lloyd had given me, but I know I can push it past that." Suddenly, Liam felt a spike in air temperature. His eyes narrowed as he attempted to figure out what the source was. What is thaw? Boom. The warehouse that Liam was right beside suddenly exploded, charring his skin and sending him flying the distance until he eventually fell against a village roof. Gray smoke and dust clouds rose into the air and covered the entire area. Liam's ears rang with a high pitch, while his head was experiencing a terrible ache. The right side of his gymsuit had been burnt off, and so was the crisped skin underneath. His consciousness was swaying, but luckily, he seemed to recover fairly quickly. The pain from the burns made him frown, but it began to numb as he picked himself up from the ground. The infernal tempering method allowed for increased resistance from heat, which was partly the reason why his body was in one piece. The dust cloud began to settle, slowly revealing a human figure standing in the middle of where the explosion originated. The silhouette seemed to flicker in orange and yellow, while the smoke and dust dulled the colors considerably. Liam's eyes narrowed before widening. Once there was nothing clouding his vision anymore, Liam could make out the features of the human figure clearly. The man wore a lengthy black robe, his stature and frame similar to mace and spear. He had black hair styled to a military cut, while his sharp eyes were a deep brown. No facial hair was visible on his face, except a wide smile that showcased all his canine-like teeth. The most distinct feature about him was the fact that he was literally on fire, but his expression didn't seem to be of pain. Liam's expression darkened, a cultivator. The robed cultivator instantly took off his clothing, inspecting the corners of his defined and muscular body. A wicked smile grew on his lips as he did so, before he solemnly shifted his eyes towards the sky. Multiple emotions flickered on his face. I need to leave. Better to run while he's still pondering his life choices. Inwardly, Liam knew he couldn't beat the unexpected cultivator. After all, the man had both an awakened core of the fire element and from what Liam could deduce a higher-ranked body. The reason those flames didn't damage him was because it originated from his body or core, perhaps the special ability that upper-ranked techniques came with. In that sense, Liam was correct. The only thing the guy lacked was an awakened mental sphere, since cultivators with a rank 1C of consciousness could easily sense others in a vast area of range. Psionic runes weren't particularly easy to come across. I need to find the others. What's taking them so bloody long? With a low, annoyed grunt, Liam picked himself off the village hut and slid onto the ground, shifting away his focus from the pain. He didn't walk far before sensing a heavy bloodlust behind him, followed by a giant black metal saber aimed for his back. Liam inwardly cursed as he shifted, unsheathing his blades and parrying with his wakizashi and katana. His wrists sprained crooked as they blocked the might of the attack, but Liam managed to redirect the saber away before jumping back to create distance. The bear cultivator was slightly taken aback and didn't resume his offense. He shifted his gaze to Liam and spoke with a slightly amazed tone. "Wow, at such a young age, you've tempered your body. What's your name, kid?" Liam stretched his wrists as he fixed his footing, his vigilant eyes shifting between his opponent and his own blades, which had a slight crack on its edge. Liam remained silent, but then realized he had to buy time. Heaving a soft sigh, he responded calmly, "It's courtesy to speak your own name before asking someone else's." The man chuckled, then guffawed. With a serious tone, he replied, "Ryle." Liam stretched the silence as much as he could before a glimmer of impatience appeared in Ryle's eyes. "Liam. Striking a 10-year-old from behind isn't really a cool thing to do, old man." Ryle chuckled, shifting his attention towards the imploded warehouse, spotting corpses scattered around the back. The bandits Liam had killed had been charred black, adding another layer of gore to an already savage scene. Turning back to Liam, he spoke sarcastically. "Said the brat that killed 7 of my strongest men and didn't suffer a single scratch." By the looks of it, Ryle was done talking, adjusting the grip on his black saber before taking slow steps towards Liam. Liam heaved a long breath. By then, his sprained wrists no longer hurt when he cranked them. "I still have my trump card. That saber will definitely break my blades if I let him, though." Liam's aura reserves were still at its peak. Ryle's figure flickered and reappeared in front of Liam. A maniacal look was on his face as he swung his giant saber, which suddenly burst into flames horizontally against Liam's arm. Liam pivoted on his left foot, barely dodging the slash and fire as he arched his body backwards. Ryle didn't stop there. One after the other, wide slashes backed by powerful swings forced Liam to evade and dodge, doing so by the skin of his teeth. His small size and stature worked to his benefit, since he was a much more difficult target to hit. Stinging burn marks started to sizzle on Liam's skin, the pain of which was dulled considerably because of his heat resistance. I have to do it in the middle of his swing, so he doesn't have the freedom to evade or block. Forced to use his blades to parry a direct hit, Liam's katana and wakizashi completely shattered, leaving only a small, slant-tipped stump at the top of his blade's hilt. Ryle started to laugh sadistically as he swung his saber with even more strength and speed, though his attacks were riddled with blatant openings. Liam bided his time as he dodged. Gritting his teeth, he suffered patiently, even throwing away his katana but holding his wakizashi, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Finally, it came. Ryle swung diagonally, his saber flaring with violent flames, using all the strength in his giant muscles to cut Liam in half. In what seemed like a split second, Liam sprung from the ground and vertically swiped his blade a few inches away from Ryle's face, consuming all the aura in his body. Ryle's brown irises reflected a silvery moonlight rapidly shooting for his features, forming a bloody gash from forehead to chin, splitting his nose in the process. The maniacal cultivator stumbled backwards and fell clutching his face, groaning with a strained tone. His marred expression displayed pure shock. Death seized him a second later. Liam raised his gaze towards the vermilion sky, spotting the crimson sun setting over the horizon. "I'm tired." Panting heavily, exhausted both physically and mentally, the last thing he saw before collapsing were his dumbfounded teammates arriving at the scene. "Took you long enough, you pricks." Thud. Liam's eyes flickered open. He found himself in a small wooden room, lying on a bed with bandages covering his body, which ached and stinged with the slightest movement. Not to mention the migraine that throbbed with pangs of pain. Grunting, he sat up. "Oh, you're finally awake," Lloyd exclaimed from the side, his mouth full of food which he hurriedly attempted to swallow. "How long was I out?" Liam asked with a strained tone, rubbing his temples. 8 hours, Lloyd revealed, licking his lips and cleaning his mouth. His face grew somber a moment later as he scanned Liam's figure. "How's your body? Don't move too much. Your bandages have been laced with multiple medicines, so there shouldn't be any permanent scars or burn marks as it heals." Liam let out a concerned sigh. "It's fine. When can we get back to training? Also, how'd the test go? And does my mother know about this?" Liam's fight with Ryle made him realize how weak he really was. Hearing his words, any worry or solemn emotion disappeared from Lloyd's face, replaced with a prideful smile. Yep, you're definitely my student. I've told your mother a few lies, but she didn't really buy them. Just have an answer sheet ready. Someone will tell you how the test went in a couple of hours. But man, to think you killed more than 10 people on your first mission without batting an eye, not to mention another cultivator. Liam lowered his head, his expression indiscernible. In the first place, is emotion a good thing to have as a cultivator? Lloyd paused, pensive. After a few seconds of silence, his face turned dark. He answered with a low voice, no, at least not when killing. Knock, knock. The door to the room creaked open, revealing a tall, broad-shouldered man. He wore a pearly white robe stitched with the image of a golden dragon. He had a serious expression, his sharp eyes azure while his short hair was black. For a moment, his gaze lingered on Lloyd, before shifting towards Liam. He began with a respectful greeting and introduced himself. I'm David Leros, one of the senior members of the Guild Association Board. I apologize for our lack of preparation. If our test protractor did his job, you wouldn't have suffered so much. Liam limited himself to a quick nod. It goes without saying that you've passed, but as an apology, we'd like to reward you with 200 aura stones and a rank 2 cultivation technique for when you awaken your core. Liam suppressed a smile from appearing on his face, nodding again. David's gaze shifted from Liam to Lloyd, then back to Liam once again. There is another guild branch, David said, his sternness slowly softening. Not too many people know about it. Kid, with your talent in cultivation and killing, I'd be a fool not to extend you an invitation. Liam listened intently, assessing Lloyd's expression from the corner of his eye. His teacher had a cold look on his face, chilling almost. What guild branch? You'd have to make an oath not to speak about it to anyone outside this room. David said with a severe expression. A nod would do. Liam promptly nodded. The Assassin's Branch. Only a handful of people know about its existence, including your teacher. The rest is need to know unless you accept, but I assure you, if it's strength you seek, you'd be foolish not to join. Lloyd's an assassin then, Liam realized with shock. I'll leave the decision to you. If you decide to accept, your teacher knows exactly where to find me. With that, David had left the room, but not before handing Liam a paper slip to cash in his rewards. It took a few minutes for Lloyd's expression to go back to normal. What do you think I should do? Liam asked, brushing past the cold looks and tense air surrounding the two. Lloyd realized how tense he was and cleared his throat before speaking. At the end of the day, it's your choice. He didn't lie. As an assassin, you'd have access to higher-ranked techniques and spells and even better conditions to cultivate. Keep in mind, though, you get a lot closer to nobles who look at you as a pawn. Liam inwardly cursed. Other than the opposition, there's also the giant hurdle that is my social status. I suggest taking some time to think it over, at least until you heal and get better. When you heal up, I'll buy you a pair of blades from the underground, Lloyd promised before parting ways. Liam inwardly agreed. He quickly wore a tight black jumpsuit over his bandages, masking it before making his way back home. Night fell, and the endless stars revealed themselves, flickering as they adorned the heavens. Due to the lack of light pollution, there was nothing clouding that majestic sight, allowing him to see the countless constellations that reflected on his irises. Eve was knitting Liam's clothes when he entered his house. Welcome back, dear, she said with a soft smile, hugging him and kissing his forehead. Traces of tiredness could be seen on her face. What took you so long? Liam did his best to focus away from the stinging sensation in his body which burnt with the slightest touch and flashed a quick smile. Sorry, Ma. Another long day at work. Can I go to sleep? Eve opened her mouth to say something but let out a weak sigh. With a slightly solemn look, she responded, Of course, dear. Sleep well. Liam entered his room and instantly sat on the floor, taking out his psionic rune from behind his drawer. I'm sorry, Eve, but for your sake and mine, I'll spend this time getting stronger. I won't amount to a pawn. Never. Liam thought, before pressing the rune against his forehead, the pain of which now brought a strange comfort. Signs of winter were beginning to show over the coming days. Nights were getting colder, and the fauna prepared to hibernate, while the flora started to wither and turn to chaff. A week passed since Liam had completed his guild test. During this period of time, he had ramped up his training intensity by a lot, suffering bloodshot eyes and hours of unceasing migraines. Still, his senses rapidly improved. Among them, his reaction timings and taste had become incredibly accurate, so much so, he could recognize the different ingredients that his meals consisted of. Bodily cultivation, on the other hand, had a much more nourishing approach, strengthening his muscles in a slow but painless way. Liam cultivated within the aura, caves underground, since they had a higher concentration of world essence. In fact, he felt himself approaching the second cycle. Along with his cultivation, he hunted rank 1 beasts on the side in order to train his martial arts, while continuing to sell the magical beast corpses to restaurants and pill alchemists alike. The magical beast core was an instrumental ingredient for many pills, and likewise for the beast's body. Over time, Liam's savings had reached a substantial amount, giving him the means to renovate their house in preparation for winter. The wooden walls of their home were now made out of white painted stone, and the dirt floors were fixed with wooden planks. Proper lights illuminated the space from the ceiling, expanding the space much more than it seemed. I don't really need to do this since my body can filter out the cold, but Eve might get really sick. It's really the least I can do for her. His mother raised more than a few brows at how Liam got the money for the renovations, but she couldn't hide her proud and amazed expressions. Although they held a tinge of guilt, the sun had just risen when Liam woke up and started to get ready. He washed his face with a warm water vessel, then wore his usual tight black clothing, donning a small coat over his gym suit. Today he had to choose which guild branch to work in. Mindlessly choosing wasn't Liam's way of doing things. He weighed the pros and cons first, his face growing pensive and distant. On one hand, it leads to strength, more connections, more training and experience. On the other hand, it's riddled with iron shackles and chains. Liam reminded himself of his new purpose. I have to fight against my status anyways. Getting stronger quicker doesn't hurt. Besides, I have no intention of serving these people. Liam made his way out of his dwelling and silently exited, since Eve was still asleep. Outside, in the distance, Lloyd's yawning figure could be seen approaching Liam's home. With a quick greeting, Lloyd instantly asked as he gestured for Liam to follow him, "Did you make up your mind?" Liam's response was immediate. "Yes, I'll take the job." Lloyd nodded. It seemed as though he already knew what his student's decision would be. "Can you tell me anything about it?" Liam asked as the pair made their way towards the underground. Lloyd's face turned pensive. After a few seconds of silence, he answered, "It's simple, really. You just kill people. Never mind that. Let's get you a pair of blades." The pair entered the underground and entered various armories. The shopkeepers would shoot him strange looks now and again, but with the cold look on Liam's face and Lloyd's presence, they didn't bother him. Strangely, most of the weapons he inspected had small but strange black writings on them. Even Ryle's saber and Lloyd's blades had them, but Liam thought it was just some adornment or insignia. Looking at their labels, he came to realize they were called inscriptions and were vastly more expensive than non-inscribed weapons. The pair were in a shop surrounded by axes, blades, and spears when Lloyd quickly clarified. Inscriptions are special writings that could give your blade unique properties. They're not limited to weapons either. It's one of the more complicated uses of aura, and they're practically used all around us. Though it requires devotion to understand and develop one's comprehension of it, basically it's an entirely different branch, similar to cultivation or alchemy. That's pretty amazing. Liam shifted to the blades in his grip. It was a black metal katana, designed with curvy stripes on its edges. On the other hand, his wakizashi had a similar appearance, only the edges were spiked instead of smooth. Night blades, 350 aura stones. Inscriptions can absorb aura and add a layer of sharpness, capable of cutting through steel. Liam swung the blades a couple of times before nodding in satisfaction. "Good enough for me." Lloyd stared at the price tag and let out a wry sigh. "Kid, at least buy something cheaper so my pockets don't weep." 350 aura stones equaled 3,500 gold coins. In Uklad, 10 gold coins were enough to feed a family of 3 for half a year. As such, cultivators held a powerful edge against normal humans. However, their way of life was much more dangerous, and death loomed around every corner. "A promise is a promise, old man." Liam grinned, causing Lloyd to vow never to make another promise with his student again. Reluctantly paying the shopkeeper the price for the blades, the clerk sheathed the blades in a matte black scabbard before giving it to Liam. Liam fixed the blades to his hip, tying it together with a black sash that wrapped around his waist. Overall, it gave him a slick and suave appearance. "Damn, I look so edgy," he thought, letting out a bitter laugh. Lloyd had led him towards the furthest wall of the underground. The surroundings became more desolate, with only a few shacks and rundown inns visible. Eventually, Lloyd entered a small wooden hut with Liam closely behind. It wasn't furnished at all, save for a small wooden table in the middle. Lloyd placed his hand on the hut wall, searching for a specific spot before pressing it. Clunk! Suddenly, the wooden table in the middle sunk inside the ground, revealing an underground staircase, an underground within an underground. The sounds of stone grinding against stone continued before abruptly stopping. Lloyd took the first step, followed by Liam. It was a spiral stairway that led downward, illuminated by lit candles, the wax of which didn't seem to melt. Eventually, they reached a vast base. The square area was made out of uneven stone lit by white chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. However, the space wasn't furnished. Connected to the base were dark, clean-cut corridors and alleyways that led further in. "Liam, young man, I knew you would accept." David spread his arms, greeting the pair as he approached. He donned his usual white robe, but there seemed to be a veil of happiness over his usually stern face. Shifting his gaze to Lloyd, David exchanged a quick blank nod before turning back to Liam. "Let me give you a quick tour." With that, the robed noble began leading the two down a hallway, their steps creating acute tapping noises. The narrow corridor led to a much larger but empty field. The air was cold, stiffening Liam's skin. However, inscriptions and strange writings covered the floor, around a square perimeter to be exact. From where the trio were standing, there was a small table upon which different tablets rested. Here, you'll learn the ins and outs about the homes of your victims. Also, you'll be briefed and taught more about assassination itself. David picked up a random tablet, placing it on a hollow compartment inside the table. Suddenly, the inscriptions on the ground lit up. Tremors echoed throughout the ground, and from the field, pieces of the earth arose to erect walls and build roofs. After a few minutes, it resembled a large mansion, similar to the White House from Earth. Liam's jaw was wide open. He simply didn't have any words to describe the scene. I'm sure you don't regret your decision already. Let's move on. David grinned, taking Liam out of his stupor. Lloyd had no particular expression on his face, simply nodding in silence. Judging by the mansion, won't my targets be the nobles? No wonder they keep it hidden. Liam also confirmed that his job would entail much more difficulty compared to the others, but he expected that much. Another hallway led to a dungeon-like area. Within the walls were large dugout holes, caves to be precise. You'll be assigned one of these aura caves. They're much more concentrated compared to those above, roughly twice as much. Liam nodded, forcing back a smile that threatened to appear on his face. Your peers are few but much older than you. Don't be discouraged, though. You're not too far behind. Along with that area, there was a space made for bathing and wearing clothes. There were even lockers to store personal items in. Just a few more things to see, then you can start cultivating and training for your missions. The next area was a mission room. There were various boards that had leather posters plastered on its surface, explaining the requirements and description of the work. David didn't linger in that room for too long, quickly showing the rest of the guild areas. There was also a map room, exuding antiquity and knowledge. It was filled to the brim with parchments that showed the topography of Uklad and beyond. Liam wanted to study the maps in that room, but David had already begun walking. After that, the trio reached an armory. However, the exquisite and expensive-looking weapons except the pills and elegant armors that it had weren't for sale. Within the armory, a plump, middle-aged lady donning a plain robe sat behind a marble counter. Her hair was ivory blonde and her irises amber. This is Ava. She can answer any inquiries you might have. Also, she's the sole proprietor for techniques and spells you can purchase. Ava let out a warm smile as she waved her hand. Liam solemnly nodded. If you think a mission is too difficult for you, you can rent out these items with merit points. I reckon that's enough explaining. You've got the gist of how things work, though there's just a binding oath left for you to take. David's expression held something sinister, causing Liam to inwardly scowl. Binding oath, Lloyd sighed, breaking his silence. It's just a simple measure for their teachings not to be disclosed to anyone. David flicked his wrist, taking out an inscribed stone tablet from his ring, put some aura into it, and so will I. This constitutes a binding oath. If you break our agreement, may your core shatter. Liam felt a bead of sweat running down his forehead. So that's why Lloyd couldn't tell me anything, Liam thought. Liam reluctantly inserted his aura into the stone, and the tablet glowed with a yellow light. David did the same. A moment later, Liam felt a hidden, silent force loom against his abdomen, marking it. Now, with that out of the way, you're officially a member. The tour and Liam's integration to the guild had concluded. David had a wide smile on his face. Before he parted ways, he handed Liam a black metal token with the number 0 on it. That will store your merits. Be sure not to lose it. Your assassination mentor will be coming back soon. Be sure to introduce yourself when you see her. In addition to that, he handed Liam a map and a small box container the size of fist. On that map, you'll learn the layouts and surroundings of Uklad. Specifically, the wealthy side. After explaining a few more things, David parted ways. Liam instantly opened the container, finding a small black ring resting atop a small red pillow. A space ring. Liam's eyes lit up. He eagerly looked towards Lloyd. How do I make it work? Space rings were very expensive inscribed items. Liam had only seen it on the fingers of richer cultivators. In the first place, they weren't commonly found. Lloyd leaned in and chuckled. Pour some aura into it. It'll contain your imprint, and only you can use it, unless the imprint is wiped out with strong mental energy. Liam did exactly that. The ring glowed with a golden yellow color before settling into a dull black. Liam inspected the ring using his sea of consciousness, feeling a faint connection to the item. Inside, there was roughly 10 square meters of space. He took out the psionic rune from his clothing's pocket, and as he willed it, the rune was sucked into the ring. A wide grin formed on his face. Now I'm sure you're itching to cultivate. Lloyd slapped his student's back with a laugh. Good luck, kid. Liam scratched the side of his head before heading straight towards the aura cave. Lloyd had departed himself too. However, right as Liam made his way there, he felt a cold and sharp sensation on his neck, as though the tip of a needle had kissed his skin. Don't move. A woman's voice demanded behind him, her tone filled with bloodlust and chilling coldness. Who are you? Liam scowled, staring at the glinting needle from the corner of his eye. Damn it, I didn't hear or sense a single thing from this woman. Wait, could she be the guild mentor? Relax, dumbass, I'm a new member. The needle pressing against his neck slightly softened at those words before detaching from it entirely. Liam jolted around and created distance, assessing his assailant, his grip on the hilt of his knight blades. The lady had short blonde hair tied to a ponytail. Her pale complexion contrasted with her cold brown eyes, which exuded strength. Currently, a dumbfounded expression sat on her face. She wore a fancier version of the assassin's attire found at the guild, made out of a gleaming black leather. Her sleeves covered her shoulders, while her arms were covered with a see-through black mesh. Her slender fingers still held the blood-stained needle. But you're just a child. David didn't tell me anything about a new member. Liam grimaced, his grip still on his blade hilts. The child you just tried to kill. The lady scoffed, her eyes scanning Liam's figure from head to toe. Well, you don't talk your age. Your name? Liam eventually sighed. Liam. The lady let out a sinister grin. I'm Off-Eyes, pleased to make your acquaintance. The sky was overcast, and snow began to fall over Ucklad. It began with just a few snowflakes, but soon developed into a chilling blizzard. After a week of snowfall, everything had turned white and the accompanying cold froze the entire region. Winter had bore its icy fangs. Many poor peasants would often perish during this time. Their threadbare rags simply didn't hold back the deadly frost. In the coming weeks, many events took place. Liam had completed 2 tempering cycles, advancing his body towards the beginnings of the upper stage of rank 1. His physical strength increased significantly, but there was still a long road to the next rank. At that point, his body had gotten used to the excruciating pain and heat. Completing the future cycles didn't seem difficult anymore. Liam divided his schedule between cultivating his body and expanding his mental sphere. Nearly all his time had been spent inside the dense aura cave. At some point, Liam had gained the ability to spread his senses. It was completely subconscious, like stretching a muscle. Doing so, he could vaguely discern his surroundings without his ears or eyes. During one of his tempering cycles, he asked Lloyd for guidance. His mentor had a shocked look on his face. Can you seriously do that? Liam nodded, prompting an incredulous but proud smile from Lloyd. What you're doing is spreading your mental waves throughout your surroundings. Usually, one should reach this level in 5 to 6 months from training with the rune. Liam only had 2 complete months with the psionic rune. However, he hadn't taken a day off in that period. Wait, doesn't that mean if I continue doing this, I'll become a rank 1 magus in less than a year? Cultivators with a rank 1c of consciousness were called magi, since they had the ability to use spells. A dangerous glint appeared in Liam's eyes. Over time, Liam learned more about how the guild system worked. Missions were divided between main and secondary. Main missions consisted of proper assassinations. They held the most reward, but just as much difficulty. Small noble houses were oftentimes the victim, but not limited to it. Of course, these noble families had different levels of strength, beginning with small size and ending with large size families. Even underground businessmen and merchants had a price on their heads. The higher ranked the assassin was, the more difficult missions they had access to, the riskier targets they could assassinate. Secondary missions were diverse. Liam could freely hunt, search for special materials and herbs, and defend villages from bandits and magical beasts, etc. Basically, Liam had become an assassin, but had access to all other branches of the guild. Besides that, there were mandatory training sessions that Liam had to complete before taking his first main mission. To his surprise, it was much more tortuous than he imagined, consisting of poison training, seclusion in complete darkness, infiltration, starvation, and more. For the former, the poison would strengthen his body's immunity, dulling and cleansing the toxin's effectiveness. The seclusion in darkness would allow his eyes to adjust to the shadows. Although expanding his mental sphere gave him similar capabilities, this type of training bolstered its speed. Starvation would hone his focus, since cognitive function, learning, memory, and awareness were all bolstered by fasting. Not only that, but Off-Eyes was similar to Lloyd in how they both were unrelenting in training. Soon it was time for Liam's first assassination mission. Luxurious carriage drawn by a domesticated horse-type magical beast made its way through the streets of Ucklad. The exterior of the vehicle was pure black, made from a mix of gleaming black metal and wood. Any peasant witnessing the car go by would make a respectful gesture, hectically making way for it. Eventually, the carriage reached a giant stern wall, guarded by armored soldiers wielding various weapons. Halt! The coachman holding the reins stopped at the entrance, approached by a tall guard. Family name. The guard asked rudely, his impatient face scrunched. The coachman took out a golden token and flashed it towards the soldier. Instantly, the guard regretted his loud voice. He lowered his gaze and spoke with a soft tone. My apologies, sir. Please enter. With indifference, the coachman slapped the reins on his beast, and the ride resumed, entering the wealthy side. Inside the posh interior of the carriage, a young man donning a black robe gazed out the window. His short blonde hair was slicked backwards, and his tranquil green eyes were in deep thought. 3 golden earrings that looked like teardrops hung from his right ear. If anyone had seen this young man, they would have realized he was from a large-sized noble family. Liam didn't dare train the night before the mission, resting his body to reach peak condition. He had already told Eve he'd be late that night, and had filled his body with as much aura as he could. The scenery past the open doors wasn't what Liam expected. Snow-covered topiaries that were tended to and skillfully designed covered the sides of the road. There was only plain snow in the distance, and straight ahead was what looked to be a large border wall that had a slight curve. Eventually, the carriage reached it, allowing Liam to see how the entire border walls contained intricate black lines, among which rested white and even multicolored writings. The border walls sunk downwards to the ground to let the carriage in, and inside was something Liam had expected to see. It began with small luxury houses and other establishments, slowly growing in size as they went along. Eventually, huge mansions covered entire plots of lush green land, along with other 3-story to 4-story buildings. Nonetheless, he had enough information to know about what to expect. The roads were wide enough for 3 to 4 more large-sized carriages to traverse through side by side, which there were, most seemingly going in the same direction. The rhythmic sound of hooves hitting the ground continued for a few more minutes, allowing Liam to truly memorize the landscapes. Finally, it came to a stop. Looking out the window, there were numerous other carriages like his, all parked on the side of a huge white mansion 3 stories in height. In front by the grand entrance, butlers and other servants tended to the nobles and paid deep respects to them before they entered. Red carpets covered the floor where they walked, and the faint sound of music entered Liam's ears. Heaving a deep breath, Liam opened his carriage door like many others, walking out with a charismatic aura. However, his gait was prideful and arrogant. "I can't think like I usually do. I'm an arrogant noble who hails from a large-sized noble house." Snow drizzled from above, and with vigilant steps, Liam approached the butlers who confirmed the identities of each noble. "Welcome, young master. May I have your name, please?" Liam scoffed as though offended by that question. "William Arnose." The pale-faced butler panicked, looking at the clipboard in his hand before ticking it after a moment. Please enjoy your stay." Liam spared no time and made his way through the doors of the mansion, entering and surveying the surroundings. All around him, lavishly dressed men and women danced, laughed, joked, and sang. Beautiful women wearing dazzling dresses of various colors socialized with each other. Even young maidens slightly older than Liam's age were no exception. However, most of them had one golden earring, while few had two. Butlers and maids carried trays of champagne, casually handing them around. The ground floor of the mansion was nothing short of a 5-star hotel. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling and illuminated every corner of the space. Musicians performed in the left side corner, their music consisting of piano and violin, as well as other posh instruments meant for only the higher class. Expensive furniture and other decorations covered the entire area, and towards Liam's left and right were long hallways that lead to upper floors. The smell of various perfumes entered his nose, the best he had smelled during his 2 lives. When the nobles saw Liam's earrings, they quickly showed him their deep respects. "So this is what it's like to be rich. I already know the layout. I'll need to disable any protective arrays or inscriptions." Liam's nerves were calm and focused as he remembered what he learned. Arrays, also known as formations, were giant diagrams that produced various effects in a wide range. It was no surprise that noble houses had their own way of security. The number of cultivators here are not that many. Despite being so lavish, these nobles are only small-sized families. Not to mention this is a weak branch of it, so they didn't come with many guards or protections. Liam's expression was casual with a tinge of arrogance, but time was ticking and the stakes were high. "I can't loiter around. I'll wait for the party address first." Liam inspected his surroundings once more. He quickly realized he was being sized up and down by a group of young girls his age, whispering in each other's ears. To deter them, he simply had to put on a disgusted expression paired with a quick scoff. His plan worked, as they looked utterly offended and shot stares of venom his direction. Ting, ting, ting. Before long, the sound of a spoon hitting a champagne glass resounded through the space, catching the attention of everyone present. "There he is." Right ahead, a man with azure eyes and short black hair cleared his throat, standing on top of an elevation a few steps higher than the rest. His belly was oval-shaped and protruded through his dark green robe, while a wide grin rested on his face. "There he is." Liam's gaze fixed on the man known as Vammer Belson, his target. Vammer had secretly been supplying bandits and outlaws with strengthening pills and various weapons, and ordering them to attack rival families. Behind him were 2 burly figures, wearing dark black robes, 2 out of 7. Liam's gaze shifted to the robed figures as he recalled the number of cultivators surrounding the premise. Most of them were actually stronger than Liam, having a rank 2 body and rank 1 core. However, they weren't magi since they weren't allowed access to a psionic rune. This didn't mean that they didn't have enhanced senses. There were other ways to expand the mental sphere, after all. The nobles had to keep a tight leash on those who worked under them. Give them too much power and they'll start to rattle and shake the chain of command. This fact alone gave Liam the ability to assassinate Vammer, but he had to be cunning and swift in order to accomplish it. He had no intention of fighting against the 2 bodyguards, but if it came to it, he had more than a few extra cards up his sleeve. There's not a lot of chances that the Belson family gets to host a get-together among the nobles here in Uklad. Vammer continued to address the crowd for a few more minutes, cracking jokes and singling out a few other noblemen to poke friendly fun at. Laughter spread across the crowd, but Liam, playing his hot-headed and arrogant noble personality, kept a stoic and unimpressed face. I hope the drinks and food are to your liking, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy. The noblemen and women clapped as he left the stage, going towards the right hallway, followed by his personal bodyguards. Liam's eyes followed Vammer from a distance, before his plan slowly started to flow into motion. From what the blueprint stated, soon, Vammer would be in his office for at least half an hour. His office was connected to a glass pane window from the outside, which was easy to climb through. Still, without disabling the arrays, it was impossible for Liam to climb in and out without risking his identity and location being known. I need to get close to the control room. From the layout, it's just one cultivator, and he's not that strong either. The array only covers the outside of the premise, so I should be fine as long as no one sees me. The array Liam was referring to was a location monitoring array. It allowed for the cultivator controlling it to see all living beings inside the mansion and out. Where's the bathroom? Liam questioned a gentle-faced maid. The maid made a respectful gesture, instantly leading him into one of the long hallways and showing him the bathroom door. After Liam entered, the maid left and tended to the other nobles. He made sure there wasn't anyone in the bathroom stalls, before quickly entering the bathroom stall and taking off his black robe. A moment later, he took out a pitch-black clothing and put it on. It was made from the leather of a rank 2 dusk owl, and came with a hood and cloak that wrapped tightly around his body, covering his hair and face, leaving only his eyes open. Before Liam exited the stalls, he masked himself with a coating of mental energy, completely hiding his presence from other cultivators and people. This skill had been the most valuable one he'd learned from Offeyes, giving him a sharp edge over unsuspecting opponents. Liam looked left and right over the hallways, seeing that the coast was clear. He carefully made his way out and went deeper down the hallway. There wasn't anyone in sight, and servants weren't stationed at this part of the mansion. It seemed like all the amenities for guests were on the center of the first floor. Stairs leading up to the second floor appeared in his sight, and a patrolling guard slowly descended. Liam quickly hid himself behind the corner of the wall, and the guard took a quick look around, before going up the stairs once again. As Liam tailed the guard, his footsteps and even breathing made no noise, another strong skill he had learned in the guild. The music became slightly muffled as they got up, and the surroundings weren't as lit as the bottom floor, giving it a dark air. Suddenly, the guard he was tailing brought out a flickering jade stone from his pocket, seemingly imbuing it with his aura. A voice exited the stone, the words of which Liam couldn't discern. Walkie-talkies, they have walkie-talkies. The revelation came to him as a shock, but nonetheless he kept calm. No, why do you ask? The guard suddenly said, confused. The voice coming from the jade stone seemed to be saying something, before the guard's body visibly tensed up. Instantly, the guard jolted around, a clad iron blade materializing in his hand as he swung. However, he saw nothing except a long, silent hallway looking back at him. Gazing at the empty hallway, the soldier felt utterly embarrassed and humiliated. You retard. Stop scaring me for no reason. There's nothing here, the stern guard said with anger and relief in his voice before instantly turning the jade stone off. Meanwhile, Liam was behind the guard, imitating his movements like a mirror. Although mental energy was used to hide one's presence, it largely depended on the mental strength of the cultivator himself. The skill didn't have any effect on those who were stronger than him in that aspect. I need to move fast. If the one controlling the array is aware of my presence, it won't be long before he alerts the others. The guard finally went back towards the stairs, completing the same old routine. Another long hallway presented itself to Liam straight ahead. The corridor was T-shaped and led to 2 additional paths left and right. Liam waited until the guard went downstairs, before his eyes shifted between the hallways. Silently, he started to run towards the right. Inside a small but cozy room, faint smoke floated around a black-robed, bug-eyed figure. He sat across a table, which projected a holographic map, filled with numerous green dots that represented people. A curved wooden pipe sat on his lips as he huffed and puffed out smoke. His vigilant brown irises scanned the various dots as they moved around. When he saw one of the dots vanish within the bathroom, his eyes narrowed to slits. What's that about? Upon a closer inspection, the dot was still visible, only it faded in and out at different locations. Suddenly, the dot started to walk awfully close to one of the guards, represented by red dots. The monitor narrowed his eyes before quickly grabbing his jade stone and calling the guard. The jade's glow flickered on and off for a moment before it became constant. Number 4, do you not see anything unusual? The monitor asked with squinted eyes and a bit of caution. Something wasn't right. No, why do you ask? The guard's response confused the monitor deeply. Someone was right behind him. How could he not see it? Carefully look behind yourself. There's someone tailing you. he shouted with panic, spitting out his pipe and hastily taking out his jade stones to alert the other guards. A momentary pause took over the call before the guard's response came through. You retard. Stop scaring me for no reason. There's nothing here." Thus, the jade turned off, stopping the monitor in his tracks before he could alert the others. Suddenly, the green dot popped up awfully close to the windowsill of his room to the right, causing his eyes to widen in shock. A cold, muffled voice rang out before the guard could turn his gaze towards it. "You move, you die." A cold sweat fell down the monitor's forehead, and his hand subconsciously reached for the jade stones in his pocket. Liam's eyes flickered with a dark light before he swiped across the monitor's neck. The poor man's head slid across his shoulders, spurting blood across the room. His body thudded on the holographic map before the projection flickered off and lost its glow. Should have listened. The source of the array was the cultivator himself, and with him dead, Liam's focus instantly shifted to Vamer's location. "I have a rough 30-minute window to kill him before they find out that their array is disabled and increase their protections around him." Liam thought before searching the cultivator's belongings and taking his space ring, as well as making sure to hide the jade stones he had. He hid the body as well before carefully leaving the room and spreading his senses. Liam had one specific location in mind, specifically where Vamer himself would be in. 2 corridors to the right, 1 to the front. He'll be there. With that spot in mind, Liam began to move. Instantly, he sensed more cultivators patrolling the hallways further up, which he couldn't go through without instigating a fight. Spotting the window by the end of his corridor, he jumped out of it and perched on its ledge, the cold air stiffening his exposed skin. The night was dark, and thick snow drizzled from above. Few stars could be seen from the dense gray clouds. Right below him, there were guards patrolling the premise, who thankfully didn't care to look above. Liam didn't take in the sight and began to jump between ledges, avoiding the window sills which had their lights on. After traversing enough distance, Liam's gaze fixed on a window that exuded a cozy yellow light, which he leaped towards and silently peeked through. Vamer was unsuspecting, pacing left and right in his study room with a jade in his hand. As he spoke, his tone was filled with scorn and disappointment. "You stupid fools. Because of your incompetence, the Royce family is crawling up my behind. Stop any current operations and go back into hiding. I'll have a talk with that maniac leader of yours. Until then, don't you dare make a single move." After he spoke those words, he threw the jade on the ground and stomped on it, shattering it. Liam's eyes flickered with a dark light as he pulled open the window. The wind blew and howled, making the curtains flutter violently. Vamer instantly turned his head to see where the noise came from, just for his vision to go dark with a sharp but fleeting pain. Vamer's neck separated from his body, making a thud sound as it fell to the red carpeted floor brightened by the blood that stained it. Staring at the gruesome scene, Liam shook his head. He had learned multiple ways of assassination, most certainly cleaner and less painful than decapitation, but this method had been specifically requested from the guild, a stern reminder for those who defy authority. Liam couldn't afford to waste time. He inspected Vamer's person, taking off the space ring resting on his finger. He began inspecting the room itself, hurriedly opening the drawers, cabinets, and dressers. His search was fruitful as he managed to find a container of pills that varied in size and color. He quickly stored it in his space ring before leaving the room once and for all. Through a similar route, he made his way to a cold storage room filled with containers and boxes. From the sounds of music still playing, Liam knew the bodies hadn't been found yet. He silently entered the bathroom stall without being spotted and changed his clothes back into the dark black robe, putting on his golden earrings before making his way back to the party. The celebration continued like usual. Most of the nobles were drunk, their faces flushed as they continued to laugh and dance. Liam couldn't help but look down on such people. Like animals, they waste their life. They could be doing so much more with their wealth and status, but they piss it away for nothing. He shook his head inwardly, heading by the banquet area and picking up a meal. As much as he wanted to leave to cultivate, no doubt he couldn't. He needed to wait until the bodies were found and fear made its way in the nobles' hearts. Before long, multiple robed figures diverged to where Vamer's office was, and grave expressions were on their faces. They first stopped the musicians from playing any music before grabbing everyone's attention. "Noblemen and women, may I have your attention, please?" The strongest among them spoke, a grave look on his face as he swept the crowd. The partiers shifted their focus to the guard, pausing all their activities. "Master Vamer has been assassinated. Reinforcements are arriving shortly." Gasps resounded all throughout the floor, with looks of shock and horror plastered on their faces. Liam himself acted surprised, blending in flawlessly within the crowd. Yet anyone who paid astute attention could tell his expression was a bit forced and unnatural. Vamer has been murdered. Who could infiltrate a noble manor like this? Wait, did you catch the killer? The guard shook his head, plunging the crowd into chaos and panic. Some started to run out the door, clutching the hands of their children, taking out their jades, and calling for their guards, uncaring of how cowardly it looked. Soon, all present nobles followed suit, pushing and shoving each other to exit through the main gate. Curses, screams, and loud shouts spread through the air. Liam wasn't one to hold back either, ramming those that stood in front of him. "Move, dog," he shouted. The lanky noble in front of Liam wanted to retort and slap the young man across his face, but saw the golden earrings hanging from his ear. Obediently, he made way. The middle-aged coachman from before spotted Liam approaching and opened the carriage door. "Well done, sir." Liam shot him a quick nod before he sat inside the car, gazing disappointedly at the petrified nobles from his window. "There's no way they're all like this. After all, that human who killed a dragon in my childhood has to be a noble, too." As the carriage started to move, Liam took out the black space rings he stole. "In the binding oath, there's nothing that prevents me from stealing, but I'm sure they'll inspect me just in case. I won't take anything too valuable or take too much." They still had the aura imprints of their owners, but Liam slowly wiped it out with his mental energy. Starting with the monitor's ring, he inspected it. The space was roughly 15 square meters in size. It contained a simple rank 2 body tempering method and miscellaneous like clothes and tobacco, but everything else was worthless. "I'll swap my ring with his. The 5 extra meters could come in handy, and they probably won't notice." After completing the full transition, Liam wiped away Vammer's aura, imprint, and entered his ring. Instantly, his eyes widened. There was a full 50 square meters of space inside the ring, filled with various items such as pills, piles of glittering, aura stones, even techniques and spells. Liam couldn't hide his greed from appearing on his face. A moment later, he shook his head with regret. "It's no use if I try to steal these. They'll eventually find out something is amiss, and I'll probably get executed. What use is wealth if I don't have the power to protect it? I'll keep the box of pills that he kept inside his drawer. There's only 5 inside anyways." Still, his ethereal eyes inside the space ring couldn't help but stare at the items inside. "What is that?" Liam wondered, his eyes fixed to a stack of parchment papers that looked to be inscribed. Taking it out of Vammer's ring, he examined it. The shabby writings on the parchment looked to be made entirely out of blood, but it still somewhat resembled a technique or method from Vammer's stack of techniques and spells. "I should save this. I don't think they'll notice it's gone. I have a feeling it'll come to use later on." Before long, Liam had arrived back at the guild. As soon as Liam walked down the guild stairs, Off-Eyes greeted him, a dazzling smile on her full lips. "Well done, kid. The coachman told me everything. Give your teacher a hug. You deserve this reward." Off-Eyes spread her arms and gestured Liam to a gentle embrace. Off-Eyes' eye twitched, a dangerous light appearing in her brown irises. Inwardly, she contemplated whether or not to take out her needles. Eventually, she shook her head. "Do you have any items from your mission?" Liam nodded, taking out 2 space rings and chucking them towards her. Off-Eyes thoroughly inspected the rings. Liam had already wiped away all traces of his aura imprint multiple times just to be sure, which didn't leave any room for suspicion. "Great. I trust you didn't take anything from these, right?" Liam sighed and shook his head. "I know you know I'm smart enough not to." Off-Eyes giggled playfully before gesturing for Liam to carry on his way. Meanwhile, Liam instantly entered the armory. Ava was there as usual, greeting him with a warm smile and a quick wave. "Can you show me the tempering methods you have for a rank 3 body?" Ava raised a brow, her tone caring and wise. "Aren't you still rank 1, though? There's still some time before you break through, young lad." Liam hid the fact that only a few more of his cycles were left. The reason he wanted a rank 3 tempering method so soon was to begin cultivating as soon as he broke through to the 2nd rank. Aimed that ever since Liam was reborn, he didn't let a single second go to waste. "I just want to take a look," he responded blankly. Ava eventually sighed. A moment later, she put her palm on her marble desk, a faint golden glow encompassing her hand. From the inscribed marble surface, a small stone rune appeared. "Just use your mental waves on that rune. All the rank 3 tempering methods available will appear in your mental sphere." Liam held back his amazement and quickly did so. Instantly, names and descriptions of multiple rank 3 tempering methods appeared in his mind. Sordid fingers, rank 3 tempering method. Upon completion, it gives the user the ability to turn their fingers into sharp spikes at any time, which could cut through steel and armor like butter. Aura bolsters the lethality of the spikes, adding a poisonous side effect. Merit requirement, 230. Liam's eyes widened when he saw the technique's price. He inspected his own token, which he had brought up to 95 points during the past 2 months through missions and quests, including his first main mission that gave him 40 merits. "Damn it, I'm still this far behind." Nonetheless, he wasn't disheartened and continued browsing through the methods. Most of them were around the same range of 150-250 merits and contained a special ability of sorts. Eventually, Liam's eyes got stuck to a specific parchment. Strangely enough, it was the cheapest amongst all of them, but also the most reckless and gruesome. Throes of Anguish, rank 3 tempering method. Uses pain as a way to advance through the rank. Battle, wounds, poisoning, burns, etc. Any type of pain transforms into aura that nourishes the body and slowly advances it. Contains regeneration capabilities. The completion results in a rank 3 body that allows you to store pain and use it to gain large amounts of strength momentarily. Price 75 merits, Liam heaved a sigh. I'll take this one, please. Ava scowled, her tone grave as she reprimanded. Do you know what you're doing, lad? Once you begin cultivating a tempering method, you can't leave it midway. Don't do something you might regret. There's a reason why it's so cheap. It's illegal in Uklad. Liam could guess why no one else wanted the technique despite its low price. A method that had slight amounts of pain or large depending on the rank while using it wasn't rare, and most of the time, it was only a side effect. These methods were called unorthodox due to their fast but oftentimes risky and painful methods of progress, while the opposite was true for orthodox methods. However, a tempering method that only used sheer agony to grow stronger. What kind of deranged maniac would be that reckless to use it? Other than Liam himself, of course. I'll buy it. Ava's mouth opened with a reprimanding expression, but a moment later, closed with a defeated sigh. Cultivators made their own paths. Who is she to judge how others paved their way to strength? In fact, those with grit and strong will succeed more often than not in such a harsh world. She took his token and put it on top of the table. A short moment after, a clean parchment paper formed on her hand, which she passed over to Liam along with his token. The number on his token was now 20, but Liam didn't have any regrets. Wrapping up with his business with the guild, he headed straight to the forest to meet Lloyd. It was night time, and Eve was already asleep. It's about time I ask him about my father. Soon Liam arrived at the ravine. The surrounding landscape had a thick layer of snow, but the river still gushed forth since the geysers didn't freeze during winter. Lloyd was sitting bare under the chilling waterfall, wearing only the bottom half of his clothes, his eyes closed in deep meditation. Liam picked up a fist-sized rock, hurling it at his mentor with the form of a professional athlete. Before it could collide with his face, Lloyd's eyes burst forth as he swiftly caught the rock. You little rascal. Although his tone was slightly angry, Lloyd couldn't hide a warm smile from appearing on his face. He stepped off the waterfall and greeted his student with a strong side fist bump. How'd your mission go? Lloyd asked, using a towel to dry off his short hair. Great, made me realize how much I hate parties and wasting time. Liam responded. Lloyd chuckled, putting on his clothes. I figured as much. You have a loner and unapproachable air around you. Liam shrugged. Student and teacher conversed for a few more minutes before Liam eventually asked, I wanted to ask, do you know anything about my family or who my father is? I thought you might know since you brought us food when I was a child. Lloyd flinched and raised his brows. Eventually, he sighed and sat down, gesturing to Liam to do the same. After a long silence, he started speaking. He's from the Royce family. Liam remembered that name. Vammer had uttered it with fear in his voice. They're the ruling family of Uklad. Liam's eyes instantly widened. I only know this because of my time as an assassin, which allowed me to peer into the politics of Uklad. From what I've heard, one of their high-ranking members can't control his desires. Liam repeatedly cursed, his expression dark and distant. To have a noble as a foe was one thing, to have a ruler as an enemy was another. With this in mind, the numerous hindrances to Liam's path grew thicker and much more difficult. Unadulterated killing intent silently spread throughout the surroundings, as Liam unknowingly spread his mental waves. Lloyd saw the dangerous light in Liam's eyes grow even darker. The amount of bloodlust honestly shocked him, as only magi were able to freely spread their killing intent. Calm down. Lloyd's calm words took Liam out of his stupor. It took a minute for him to suppress his violent thoughts. Do you know his name? Liam asked in a low voice, and Lloyd responded by shaking his head. Listen, Liam, Lloyd put his hand on his student's shoulder, squeezing firmly. Right now, you're too weak to do anything to any of these people, let alone the noble rulers. The only reason you're alive is because they don't care enough to kill you, and that's a good thing. Liam's scowl deepened, but he didn't interrupt. Be patient and always think ahead. Your time will come eventually to enact whatever morbid justice you have in your head. Liam lowered his head, pondering those words as a long sigh escaped his lips. He felt powerless, but a similar feeling of resolution arose in his heart. Lloyd shot an understanding look towards his student before the pair separated. Liam creaked open his house door, sensing Eve sleeping in the living room couch. She had dark blue circles under her eyes, which Liam could guess was from staying up late waiting for his return. His face turned dark a second later. Both your husband and son are shitty people, Eve. He shook his head before picking up a fur-made blanket and throwing it over her. A second later, he entered his room, taking out the box of pills he stole from Vammer's drawer. The pills were sealed, and out of the 5 present, 2 pairs were the same. Liam recognized the first as the revitalization pills, except these ones had a much darker brown color. It's probably more potent, he assessed before shifting his gaze to the remaining 3. The other matching pair were silvery white in color, with a circular shape that wafted a bitter smell. I'll have to ask around in the underground if anyone knows about these. After a while, though, just to be safe, he shifted his attention to the last remaining pill. It was a square-shaped dark purple pill with blue and yellow patches all over it. The pill smelled like a dangerous poison and had a strange aura surrounding it. I bet it's valuable. Liam smiled before putting the pills inside his ring again. A moment later, he took out his psionic rune and began with his usual training. Like so, a few weeks passed. Eventually, it was time for the last and final cycle of Liam's tempering method. Liam chose to do his final cycle inside the guild cave, just cause it was easier to instantly begin his rank 3 tempering method after breaking through. His upper body was bare, and a look of determination rested on his face. After all, he needed to go through 10 minutes of boiling heat assaulting his insides. Heaving a sigh, he began with the breathing technique. Steam slowly arose from his figure, condensing to the top of his aura cave. The heat surrounding him increased substantially, as though he was inside a forge. 1 minute passed. Liam wasn't bothered at all. It seemed that with higher mental capabilities, one could ignore pain much more effectively. Added to the fact that his body was also strong. 3 minutes passed. Slowly, Liam's insides were beginning to push out the impurities in his body. He felt it inching away from his organs and skin like a viscous paste. 6 minutes passed. At this point, Liam's skin had transitioned from a light red to a dark purple, his body emitting a boiling hot aura. 10 minutes passed. Liam's purple skin had started to turn black as he started to convulse. His pores pushed out all the accumulated impurities from his body, which bubbled and boiled with heat. Hant. Liam took in deep breaths to revitalize his dead lungs. The panting continued for at least 5 minutes before strength gradually returned to his body. He felt strong, powerful. I wonder how it would have been if I fought against Wyrel in this state. The first thing he did was leave his cave and enter the bathing area for a wash. He dipped himself into the steaming water pool, which resembled more of a jacuzzi, ridding his body of the black goo, slowly revealing his figure. The first thing Liam noticed was how defined his muscles now looked. He could even see the striations that ran across his arms and chest. His frame grew stronger and sturdier, while his skin grew a shade purer, making him seem even paler than he was. In addition, he felt his senses surge in sharpness. Moreover, his skin and flesh was in a constant tense state. He was still lean and slim, but having more muscle mass didn't exponentially increase one's strength when tempering the body. At the same time, Liam felt the aura, reserves within his figure increase in capacity substantially. I can fight rank 2 magical beasts now. I don't think Lloyd can underestimate me now, either. I can also express the full strength of my Sun Moon arts. A wide grin appeared on Liam's face. In his mind, those mountainous hurdles and walls on his path grew a bit smaller. First things first, I'll need to start the throes of anguish tempering method, then I'll test this body out. Liam finished with his bath and entered right back into the cave, cleaning out the filth from within. Liam had already studied the technique's requirements, which didn't take long. The technique simply required him to scrape off parts of his skin and flesh, while absorbing aura into them in a specific pattern. This had to occur on every single patch of skin on his body, even under the toenails and crown jewels. Due to the regenerative properties, the body would go back to normal in a few minutes after the process was complete, and the flesh would grow back. The skin was the main way the body was going to advance, since wounds accumulating on it would turn into nourishment. He took out his night blades and started undressing. He began with enveloping his mental energy around his body to assess how deep to cut, then used the edge of the blades to rub away the skin, starting with his right foot. Small amounts of blood started to flow and stain the stone floor, revealing a fleshy interior. A sharp stinging sensation grew on his foot, but it wasn't enough to break his focus. Instantly, he started to absorb aura into the bloody patch of skin, manipulating it just the way the technique instructed. Due to his constant training and daily cultivation, his control with the world essence had grown smoother. A thin yellow membrane formed around the wound, causing the blood to stop flowing, and at a closer sight, healing the flesh itself. Liam was slightly amazed at the sight, yet it only lasted a moment before he continued skinning parts of himself. If I go too slow, the aura membrane that formed on my skin will dissipate and bring me back to square one. Only when the membrane covers my entire body will it finally start regenerating. It took him another hour to completely skin both of his feet, including the flesh under the toenails, while constantly forming the aura membrane at the same time. Beads of cold sweat continued to flow down his face and body, falling down and diluting the blood accumulated on the cave floor. His face was paler than usual, but his focus was unwavering. 3 hours passed. If one could see the inside of a certain cave, they'd be incredulous to the lump of skinned flesh that sat cross-legged, while a thin yellow membrane almost enveloped his entire figure, making it glow. Liam's nerves were screaming in sheer agony, and even the air around his body caused him pain. Still, he pushed himself to cut the last patch of flesh. A little more. Eventually, the membrane completely converged around his bloodied muscles, causing his body to glow even brighter, while the previously mangled skin was slowly starting to regrow at a rapid rate. By the end, Liam's body turned into its original form, and his skin felt like it was stuffed with a honey-like substance. He let out a long, deep breath and fell on the ground, uncaring of the blood and other liquids sticking to his figure. All around him, pieces of his own skin stacked on one another. Finally, he let out another sigh of relief before popping one of the weaker revitalization pills in his mouth. Finishing another bath, Liam wore his usual clothing before heading to the mission room to accept a job. His eyes scoured the numerous posters. I can always fight against rank 2 beasts later. Escort missions take too long. Preferably, I'd like to test my new battle prowess against actual cultivators. Liam's eyes fell on a mission that fit his needs perfectly. Slaver's elimination. His irises lit up as he read the job description. Perfect. In an area known as the Shallow Mountain Rivers towards the west of Ucklad, a figure with dark green irises silently dashed from tree to tree, a trail of snow following his lithe steps. Like the location's name suggested, shallow frozen rivers ran through the ground, intersecting and joining with one another as they went above hills and the rough terrain. Amazing. I can almost feel each snowflake fall on my skin and melt on it. A smile grew on Liam's face. His awareness and focus towards his surroundings also changed for the better, in addition to his feeling and perception. As he continued to flawlessly traverse through the surroundings, voices entered his ears. A far distance away, past the trees and thick fog, Liam noticed a large caravan surrounded by men in front and behind it. Wow, I can hear and even see them from that distance, he thought in astonishment before his expression turned serious. Burly men in various heights and sizes wore stern expressions, black bandana masks covered their faces, and they seemed to be on guard. The caravan they surrounded was the size of a school bus drawn by regular steeds, and Liam already knew what it contained. Slaves. Human trafficking was no surprise to him in a ruthless world like this. Liam's intentions were in a gray area. On one hand, he could free the slaves and quickly finish the mission, and on the other, he needed to know where these bandits were taking them. He had to let them continue for the moment. There must be a black market of some sort where they want to sell the slaves. I'll trail them to see where they go. Slowly, Liam inched closer to hear what they were talking about. Eventually, he could make out what they were saying. How many times did I tell you not to touch the merchandise, you little SHT? A muffled and guttural voice reprimanded, his hand curling into a punch as he sent a scrawny man flying. The voice came from a large man with broad shoulders, his black eyes exuding wrath. He shot an understanding look towards someone on his right. The man nodded and swiftly unsheathed his sword from his hip. The scrawny man was already half beaten to death, making him unable to run, his eyes filled with fear as he apologized and begged for his life. The leader went back into the caravan along with the others, and the scrawny man's begging came to an abrupt stop. A streak of warm blood flew horizontally in the air before a thud quietly sounded. Blood flowed from the man's severed head and tainted the snow red, while his body was left to rot and decay. Liam shook his head, but his eyes were cold and aloof as he saw the scene. A moment later, the caravan started to move, and he silently followed along. 8 cultivators, the rest are small fries. They all have rank 1 bodies and cores, but no spells or powerful techniques. I'll take most of them out silently. Eventually, the caravan stopped ahead of the steep side of a mountain. The slope had multiple entrances, big enough for 2 to 3 people to walk through side by side. Still, it was quite a distance away, and it wasn't traversable using the carriage due to the rocky terrain, thus, they left it behind. They pulled out the slaves from the carriages, and Liam got a good look at their condition. Most were young women wearing thick rags. The rest were either young men or kids. All of them were tightly chained up together from their ankles and wrists. From what Liam could see, there were a few old people too, but they had already lost their life inside the carriage due to the cold and lack of care. The bandits dragged the dead slaves and unlocked their chains, before throwing them in the snow to be eaten by the wolves. Those alive among them had dead and empty eyes as they walked with their head lowered, bruises and other injuries visible on their figures. Liam's goal was already achieved. It was time to put them down. He waited for an opportunity. Due to reaching their location, they loosened up their guard and protections. A few went to the trees and bushes for a toilet break, not noticing a young man with a dagger and sword looming right above them. Their relief was short-lived. Liam's night blade katana reflected the gentle moonlight, before severing through the slavers like a hot knife through butter. One after the other, those who took toilet breaks died with their pants down and bowels emptying, streaks of blood painting the snow. The foul smell emitted from their bodies was masked by the frigid air. Liam was amazed at his own dexterity and speed. It seems the sea of consciousness directly boosts the body as well. Although it depends on the bodily center of power for strength, its potential is only maximized with the mental sphere. Still, the targets he was focusing on were the weakest among them. His green irises shifted left and right as he looked for more criminals, jumping above the trees and making no noise. Just then, a particular bandit caught his eye. Liam couldn't help but chuckle despite the seriousness of the situation. Why are you shitting at a time like this? He wondered, looking at the fat man squatting down with his pants off, making grunting noises as he continued to push out the payload. Liam's blades gathered a fresh coat of red liquid before his dark gaze shifted towards the main carriage. The slaves' chains made a clinking noise as they walked uphill through snow, walking with difficulty and heavily panting. The traffickers were to their left and right, and the strongest among them was right ahead. "Get a move on," the leader among them shouted angrily from the front. The bandits in charge of the slaves yanked their chains forward upon hearing his shout, causing them to yelp in pain. Some had tears streaming down their faces in frustration. Now and again, the leader would look behind him to make sure everyone was moving along smoothly. He slowly let his guard down, taking off his mask and storing it inside his space ring. A short black goatee sat on his chin, while the man himself seemed in his mid-30s. His forehead was wrinkled, and a stern frown naturally rested on his face. No hair was visible on his head. He looked behind him one last time for another check, but his eyes narrowed as he did so. "Are we two less?" His frown deepened as his eyes swept the people behind him. They could have gone for a bathroom break, but two at the same time. The leader didn't stop the men from moving straight away. "I'm nearly back to base. I don't want boss to get pissed at me for being late," he thought, keeping a vigilant eye on his back, but nothing happened. He slowly shifted his gaze forward, a feeling of restlessness coming over him. Paranoia couldn't help but whisper in his ear. A moment later, he turned his head slowly, and his eyes widened. The leader's clenched hand rose in the air, prompting all the bandits to stop dead in their tracks. The clinking noise stopped as well, and only the sound of wind howling entered everyone's ears. The leader grimaced. "Four missing this time." The leader quickly exchanged hand gestures with the two men closest to him, who were both cultivators slightly weaker than him. The distance between those in the front and back wasn't significant, yet the weak fog made it difficult for them to see clearly since they didn't have any particular mental strength, especially when cloaked in the night. The three men split up, each one covering the left, middle, and right of the area. The leader wielded a normal iron mace, while the others carried silver sabers. Meanwhile, Liam let out a tired sigh in his mind as he perched above the leafless trees. His eyes could see clearly in the dark, but the bandits weren't in the same boat. "If only the leader wasn't such a paranoid person, I would have gotten away with chipping them away," he thought, completely oblivious to his own hypocrisy. "Whatever, I wanted to test out my prowess anyway." His hands flickered, while his blades glowed with a lunar light. An arc of moonlight suddenly shot out from the tree line, causing two of the three cultivators' eyes to widen in surprise and jump backward to dodge. Unfortunately for the third, the arc already shot out and severed his jugular vein before he could react, blood gushing out from the wound and dousing the ground. The remaining slavers cursed loudly, grave frowns forming on their faces. "Watch my back. If we fight together and use the others as bait, we'll survive," the leader whisperingly shouted to the remaining henchmen as he thought of a plan. The weaker traffickers were anxious and fearful, yet didn't hesitate to take out their weapons and fight back. A shrouded figure continually sprung out from the shadows like a ghost, quickly but silently killing the men holding the lamps, stripping away their only source of light. One by one, thudding sounds resounded through the frigid air. The darkness hid the elated expressions on the slaves as they saw their abusers getting murdered-killed in one swift slash. The leader's expression grew grimmer as he witnessed the dreadful scene. "Shit," he cursed before a look of resolve appeared on his face. His mace was useless against a target that fast, and he couldn't hit them if he tried. "I have no choice but to use it." Dropping the mace on the ground, a yellow flame grew on the leader's palm, illuminating the surroundings and revealing the corpses scattered underneath the snow. It grew in intensity and heat, even melting the snowflakes falling from above. A basketball-sized blaze sat on his palm, which seemed unstable and volatile. The leader's expression was of agony, as the fireball seemed to burn his flesh actively, charring his entire arm. The remaining slaver didn't sit idle either. Once he saw what the leader was doing, his fingertips dripped with an azure liquid. He was careful how he used it, though, as the water and fire element didn't mix well. The leader's eyes darted left and right as he waited for the dark figure to show himself. "You sure you want to take your time?" the leader yelled, standing close to the line of slaves all chained up together, the blaze in his hand getting closer and closer to one of the female slaves. "You want to see how her pretty face looks burnt?" Liam was still hidden from their line of sight, yet couldn't help but click his tongue in annoyance. "It doesn't really matter if the slaves die, but I'll gain extra merit points if I save them," he thought, his cold irises scanning the two slavers head to toe from behind a tree stump. Still, he didn't show himself instantly. He didn't know much about the intense blaze in the leader's hand, and he didn't fail to see the slaver's hand dripping with water. He knew that if he just patiently waited, the leader's injuries could grow severe and render his arm useless. Last chance. The leader yelled with a growing panic, the flame in his hand getting close enough to burn the female slave's hair, its bright orange light illuminating the surroundings. Just then, Liam slowly stepped into the area lit by the flame, catching their attention. His short figure became discernible to the criminals, while his blades were by his sides, pointing towards the ground. "You midget shit, do you know what you've cost me?" the leader yelled. Tufts of his goatee had been completely burnt off. Drop your blades and get on the ground now. Liam's cold irises were fixed on the bald man's figure as he slowly approached the two. Stop, stay where you are, he shouted, but Liam continued to walk casually towards them. Suddenly, Liam's foot blurred as he kicked the snow upward, creating a thin, foggy veil that covered his figure entirely. Simultaneously, his blades glowed with a strange but mesmerizing yellow light, shooting a crescent-shaped arc that radiated innate sharpness through the snow. Second form solar eclipse, the leader's eyes flickered with a dangerous light. Instantly, he hurled the flaming ball towards him. The fire shot out like a bullet before flaring up violently. Boom! An explosion lit up the entire environment with a blinding light and caused the surrounding snow to melt, trees briefly catching on fire. A heat wave spread out and slightly shook the ground around them. Meanwhile, the leader jumped backwards just in time to dodge the yellow arc. However, his eyes widened once he saw where it was headed. He realized the slash wasn't meant for him, but for the remaining slaver behind him. The blinding light from the explosion worked in Liam's favor, as the slaver squinted his eyes and opened them, only to see a thin, rapidly approaching light. Azure and foamy water burst forth from his fingertips in an attempt to block it from severing his head, but it was too slow. The arc split his nose in two and continued to flow through the air before eventually dissipating. With one arm charred black and the other injured, the leader didn't have any strength in his body to carry his iron mace, his eyes frantically looking around the explosion radius to see if he hit his target. Where is he? Where is he? He repeated inwardly, his heart racing. A moment later, his chest sank as he saw the dark figure, blades in hand, approach him from the corner of his eye. Liam's clothes had burn marks all over them, and there were still wisps of fire that continued to flicker on his body. A dark, cold pressure surrounded him. The infernal body had come in clutch for him once again. Due to his above-average heat resistance, the fire didn't completely burn his skin black, but nonetheless caused a few more burn marks to appear on his body. At the same time, he felt those burn marks slowly turn into nourishment and strengthen his being. Also, due to his quick thinking and newfound dexterity, he was able to rush his way behind a tree stump before the explosion engulfed him. Split-second decisions felt longer to him now that his mental sphere had advanced quite a bit. He dashed and brought his wakizashi to the bald man's neck, severing it under the shocked gaze of the slaves. Liam spotted a space ring on the leader's hand, which he didn't hesitate to steal. He shifted his attention to the slaves. I have to be quick. That explosion definitely alerted the people inside the mountain. His eyes fell on the young woman in the front, just a few years older than himself. A large gash on her chest bled continuously, her eyes devoid of any life, while her wrists and ankles were still chained to another slave. He knew straight away. It was his fault she died. During the fight, when he aimed the arc towards the remaining slaver, it had continued on and slashed her as well. Liam shook his head solemnly, but that's all the pity he could spare. I did what had to be done. I didn't mean for her death, yet my own survival was at stake. You cannot gain without sacrifice. Liam broke the chains holding the slaves captive using his sword, then led them towards the carriage the slavers left behind. A large brown maned steed was still well and able to pull them. You're free now. There's a village a few clicks that way. Liam gestured towards the east while addressing the slaves inside the caravan. Some looked at him with contempt and anger for killing an innocent girl, while the others were just happy they survived. They'll give you food and water for work. Now move along. A young man decided to sit in the coachman's seat and steer the carriage, prompting Liam to walk back home. His back displayed a slight loneliness as his figure disappeared into the thick fog. A few minutes earlier, boom, a figure instantly emerged from the mountain slope, his pale face staring in the direction of the explosion. He shot out like a bullet towards it, reaching it after a few minutes and finding nothing but dead corpses warming the snow. He didn't fail to notice the leader's hand lacking the space ring he gave him. Stupid rats, unable to complete something as trivial as this. They deserve to die, he uttered under his breath, stepping over their dead bodies and trampling them. The figure's face was seemingly tired, his breath deep and raspy while a frown rested on his face. After investigating the scene, he spotted carriage tracks towards his left in addition to footsteps to the right. Instantly, his expression softened into one of understanding. The slaves can wait. I want to know who killed my goons. With that, his legs began to sprint towards the footprints. Liam quickly wiped out the aura, imprint from the leader's space ring, before inspecting it. The space was stacked with different kinds of parchment papers, confusing Liam as to what their purpose was. Besides that, there were a few aura stones and some gold. One specific paper caught his attention. Inspecting it, Liam's eyes widened. Isn't this the same parchment as the one from Vamer's ring? He took out both from his ring and put them side by side. Both writings on the leather paper were different from any kind of text he had been familiar with. It had a series of red diagrams beside each other, each one made from blood. It resembles a spell. The only thing he could read was a small text at the top, stating its name in the Akorian language, Fireblaze Prototype. Rank 1, prototype. Wah, suddenly, thick bloodlust spread from behind him with noises of quick steps entering his ears. Clang. A blood-red odachi radiating sharpness and lethality smashed against Liam's knight blades, sending him flying the distance and rolling on the snow. Had he not shifted himself in time, the blade would have pierced right through his spine. Liam grunted before pushing himself off the ground and looking for his attacker. The man he saw didn't match his image for just how much strength was in the previous strike. His face was wrinkled and pale as a ghost. His brown eyes drooped while his body was skinnier than a twig. He took raspy breaths and seemed to be in discomfort, even coughing now and again. He seemed to be in his 50s, with graying sideburns and a sharp beard on his chin. With an ominous tone and interest gleaming in his eyes, he grinned such reflexes. It's no wonder you killed those weaklings. He took time to breathe between sentences while scanning Liam's body head to toe. Milk has just dried on your lips, and you're already this devilish. I wonder what kind of threat you'll become when you grow older. Liam grimaced inwardly at the man's condescending tone, but kept a calm face. There's a reason he's this cocky. He doesn't even consider me as a threat. His mind raced, the air around him turning dark. I still have 2 revitalization pills with me. If I get too injured, I can use it and continue to fight. There's still that unknown pill, but I can't use it unless my life is in danger. The pale old man started to chuckle at the sight, his breath wheezing out of control before he forced himself to calm down. A cornered mouse will bite the mouser, he stated with a wet cough, taking out a jade from his ring and throwing it towards Liam. Since you've made me laugh, I'll let you live, kiddo. First give me back the space ring you stole. Liam had no choice but to comply, catching the jade and carefully throwing the ring to the man. In the off chance that you're curious about those spells, come back here when you're a magus. The name's Revel. A sense of relief formed in Liam's heart, but he didn't dare let his guard down, limiting himself to say one word. Why? The man shifted his solemn gaze towards the night sky, his eyes brimming with strange emotion, then looked back at Liam. I could use a disciple. Revel turned around and left at that point, his figure merging with the frosty mist before disappearing. Liam didn't spare a second and started to run the opposite direction. Damn it, I'm still weak. He sped up before finally reaching Ukled's borders, reaching his house, and making his way inside his room through the back window. He heaved a deep breath as he sat down and inspected his weapons. The barely used knight blades had cracks all over its surface, causing Liam to grimace. Liam's nickname in the peasantry and underground was the Young Butcher. He was named this because of all the magical beasts he would bring to various establishments, such as restaurants, pill stores, and even forgemasters. As it turned out, forging had its own entire branch of knowledge, similar to cultivation and alchemy. They used their own techniques and methods of forgery, but mastery of such a rigorous art depended only on hard work and sheer persistence. Still, the weapons made by the underground forgemasters weren't as good as store-bought inscribed weapons, which is why Liam opted for the latter. Liam had made more than a few connections with the rich businessmen underground, and he headed there as soon as the sun rose. However, before he left, he made sure to reassure Eve of his well-being and update her on his achievements. Liam was headed to a particular pill shop, donning a hood over his usual clothing. The store owner was one he was on the best terms with. He was a lanky, rosy-skinned old man by the name of Rudolph, with a vibrant beard that covered his chin, an air of experience and tempered knowledge surrounding him. Liam entered his small store. A pair of female servants wearing dark blue outfits stood to the sides of the entrance. Pills were sealed and stacked on wooden shelves covering the walls of the store, and a pharmaceutical smell covered the air. Liam gazed at the various kinds of medicine being displayed, differing in size and color. Under the displays were a metal plate describing them, along with their rank. Pills that increased the user's speed, pills that increased strength. There were tablets virtually of any kind. However, most of the pills there were weak and lasted for mere moments as stated by their rank. This was to be expected, since Rudolph's shop wasn't too developed compared to other stores. This was one of the reasons Liam had chosen to do business with him, since he could sell him rank 1 magical beasts for a decent price. Rudolph spotted the young man entering his store and instantly beamed. He waved his hand and the servants closed the store off and entered the back rooms. Young Butcher, I reckon you've gotten another load of magical beasts you want to sell, the shopkeeper questioned joyously. Liam nodded. It depends. I've got a few favors to ask. Rudolph raised his brows. Well, by all means, if it's in my power, I'll try to fulfill your request. Liam took out 2 pills from his space ring, 1 silver and 1 purple. Do you know what these are for? Rudolph accepted the pills and inspected them for a moment before nodding his head. This one here can restore mental energy to full capacity when used. He pointed at the silver pill before moving to the purple pill. His eyes widened as he inspected it thoroughly. If this is what I think it is, it's worth more than 750 aura stones, Rudolph said with shock in his tone. 750 aura stones were no small amount. It could even fund an entire village for a full 5 years. It's a bone-strengthening pill. It can help you reach the peak of a stage body-wise as long as it's below the 3rd and 4th rank. Rudolph revealed, not only that, but the strengthening remains permanent. I'd love to buy this from you. I'll even add 200 stones extra. Liam was entirely satisfied. I'll instantly use those pills and do a lengthy session with the psionic rune. The bone-strengthening pill can wait after I reach the upper stage of rank 2. He instantly denied Rudolph's offer before asking him for instructions on how to use it. The shop owner obviously didn't explain the process for free, but Liam didn't mind. After the transactions were over, Liam took out a few rank 1 magical beast corpses for Rudolph to freely use. One more thing. Do you know any knowledgeable forgemasters in the underground? I need to have my blades fixed. Rudolph turned pensive, but it looked as though someone had come into mind. Well, yes, but you might find his personality a bit difficult. He may or may not like you, and he only offers his services to people he likes. Liam took his offer and was given a green token with Rudolph's shop insignia, as well as directions. Shortly after those words, he arrived at said place. It was a large square hut, a chimney bellowing out smog from above. The smell of coal and steel warmed the surrounding air. Loud clang and bang noises resonated from within it. Forgemasters usually worked in such a place, but with other facilities for customers. This location, on the other hand, worked only for the blacksmith himself and didn't even have a banner or logo. Liam took a step inside and assessed his surroundings, when a deep and heavy voice shouted, "Hold up." A tall and stout man walked out of a metal door, extreme heat wafting from that room, his arms and face darkened black, while his face looked naturally stern. He wore black clothing with no sleeves, exposing his broad shoulders, and a plain apron that covered his chest and extended past his abdomen to his knees. His eyes were a deep brown, and his spiked hair tinted dark red with few strands of white. A thick, manly beard covered his jaw. The man towered over Liam with his giant frame, a menacing air surrounding him. "You lost." Liam shook his head and took out the green token, handing it to the blacksmith. The man grunted once he saw the token, and an irked expression formed on his face as he took it and crushed it with his bare hands. "I told that scrawny twig not to send me anyone unless they're interesting enough to make weapons for, and he sent me a child." Liam sighed. He didn't say much, but took out his blades and stretched them forward. "I need new weapons. My current ones are damaged and are no longer usable. Can you make me new ones or not?" The red-haired man was about to kick the kid out from his shop before he saw the state his blades were in. At the same time, he realized how the young man standing before him didn't even budge when he shouted but remained calm, and despite the burning air around them, he didn't sweat. "His blades are made from an obsidian alloy, but it's poorly made. Is that a coat of dried blood on it? Wait, the ring around his hand, this kid is already a cultivator." The blacksmith pursed his lips for a moment, staring at Liam in silence. Without warning, he grabbed his knight blades and shattered them on the ground. Liam scowled, his frown deepening with each second that passed. Noticing his glare, the blacksmith scoffed proudly. "Never use store-bought weapons. The things those phonies make are a disgrace to us forgemasters. I'll make you a new pair. What's your name, kid?" Liam paused for a moment before answering. "Liam." The red-haired man pursed his lips again. "Rogan." With that brief and strange introduction, the blacksmith, known as Rogan, turned around and entered back into the forge. Liam followed closely behind, scouring the space, which was the size of 2 living rooms. Besides the boiling heat, which his body thankfully was used to, there were various tools and metals laying around chaotically. On the left wall, the corpses of various magical beasts could be seen, ranging from rank 1 to rank 2, a price tag beneath it. The beasts themselves were in a large see-through container which seemed to contain some sort of preservation capability. The area was illuminated by a white light hanging from above. In the middle of the space, a giant black anvil sat, covered with dents and marks that displayed its heavy usage. Towards the right, materials ranging from greasing oil to various weapon handles sat in cupboards and tables. Hammers and other tools were hung on the walls, and in front was a cauldron of red-hot magma, the cause of heat in the room. Liam approached a rank 2 beast, the albino python, and inspected it. It was 3 meters long and had glimmering white scales. Its reptilian eyes were forcibly opened, revealing a yellow iris. Liam had seen them before, but he hadn't had the opportunity to fight against one. With my current strength, it's not a stretch to say I can fight against rank 3 beasts. Humans had a great advantage over magical beasts for one reason only: their sea of consciousness and powerful intelligence. Liam's progress with his mental sphere had been steadily increasing. The rune didn't hurt his head as much as before, and he felt really close to a breakthrough. "All right, let's discuss payment. I specialize in making weapons from magical beast corpses, so you can choose which blades you want from that bunch. Keep in mind, whichever one you choose, your blades will have the innate ability of that beast, at least a copy of it." Liam raised his brows, remaining silent. His tone was incredulous as he spoke. "Innate ability, you can do that." Rogan gave a firm nod. "It's my forging technique. Now quickly choose, I don't have all day." Liam paused for a moment before speaking with a respectful tone. "Please teach me." The benefits of such a skill were endless. Liam knew that he couldn't count on store-bought weapons forever. Didn't matter how expensive or well-made they looked as long as he didn't make it with his own two hands, he wouldn't trust its quality. Not to mention, Liam dealt with magical beasts on a daily basis. Rogan arched his brows, scoffing. If every 10-year-old wanted to learn how to forge, don't you think this art would be redundant? Not to mention, the technique I use is unorthodox and incomplete. It'll cause you immense pain each time you use it, but also requires you to have a powerful body and sturdy mental sphere. That's it, Liam asked, confused. The part about immense pain felt incredibly casual to him. How strong of a body and mental sphere? Rogan himself was a bit confused. Although he himself had a high tolerance for pain, it didn't occur to him that Liam might have the same. A rank 2 body and strong mental energy you can manipulate precisely. A short silence ensued. Then teach me. Rogan had a dumbfounded look on his face, but slowly realized what Liam was implying. You're already. Liam nodded, prompting a pensive look on Rogan's face. A strong pressure started to emanate from Rogan's figure mental waves that wrapped around Liam, which the latter quickly pushed back using his own. Although his mental waves were significantly weaker, Rogan's expression indicated surprise and realization. He continued to increase the wave's intensity before signs of pain appeared on Liam's face. Eventually, the blacksmith sighed and retracted his pressure. Choose what magical beast corpse you want me to make. Is that a yes? Rogan scoffed proudly. You'll have to know how it works first. If you do decide to learn it, I won't allow you to slack off. I don't care if you start crying either. A slight smile appeared on Liam's face. He was gonna get along with his new mentor. Liam instantly went back to the magical beast corpses, pensive as he decided what to pick. It was obvious he was gonna go for a rank 2, since he could easily afford it. Albino python, like beaver, earth boar. The first being of the wind element, the second of water, and third of earth. Musing over it for a few moments, Liam eventually decided on the first option. Rogan nodded and grabbed the snake, placing it on the metal anvil and taking out a sharp cutting knife from his space ring. It was a mere 4-inch blade, yet it was covered with inscriptions that bolstered its sharpness to a terrifying length. The knife cut through the python like butter. A katana and wakizashi, 23 inches for the former and 11 inches for the latter. Rogan uttered words continuously under his breath while skinning the snake with ease. He separated the fangs, bones, flesh, and core immaculately. The skill and grace he did it with didn't match his muscular physique, and his experienced eyes seemed to be completely absorbed in his work. The same went for Liam, who was captured by the art of forgery, paying the utmost attention to Rogan's handiwork. After completing the separation and organizing all the components, Rogan took a black hammer off the wall. The hammer was covered with similar inscriptions, radiating strength, and looked similar to Mjolnir. Liam's interest was piqued. Rogan began with the metallic scales, putting them all in a straight line and rubbing dark old grease over them, before hitting it with the hammer. Loud bangs resonated through the air, however. Instead of becoming uneven and ruined, the scales wielded together to create a long, thin, and perfectly flat piece of metal. How does that even work? Liam wondered briefly before paying attention. After doing so, he took the shiny metal piece and dipped it into the magma cauldron, causing it to glow red with heat. He continued hammering it until it began to take the form of a sword. He repeated the process 16 times until the sword resembled a full-fledged katana. He shaved away the excess metal from the piece and purified it, then grabbed the snake flesh, bones, and fangs, and continuously mixed them together with the metal piece until it blended inside. At the same time, he used the snakeskin to create a handle, wrapping it around a cloth until it took a solid form. It took 2 hours until he finished doing the same with the dagger, but since Liam was just as absorbed as Rogan, he didn't notice. By the end, all the materials were expended except the snake core, which he took out to complete the final step. Rogan closed his eyes as he held the core, and the azure-colored aura inside of it oozed out like gas and entered through his forehead. Don't tell me he's absorbing that into his mental sphere. Following this, Rogan went through a series of pained expressions. His eyes were closed all throughout, but it looked as though he was going through a mental clash. Gradually, color returned to Rogan's pale face, allowing him to grab the blades and clench them tightly. The aura that he had absorbed through his mental sphere left his head and burst forth through his mental waves. It wrapped around the blades, parts of it entering it and causing it to faintly glow, while other parts were lost due to a lack of control. The aura in his arms left his body and entered the blades like tendrils, briefly enveloping them before disappearing inside of it. Only after he was done did he stretch the weapons forward. Come, hold them. Rogan's tone was quieter than before, but his eyes were still full of life. Liam happily obliged, grabbing the blades and waving them around. The end products looked extremely clean. The katana and wakizashi both had a white stripe along the edges. The aesthetics of the handle and blade formed an expensive and posh appearance. The blades felt perfect in his grip. Mind telling me about the forging method now? Rogan heaved a long, tired sigh. As I've said, it's an unorthodox method of forgery by the name of primordial forging. In essence, it consists of taking over a magical beast's will and making it your own. Once that's done, I can imbue that will onto a blade. This technique has multiple issues with it, however. The first being the short lifespan of the creations made from it. Secondly, subjugating a magical beast's will is a lot more difficult than it seems. You quite literally have to fight with it in your head, which can cause weakness to the mental sphere walls. I won't lie, it's covered with flaws. The only reason I use it today is because it's been passed down from my forgery masters who spent their entire lives attempting to perfect this art. I've barely fixed a few mistakes myself during my decades of practicing it, but it's still lacking. Liam took a second to process everything, glancing at the pristine blades in his hand. There has to be a silver lining, right? Rogan scoffed proudly. Although it has its problems, it's capable of surpassing every other forging method in terms of raw power and potential. Magical beasts are limitless, after all. Liam smiled. When can I start? Rogan smirked in approval. First, memorize the forging method, he said, taking out an old, worn-down parchment from his ring. Then we can begin with the basics. Winter was slowly coming to an end, but not before the season increased its intensity by multiple folds. The first thing Liam did when finishing with his underground business was head towards the forest. His blades practically begged to be used. Night had cloaked the sky, flickering with bright stars barely visible through the cold mist. Liam spread out his senses throughout the region. Growls, screeches, and hisses loudened in his ears, and he could sense what creatures those sounds belonged to. The further parts of the Uckled forest contained rougher and much more demanding terrain. It housed dungeons, glades, and caves, which no doubt housed a plethora of powerful magical beasts. Liam took the liberty of accepting a magical beast extermination mission, while he was at it adding to his stingy with time personality. He needed to eliminate a pack of rank 2 blizzard hounds located at the foot of a snowy tor. He avoided unnecessary fights with weaker beasts until he arrived there, instantly sensing the dozen-some wolves under a rough collection of giant boulders. The blizzard hounds had bright white fur, which glowed as they buried themselves under the snow. Underneath the white tufts was tough purple skin. They were roughly 2 meters in length with a tall stature. Somehow their low growls were audible through the howling wind. They have powerful noses, so I'll have to be quick. Magical beasts oftentimes lived in habitats that supported their innate abilities. In this case, the snow provided a nourishing effect to strengthen their bodies. Further up, he could see the dark entrance of an alcove, multiple hounds blocking its entrance, sleeping around it. Liam's eyes fell on that entrance and slightly narrowed. I sensed danger from that cave, though it shouldn't be anything too serious. Maybe a peak rank 2 blizzard hound as the alpha. Rank 3s can't be found in this location either. Without delaying another second, Liam silently approached the wolf pack. There were few trees surrounding the mountain foot to traverse through, leaving him with just a direct confrontation. He tightened the grip on his blades and dashed towards the closest sleeping hound, whose snout twitched with a strange smell. As the wolf slowly opened its eyes, a shadowy blade met its neck, tainting its white fur crimson and spurting gobs of red. The smell of blood quickly alerted the other hounds, their growling growing louder as they sniffed the air. Meanwhile, a smile grew on Liam's face, uncaring of the thunderous barks and howls shot his way. It cut through it so easily, there's no doubt about it. I need to learn this forging method. His eyes turned cold as he scoured the beasts. The wolves instantly swarmed him, spreading around and giving him little space. However, they didn't get very close. They couldn't. Each time they tried to, a streak of blood flew in the air, and a wolf head quietly thudded on the snow. From 13, only 6 remained. The massacre continued one-sidedly, with Liam slowly pushing through towards the cave. Suddenly, the wolves changed tactics. They jumped back and kept their distance, their claws lengthening to razor-sharp icicles. Swiping their claws, dozens of sharp, finger-sized chunks of ice shot at his figure. Liam evaded most of those attacks, yet purposely allowed some to hit his non-vital spots. Streams of blood warmed his body and stained his clothes, but contradictingly nourished it. I nearly forgot about my tempering method. I'll have to get creative with how I advance now. Liam strengthened his arms with small amounts of aura, just enough for him to kill the remaining hounds. One last thud resounded, before Liam began extracting the beast's cores. It's a shame I don't have enough space in my ring. Rank 2 beasts sell quite well. Liam shifted his gaze towards the unguarded alcove. Sensing the danger, he sat cross-legged and instantly began to refill the expended aura, preparing for the worst. When he finished, he slowly entered through the hole. Right as he did, sounds of wet chewing entered his ears, in addition to a stronger, more demanding growl. The floor was dyed crimson with dried blood and viscera, littered with half-eaten blizzard hound corpses. Further up, a giant lump of black fur had his back towards him, yet radiated immense danger enough to make Liam's hair rise. However, there was no trace of fear in Liam's eyes, just his mind and body's natural reaction to a powerful threat. Liam's grip on his blades tightened as the black lump turned around and arose, revealing a vicious, 3-meter wolf that could make an adult man cry with one look. Its snout and face had been marred the healed scars, indicating the beast had gone through a fierce clash time ago, resulting in one of its eyes being blinded, most probably the previous alpha of the pack. As it spotted the tiny human invading its territory, it let out another deep growl, vibrating throughout the cave, even applying pressure on Liam's mental sphere and causing him to scowl. Rank 3. Liam instinctively knew the wolf was rank 3. Magical beasts in this rank could apply physical and mental pressure, even if they weren't species that focused on that aspect. Noticing the gray markings under the wolf's eyes, Liam instantly thought of a species name from Lloyd's bestiary, shadow lycos of the darkness element. Not only is this kind of beast rare like most darkness beasts, they're also strong and highly dangerous. Liam could freely leave. Well, not so freely, but an escape was almost certainly possible if he tried. The lycos growled again. A warning, Liam assumed. Amazingly, even the rank 3 beast wanted him gone. Not only had Liam invaded its territory, he had also interrupted its meal. Under any other circumstance, it would have already pounced without warning, yet it was injured and intelligent enough to avoid a meaningless fight. Liam clenched his blades, forcing out a deep breath before smirking. Let's test our limits, shall we? Seeing that the invading human had no intentions of leaving, the wolf's growl grew louder, before turning into a deafening roar. It didn't bark, though. Only weaker lower-ranked species did so, which only made the lycos look more terrifying. A heavy pressure weighed against Liam's mind, causing him to scowl deeply, but it wasn't anything he couldn't handle. Simultaneously, the lyco's black fur turned ethereal, oozing out similar colored smoke that covered its body. I've never fought against a darkness beast before, but from what I've read about them, I can't let that smoke touch me. A deep gurgling sounded from the beast's chest, paired with an ethereal black substance, the center of which appeared liquid shooting out from its throat, rapidly beaming for Liam's figure. Liam's hands flickered. He swung his blades as one, aiming for the dark vapor and lycos simultaneously. His wakizashi glowed, and an arc of moonlight brightened the cave, colliding with the smoke. The smoke parted ways, but not before the liquid center made the arc of light completely redundant. The smoke dissipated into air, while the liquid center splashed against the wall behind him. This was the darkness element, extremely versatile and equally dangerous, able to mend and change like a shadow depending on how it was used. The shadow lycos had multiple innate abilities that grew stronger with each rank, with natural manipulation capabilities growing stronger too. Suddenly, the lyco's body churned. It gurgled again, before shooting another blob from its throat, faster and larger, dripping with liquid darkness. Liam didn't dodge the smoke like normal since it was so fast, but that wasn't his intention. His katana flickered with a gentle solar glow, before a lengthy, orange-colored arc shot out from it, clashing with the liquid cloud of darkness. Simultaneously, he ducked low as he dashed forth, closing the distance between the wolf and himself, using the bright flash of the first form, using the beast's blinded eye to his advantage. The wolf was caught off guard for a moment as it attempted to block Liam's blade with its sharp canine teeth. A moment was all Liam needed. Liam asserted aura into his newly forged blades, causing wind to gather around it, and were on their edges radiating sharpness. Arc of solar light flew in the dark and headed straight for the lyco's neck, before the blades themselves followed shortly after. Liam grit his teeth and used all the strength and aura in his body to force his blades through its black skin. The katana penetrated through the fur of the lycos first, before the wakizashi did the same. The wind caused a clean cut to appear on its body, even before the blades made contact. At the same time, the lycos grabbed a hold of Liam's thigh, clenching its giant maws on it. Its long and sharp canine teeth coated with darkness brutally dug through his flesh, sending pangs of pain throughout his body. Die already. Liam swung his blades as hard and viciously as he could, using every bit of adrenaline in his veins to deepen the wounds on the lyco's stubborn skin. Thankfully, the wolf couldn't use its darkness element, since Liam struck exactly in its midsection. More precisely, its core. The two were at a stalemate, and whoever could cause the most grievous wounds would win. Liam's training hadn't been for absolutely nothing. His pain tolerance over the past year had gone up to near masochistic amounts. With a loud shout, he forced his katana through the top of the wolf's head, its tip exiting through the bottom. His wakizashi, on the other hand, pierced it from bottom to top. The shadow lycos continued to yank and pull away the flesh from Liam's thigh, mangling chunks of his flesh until gradually it lost the strength to do so. A puddle of dark red liquid formed below it, while it took deep, strained breaths in. The light faded from its remaining eye, its body went limp, but its jaw was stuck to Liam's thigh as it eventually died. Liam's sword and dagger clinked as it fell to the ground, allowing him to pry the wolf's jaw away from his bloodied and bruised leg. As he did so, warm blood continued to ooze from his leg, which had a few of the lyco's teeth stuck to it. He fell to the ground and panted heavily, allowing himself a short respite. Shit, I have a headache. Liam hesitated whether or not to use his strong revitalization pills, but his wounds already began to heal, becoming nourishment. Choosing not to, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate, circulating aura within his wounds to heal them quicker. Damn dog bit me to the bone. This works though. I'm already getting close to completing the lower stage. After feeling slightly better, he perked back up and started to skin the beast. After it died, the wolf was flaccid, but still almost powerful enough to resist the strength of his blades. Almost. The most accurate parable explaining the difference in bodily strength could be, the first rank being wood, the second stone, and the third steel. They were capable of damaging each other, but nonetheless had major advantages. The shadow lycos is a rare species of magical beast, and no doubt each part would fetch a hefty price. After skinning the wolf, successfully taking out the parts, he stored them inside the ring. He left the core for last, and after extracting it from the body, saw that it was pitch black in color. Would Rogan make me a pair of blades from this? Smiling, he made space in his ring before quickly shoving the 3-meter beast inside the ring. With that, he left the den once and for all. Weeks passed. At last, winter was finally over, and spring took its place, causing the previously dead trees to burst with various colors. When Liam brought back a rank 3 magical beast corpse to Rogan's forgery, the blacksmith was at a loss for words. Even more so when Liam explained how he killed it. Liam used that opportunity to ask the blacksmith for a new pair of blades made from the shadow lycos no less. Rogan sighed, then chuckled, then laughed. Ha ha ha. Shameless rascal trying to take advantage any time you can. Give them to me, I'll preserve them for you. However, weapons made from rank 3 beasts are difficult to make, even for me. They will get substantially stronger with each rank, and I'll have to use special pills to strengthen my mental sphere. Pills I trust my honorable disciple will provide. Don't worry though, you won't have to pay for the blades. Also, I'm not making anything new until you dull those blades you're using now and maybe a few more simpler blades before that. Every weapon deserves to have a master worthy of wielding it. Never forget that. Liam smiled in acknowledgement before leaving the forgery. The coming weeks, his schedule continued like normal, with the addition of learning the basics of forging. They were simple instructions which he didn't have trouble learning. Rogan simply wanted to familiarize him with how to work with the materials. Liam finally became 11 years old, cueing the same tradition of pumpkin pie his mother cooked him. There wasn't any party, though. The two loners ate and chatted between themselves. Son, about your work, you don't plan on stopping, do you? Eve said with a weakened tone. Not currently. Why? Liam questioned, his mouth filled with food. I'm just worried. What if one day you don't return? I don't want to lose you. Eve muttered, her brows furrowed. Liam sighed. Don't worry so much. I'm strong now and I'm getting stronger. Eventually I'll get you out of this peasantry and settled somewhere much nicer. Eve let out a weak sigh. Her son's confident tone assured her, but clearly not enough. On the other hand, he completed a few more main missions, steadily accumulating his merit points. He didn't spend them on anything, though, saving them for the higher-ranked techniques. Meanwhile, his body had advanced past the lower stage and entered the middle stage. Liam realized the forging method's weakness, as the blades Rogan had made already began to show signs of decline after a week granted, through heavy usage. In the first place, it wasn't supposed to last that long, but the blacksmith had used various methods to prolong its durability. At the same time, something peculiar took place. It was midnight when he was training with the psionic rune in his room, when suddenly, the walls of his mental sphere echoed with tremors. Within, the space rumbled, and the waves of mental energy violently smashed against the translucent barrier. Liam felt like his thoughts were swimming through a viscous, burning liquid, as contradictory as that might sound. By the time the event stopped, a mental click resounded in his head, and Liam felt like a fog had been lifted from his mind. Everything felt so clear. His perception, his senses, his thoughts. He could feel each hair on his body swaying against the lightest of wind. He could sense all his surroundings with unadulterated clarity despite not using any mental energy, and all kinds of sounds entered his ears. Liam didn't realize his room was so detailed. His wooden drawers were covered in faint little markings, his walls were sallow and not a plain cream color like he thought, and the back window was covered with unnoticeable old stains. Liam reeled in his amazement and laughed. I'm finally a magus. He entered his mental sphere, looking for any differences. For one, the sea below him was a shade darker and much more vast than before. Moreover, the translucent barrier had grown almost twice as thick. He decided to stretch out his mental muscle, another word for spreading his senses throughout his surroundings. His mental waves left his room, spreading through his neighborhood, then district, before faintly enveloping the entire peasantry. A day passed. You rascal, do you take me for a fool? Lloyd frowned, causing Liam to let out an annoyed sigh. The pair were in the forest as Liam had a scheduled duel with his teacher where he chose to reveal his advancement. It takes almost 2.5 years for someone to become a rank 1 magus. You're telling me you've done it in barely one. Prove it. Liam scoffed, focusing all his pressure towards Lloyd's figure. The night prior, he had practiced his control over his mental waves, and the pressure it released was quite amazing. Lloyd's face expressed realization and shock, with a hint of pain prompting Liam to reel in his pressure. He's still much stronger than me. Though with the age difference between us, I wonder at what age I'll be stronger. Wow, was all Lloyd could say. He took a moment to sit on the grass, probably since his knees couldn't hold him up anymore, gesturing for Liam to do the same. Since I haven't explained the ranks in detail, I suppose now is a good time to start. Lloyd muttered, still somewhat shocked from that reveal. There are 9 total ranks in the cultivation path. The first 3 are called mortal ranks. They aren't that difficult to advance in, and the power gap between them isn't too big either, since a rank 2 body can still damage a rank 3 body. This changes within the zenith ranks, which range from 4 to 6. The difference of power is vastly different compared to the first 3, since they could kill mortal cultivators with a thought. Most noble patriarchs or matriarchs are around this level. Liam's eyes brimmed with awe and emotion. 7 to 9 are called celestial ranks. Little is known about them, but they're otherworldly beings, capable of wiping out entire civilizations with a simple hand gesture. Liam lowered his head to hide the manic expression on his face. The word celestial sounded just so enticing. Liam often used the comfort of stargazing in his first life to cope with reality. The constellations seemed to bring peace to his heart. For some strange reason, the vastness of the universe reminded him of his insignificant existence, and even more so his insignificant difficulties. The word, celestial, seemed to stir up memories Liam had long forgot, and his eyes couldn't hide those solemn emotions. In a way, he had an unrequited relationship with the heavenly bodies. But now he felt as though he could touch them. He shifted his gaze towards the sky. It was still daytime, and there were practically no stars in the azure space, yet that didn't deter Liam from staring right at them, knowing they stared back. I will touch the stars, or die trying. Lloyd kept his silence for Liam to process what he heard. After a while, he spoke with a grave tone. Do you know what this means? His teacher's firm words took Liam out of his stupor. The seriousness of his tone made Liam just as stern. It took barely a moment for Liam to think of an answer. He inwardly cursed. Will the nobles stop me from progressing? Lloyd gave him a shrug, prompting Liam to sigh. They most probably will, but might not. Since you're from House Royce, there's a chance they might see your talents and bring you into their family as a soldier or something a bit higher ranked. Although there's probably a slim chance of being recognized as a main family member. Liam clicked his tongue. What if I keep my awakening hidden? When it's a little less impressive, I can reveal it to them. Lloyd solemnly shook his head. Where would you get your succeeding techniques then? More importantly, the second psionic rune. Are you content with sitting around and wasting your time? Liam grimaced. His face turned pensive as he thought about what to do. He leaned towards revealing his awakening straight away. In the first place, he didn't mind taking a risk if it meant he could get stronger faster. His usage of unorthodox methods were a perfect example of that, but he had to tread lightly. It could just as easily backfire and blow up in his face. The nobles could stunt his growth if they see him as a threat. I'll have to take a leap of faith. I'll just have to impress them enough to take me in. Liam finally spoke, but not now. I'll wait at least 2 weeks and spend as much as I can on mental energy restoration pills. That way I'll have an alibi of sorts. Moreover, he could spend that time focusing on forging as well as completing missions, not to mention progress his body even further. Lloyd nodded in response, a bit taken aback by his student's cunning. You're growing too fast for your own good, kid. Liam chuckled. I do have a great teacher, though he is a bit of a maniac. You've got a point. I guess that's where you get it from. Lloyd laughed, before taking out what looked like a scroll from his ring. Take this and memorize it. As a rank 1 magus, you can now use spells. Liam's eyes stuck to the scroll like glue, and he instantly grabbed it and opened its contents. Like the previous spells he had inspected, the metal scroll had glowing diagrams resembling a mix of runes and inscriptions covering its surface. After 30 minutes, Liam memorized the spell diagrams, and those exact writings appeared on his mental sphere walls. Try using it, Lloyd called out. The name of the spell is Fleeting Foot. It's only rank 1 and basically makes you move faster. Liam nodded. With a thought, the runes in his mind started to buzz, consuming a chunk of mental energy and causing a yellow glow to envelop his hands and feet. Instantly, he unsheathed his blades and started to swing them, each of its movements a barely visible flicker. He practiced his leg movements too, and his body was incredibly fast, turning into a blur. The effect lasted for 15 seconds before eventually dissipating, giving Liam a small headache in the process. Neat. I don't suppose it lasts longer. Lloyd shook his head. That's the spell's limit. You should only use it during emergencies or sure kill moments. How much did it cost? Liam curiously questioned. Lloyd let out a wry sigh. Spells are expensive, even more than techniques. I've sold most of mine already, and that's the only one I have. It cost me 375 merit points to get from the guild. Still, I was fairly weak at the time, so I couldn't complete high-stakes missions. Liam's eyes widened at those words. Even with all his savings, he barely made it past 240 points, which could land him a decent rank 2 or even rank 3 technique. But nearly 400 points for a rank 1 spell was ridiculously overpriced. Not to mention, it only made him faster. It's normal. Spells exponentially boost a cultivator's prowess and can express their power fully, especially through their mental spheres and cores. The body is often underestimated. Prepare for the next few months well. You'll need every bit of help you can get. Reach out if you need anything. Lloyd threw a jade Liam's way, which he had already explained how to use a moment prior before departing ways. Liam heaved a long sigh. I need to meet Revel. What do you want? I thought I told you not to contact me unless you awaken. Revel's annoyed and angry voice came through the glowing jade. Liam only had to imbue the item with some of his aura to activate it. I have. A short silence ensued, bringing attention to the howling wind. Meet me in the same place. Careful not to get caught in the traps. Look for the top right hole and enter through the mountain slope. Before Liam could respond, the connection had been cut. Liam clicked his tongue in annoyance. Before making his way towards the same place, he freed the slaves. Gray clouds rumbled above, while rain poured heavily below. A storm was rapidly approaching as the sun set, and flashes of lightning lit up the lush environment. Liam jumped from tree to tree as he made his way towards the spot where he fought the slavers. From what I've seen, that man is an inscription master of sorts, though I haven't seen anything inscribed with pure blood. Liam was drenched as he made his way through the forest heading straight for the mountain slope. In truth, Liam was still on edge about meeting that pale-faced maniac, but he had to confirm his suspicions. He had already begun to learn about forge mastery. If he could pair it with inscriptions, even beginning with the most rudimentary knowledge, he could cover almost all his weaknesses. Not to mention, he could truly make use of every second of his time. As he was in deep thought, he could sense 3 figures rapidly approaching from his flank. They wore long black hoods covering their faces, and their burly bodies were covered in tightly wrapped magical beast hide. Despite the rain and harsh weather, Liam didn't miss the space rings on their index. Damn it, Liam grimaced, speeding up and spreading his senses further to see if there were any more people. There weren't any, but the 3 pursuing him had to be strong. However, Liam didn't sense any strong mental energy from them. They don't know I'm already a magus. If I had to guess, they have powerful bodies to compensate for that, judging by how fast they are. Maybe rank 3. Halt, one of them shouted, but that only made Liam move faster, his eyes turning cold with a focused light. Despite the thunder booming, Liam's ears could pick up on the conversation between them since they weren't too far behind. Don't let him get away. We just need his head. The 3 swiftly gained on him, and in a moment's time, they would catch up. As they got closer, the first thing they felt was a chill that ran down their spines, mixed with pure bloodlust. At first, they attributed that to the harsh weather, but they had rank 3 bodies which have high resistance to cold and hot weather alike. It didn't cross their minds for a moment that their pursuant was a magus. Nonetheless, they were powerful cultivators. They wouldn't back up now. A whip, a broadsword, and a large hammer appeared in each of the figures' hands. The fastest among the 3, Broadsword, got close enough for an attack, swinging his giant weapon at Liam's back. The swing seemed incredibly slow in Liam's eyes, but would prove fatal if landed. Before it did, a faint glow covered Liam's hands and arms. He unsheathed his katana and wakizashi green blades that glimmered with flashes of lightning made from a rank 2-horned snake with acidic properties. Watch out. The eyes of the 2 figures behind widened in shock as they warned, yet they weren't fast enough to help him. With a slight sidestep, Liam dodged the broadsword and weaved in, performing a series of wide slashes that cut deep into the muscles. Liam had actually intended to cut bone deep, but found that the man's body was too strong for that. Streaks of blood flew in the air, which the rain quickly pulled to the ground. Broadsword was blinded, his ears were severed, and his body was covered with dozens of sizzling gashes. Before his corpse could even fall to the earth, Liam turned around and started running again. Whip and hammer cursed loudly, but were forced to leave him behind and continue the chase. We have to end this fight quickly. That brat is somehow a rank 1 magus. Whip shouted with panic in his voice, causing both to raise their speed. I'll hold him tight. You charge your strongest martial art form. Liam scoffed at their stupidity of shouting their plan right behind him. Granted, the sounds of rain and thunder were loud, but not for a magus. Suddenly, a blazing iron whip weakened slightly due to the rain shot out like a snake towards Liam's figure. At the same time, the giant hammer the other wielded hummed, causing slight vibrations to shake the air, gradually growing stronger. Instead of dodging the flaming whip, Liam allowed it to lash his arm, the whip bursting into flames that charred his skin, but he ignored the pain and wrapped it around his wrist. Before Whip could pull, Liam was much faster, forcefully yanking him forward and piercing the man's neck with his wakizashi. Simultaneously, he blocked the loud sound shockwave shooting for his head using the man's corpse. Still, Liam's ears ringed and leaked blood from the attack, but the corpse suffered the brunt of it, which now resembled a bloodied, deflated balloon. The remaining pursuer cursed loudly, panickingly charging his martial art form again, but 2 sharp arcs of light shot at his hands and body, severing his fingers and causing him to drop the hammer. The man fell on his back and coughed blood, clutching the spot where his fingers once were. Bloodlust accompanied with chilling pressure assaulted his mind, gradually growing stronger, but the cold voice forced him to focus. Who sent you? Liam appeared above him, his katana's tip held firmly against the man's neck, drawing blood. The man coughed a few more times, blood splattering against the wet mud. Being so close to death seemed to give him a strange confidence. Will you let me live? Liam didn't say anything, but his face implied there was a fate worse than death depending on what he said. The man took a few seconds to come to terms with reality, but by the end of it, he just sighed solemnly and accepted his fate. We accepted the job through a proxy, but I'm sure the employer was from a noble house. Never should have accepted this damn job. Just make it quick. Liam nodded in acknowledgement, swiping his sword upwards and killing the man instantly. Liam looted the corpses for their rings and valuables, before throwing them in a crocodile swamp to be devoured, then made his way towards the mountain slope again. His entire arm was charred, and his ears continued to bleed, but his body didn't stop healing. A noble house, it's obvious who hired them. Liam clicked his tongue. He knew too little, but even then he expected such a reaction from the rulers. After all, he was a bastard one who pursued the power the nobles greedily hogged. Before long he arrived at the mountain slope. He used his mental energy to carefully assess the different holes inside the wall and found that all of them were riddled with traps except for one. He found the one hole in the wall and entered it, a distant warm light glowing from the other end. As he got closer, faint screams laced with despair entered his ears. Is that him? No, it's a feminine voice. What is that maniac up to? Liam wondered. He made sure to be careful as he made his way towards the light. He was met with a wide furnished area lit by lamps, bulbs, and other illuminating devices. Different kinds of tools, books, and parchment papers rested on wooden tables, but the most eye-catching feature was the stains of blood riddled across the ground. The walls were rocky and uneven, forming a natural dome of sorts. The space was located inside the cavity of a mountain, and there were more holes leading to different areas inside. The dreadful screams abruptly ended, and a familiar voice wheezed as it spoke out. I'll be right with you. Revel's ominous voice echoed from a hole in the wall that led deeper into the mountain. Liam took that time to look around and investigate. He grabbed a random book among the pile and opened it on a random page. Day 129. Experiments are progressing steadily. I can only focus on slaves for now, since magical beast blood is less pure. My sickness has been slowly getting better due to the constant absorption of it. Within a few years or maybe even months, I can surely be cured. Liam's eyes slightly widened at those words. Absorption of blood. Is this guy a vampire or something? Also, he already looked sick, but this confirms it. Day 302. My progress has started to recede. My blood purity has gone lower because I pushed myself too far. Even thinking hurts. Liam's eyes glowed with interest as he continued to flip through the pages. Day 621. Blood refinement progress has gone to shit. My blood is plagued with growing impurities, and my mental sphere and body are too weakened to continue the experiments. All I can do now is delay the inevitable. That kid holds some potential. Perhaps he can. Prying through my things, are you? Revel interrupted Liam's reading as he exited from the hole in the wall, wiping his blood-covered hands with a white cloth. His complexion was somehow paler than last time, giving his skin a snow-like glow, while he wore layers of thick clothing covered with blood stains. Can't blame me, can you? You left it in the open. Liam retorted, making sure to keep some distance from the man. Revel scoffed coldly while coughing. You look horrible, by the way. What's wrong with your arm? I fought with a few before coming here. Could say the same to you, though. Revel scoffed again. He gestured for Liam to sit on a nearby couch, then took a seat himself. Beginning with a sigh, he started to speak. You are aware vampires exist in this world, yes? Liam nodded once. Their method of growing stronger and advancing in ranks is much, much easier than humans. Unlike us, who have the sea of consciousness, body, and core, they only have two centers of power. Revel explained, taking breaks to breathe in between paragraphs. The nexus, also known as the heart, and the blood, which is their life force. By consuming the blood of others, vampires can increase their strength and abilities, allowing them to advance in rank and power much more quickly than humans ever could. Liam's face turned pensive, but nonetheless interested. But with 3 centers of power against 2, surely humans are stronger than them. Simply put, they must refine their blood constantly in order to purify and strengthen it, while the second center of power, the nexus, will nourish their bodies constantly. That's the gist of the knowledge I have on them. My passion lies there. I dedicated my life to research and gain more knowledge about the topic, since I was diagnosed with a rare blood disease that was known to be incurable. Using my contacts, I secretly exported a simple blood refinement method from their continent and began to imitate it. At first, it denied my body, but after modifying it to suit my needs, it finally started to work. It took me decades of research and hundreds of live human experiments to finally achieve some success. Even my health was getting better and I finally looked alive. Revel's eyes grew dark, especially on that last word. Everything changed when I started to use refined blood to inscribe spells and techniques. To inscribe anything requires you to be knowledgeable about magical diagrams and how they work, which I was, even above average. Originally, I was from a large-sized noble family in another monarchical city near Uklad, called Ereval, where I studied inscriptions until my diagnosis. Revel said, his expression gradually turning dark. Liam recalled the layout of his region, which he memorized from the map. Multiple cities similar to Uklad lived in relatively close proximity to one another, forming a ring. Each city would have a similar ruling system, with each lesser-sized family living under one large-sized family. Ereval was one of those cities. Revel continued, the vindication in his tone hardly hidden. Once my family learned of my sickness, they simply threw me away despite my talent on the subject. From that day on, I realized something. Revel's face turned distant. Human lives have no intrinsic value by themselves. From how those words were said, Liam couldn't imagine just how many lives Revel had taken. I digress. Revel let out a soft sigh. I still don't know how impurities formed in my blood, but it happened sometime after I started to refine it. I assume it was a side effect to a vampiric technique used on a human, but I'm not sure. He shook his head. I've already made 2 spells from this technique, but that's why I'm in this state. But that's enough about me. You want to learn this technique? Yes. Liam remained silent for a moment. Eventually, he nodded. Not before you tell me everything about your blood refining method. Liam was reluctant for a few reasons. Firstly, seeing Revel's state, he couldn't help but consider the risks of using such a dangerous technique. He wanted power, yes, but not at the cost of his life. Secondly, if the method of inscription was riddled with so many holes this early, it would be extremely difficult for it to prove useful later on. Rogan's primordial forging was the perfect example of this. The blacksmith and his forgemasters before him spent their lives trying to perfect it, but still fell short. On the other hand, Revel's technique was fairly new. No matter how talented the man was, he couldn't invent a completely new branch of inscriptions in such little time, a little under 2 years, to be precise. Revel sighed. I guess that's fair. Let me show you how it's refined first, then I'll tell you about the rest. Revel entered through a tunnel leading deeper into the mountain cavity, Liam following. As they walked through the tunnel, they passed a rectangular basement. Liam saw dead bodies chained to the left and right side of the walls, their figures completely dry, as though all their blood had been forcefully drained. The smell was rancid. Any normal person would hurl and vomit on the spot, but Liam and Revel passed by without batting an eyelid. They resemble nobles, well, resembled. He still has a hatred for them, Liam thought. After a few turns, they had finally reached the end of the tunnel. It was a small and simple cave, yet the density of aura was quite high, even higher than Liam's cave underground. Revel took out his inscribed Odachi blood, red-colored with a curved blade like Liam, remembered the surface of which was covered with crimson writings. Revel stripped his forearm, which was covered with scars and large cuts that healed, and slashed it open. Scarlet blood soiled with lumps of dark green and black flowed from the wound, yet instead of splashing on the ground, circulated in the air by Revel's command, of course. It was just nail-sized in volume, yet Revel's skin was drenched throughout the process. Liam didn't blink as he watched. He felt Revel's mental waves envelop the blood, and a moment later, warm strands of aura poured from his abdomen and conjoined with it. The blood glowed bright scarlet, and whenever the world essence touched the impurities, it receded and slowly sizzled away. Revel continued to refine the blood. Abruptly, he manipulated the nail-sized liquid to enter through his mental sphere. A small red stain appeared on Revel's forehead, and he growled in pain, lowering his head as he clutched his temples. He continued to grunt, loudly suppressing his urges to shout, panting heavily and coughing black blood. Eventually, his paleness receded before he laid his back on the cave wall. Revel raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. He slowly gained enough strength for an explanation. This is in essence how refining blood works. I could have simply absorbed the blood back into my veins after purifying it with aura, but I chose to show you the first step to inscribing with it. Liam blinked. Though he had little knowledge of how inscriptions worked, he just knew it was naturally wrong. You store that into your mental sphere. How is that possible? The sea of consciousness was both ethereal and physical. It wasn't inside the human body, but was still connected to them through their minds. Revel coughed, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. He spoke with an impatient tone. There's much you don't know. Just tell me, do you want to learn it or not? Liam was still slightly on edge. He couldn't help but ask more questions. What spells have you made with it? The pale-faced maniac couldn't help but sigh, but he smirked a moment later. Revel tensed his right hand. His nails grew black and lengthened in an instant, turning razor-sharp. His fingers bulged with unnatural veins. Liam's eyes widened. Revel's nails were similar to the vampire's illustration of it. I'm guessing that's what you used to suck the noble's blood. Revel nodded, his gaze stuck to his hand. It's my masterpiece and perhaps the reason why I'm dying. I pushed myself too far to make this spell, but well, no reason to lament. I've come to terms with this curse. Liam turned pensive before nodding to himself. If inscribed items are so expensive, there's probably no chance for me to learn how to do them the normal way. I can't be picky about what to choose. Give me all the books and trial and error catalogs you have of your technique and a proper schedule for you to teach me. I'll learn it. Revel grinned wickedly, approval in his steely eyes. Begin with learning the vampiric language. Revel gathered his books to give Liam as homework. It totaled to 23, and each book was about 4 inches thick. That fact didn't annoy Liam in the least. He always loved reading books in his first life, even on topics that might have seemed mundane or boring. Come whenever you're ready, just let me know beforehand. I'll be here most of the time. Liam nodded. Oh, and what's the name of the inscription method? Liam asked. Calling it the inscription method wasn't convenient. Revel pursed his pale lips, then grinned, blood weaving. Liam hummed in approval, stored the books into his ring, then headed back home. Of course, he attempted to ask for the spells Revel had made, but the man chuckled and didn't say anything. Being shameless doesn't work on this maniac, I guess, Liam realized. The next 2 weeks passed quickly. It wouldn't be long until he started using the forging technique. The biggest problem for him was keeping the blades stable since, if he didn't perfect the foundations, the whole thing would fall apart. An excessive usage of aura was required in those steps, which was used to purify the metals, but since Liam didn't have a core, his usage of it was obviously limited. In addition, Liam had started to learn the vampiric tongue. Its alphabet and writings were quite similar to the Japanese language. Even its pronunciation was alike with minor differences. Revel had taught him the concept of inscriptions and the most basic of its knowledge. The man was beyond impatient, and his tongue was vile, but his methods of teaching made up for that. In essence, inscriptions consisted of 3 crucial parts: the meaning, link, and ink. To invent an explosive spell, for example, the inscriber had to take into account the amount of aura that went into the user's core, the strength of the explosion, its size when it could detonate, and other factors that might affect the spell's performance. These were called meanings. The inscriber would then create a series of links between these meanings, using special writings and diagrams to express them. Such writings were made from a special ink that contained the meanings themselves. Blood weaving, like the name suggests, used refined blood as its ink. These links would create a circuit between the writings, which allowed the spell to function if made correctly, of course. The complexity of the inscriptions would vary depending on the desired effect, with more complex spells requiring more intricate circuits and a deeper understanding of the topic. This was partly the reason why rank 1 spells and martial arts were so simple and similarly weak. They didn't require much to make, and they served relatively simple functions. Obviously, these 3 elements were endlessly deep, not to mention there were many more aspects, and learning them would take multiple lifetimes. Thankfully, cultivators had long lives. Besides that, Liam had spent all his money on buying pills during that 2-week period, both for himself and Rogan. They swallowed his savings up by heaps, but calming his paranoia was worth every penny. He didn't use them, though, and saved the pills for when he attained the rank 2 psionic rune. All the while, his body was steadily approaching the peak of the middle stage, his healing properties growing slightly stronger. It came to a point that Lloyd had to use most of his strength to keep up during their duels. Alternating between the trio was strange, but Liam had something important to learn from each one of his teachers. Besides that, there was the addition of the 3 space rings Liam stole from his pursuers, containing a total of 300 aura stones. Each one contained a rank 2 martial art attuned with their specific elements. Whip was a fire elemental, hammer used wind, and broadsword used earth. Unfortunately, the martial arts were useless to him. He didn't have his element yet, and didn't use any of their specific weapons. The space itself was much more useful, since he got a total of 15 square meters to store more items. I'll save the martial arts for now. Maybe I'll be able to sell it somewhere else. Eventually, the time came for Liam to reveal his awakening. He entered the underground guild and entered the armory. Ava gave him a warm nod as usual. Liam spared the pleasantries and cut to the point. I'd like the 2nd psionic rune, please. I'm sure I have enough merits for it. Ava stared at him for a few seconds in silence before raising a brow. Why, you won't need it for another 2 years at least. Liam nearly clicked his tongue in annoyance. I've already completed the 1st rune. Ava's eyes widened in disbelief. Before she could pressure him, he took out his psionic rune and pushed it against his forehead, expressing no discomfort or pain. Ava was stunned. Liam stretched out his token, which she slowly grabbed, her shocked eyes still stuck on him. She fumbled around with her desk momentarily before taking out the 2nd rune. The rock was hexagon-shaped, glowing faintly blue. It was slightly bigger than its predecessor, and on one of the sides an ancient number rested, which Liam presumed as 2. Liam's mental energy melted around it and couldn't get close to the rune. I wonder how long it'll take me to reach rank 2. Liam suppressed a smile. He hastily grabbed the rock and token, then stored them. His merits had gone back considerably, from 525 to 35, but it was worth it in his eyes. As Liam left, Ava instantly took out a jade and called David. 2 weeks passed since Liam revealed his status as a magus. Using the second psionic rune was basically the same as the first, only it caused major migraines. Liam used all his mental energy restoration pills in one session, which helped him get an edge in starting the second rune. The noble's reaction was far less severe than he expected. David had met with him shortly, offering his congratulations and speaking a few words of praise. Other than that, he mentioned multiple noble families that would love to sponsor his growth. Of course, that came with the condition of servitude. No matter how high a familial rank they gave him or how strong he got, he would be bound to them, accepting orders from the top, which to Liam sounded worse than death. As of now, it wasn't mandatory for him to accept any of their invitations, but Liam knew stalling for too long would no doubt offend them. The Royce family didn't react, which means they don't want to be associated with me, or maybe my father is the one trying to hide my achievements. Either way, they're waiting for me to either accept another family's invite or offend one of them. The silver lining was that Liam got more time to organize his thoughts and his plan of action, silently growing his strength. All his plans ended up with him escaping. However, they weren't solid. He needed a proper opportunity, not to mention there was still his mother's situation he needed to take care of, as well as a location to escape to. For now, he needed to exercise patience, which he had no problems doing so. 6 burly men wearing huntsman clothing made from heat-resistant magical beasts and wielding various inscribed weapons stood at the entrance of a large, underground dungeon. The surroundings were covered with ash and puddles of magma, all of which lead to a giant volcanic geyser not too far away. In fact, the geyser was a source of heat for nearby water sources, mainly waterfalls and rivers. This location was a danger zone, both because of the environment conditions and the magical beasts that infested them. Behind the men rested more than a dozen lava lions' corpses in the second rank. Their furs were pure black, but their manes were a lustrous orange resembling fire. They were merely rank 2, yet were 2.8 meters in length. Get ready. This place has been infested for God knows how long. We can't let them grow any further. The men shot each other a knowing look before they pushed forward and entered the dark dungeon. They were soldiers of the Royce family, sent to clear magical beast nests in infested areas. The lava lion den had been neglected for some time, but there was finally a team sent to exterminate them. Countless glowing, orange eyes opened in pairs within the darkness, accompanied by loud growls. ROAR. The men didn't sit still, and neither did the rank 3 lions. An inscribed spear burst into flames, a pair of sabers whirred with wind, a hammer smashed against the earth and shattered the ground like glass. The lion's manes burst into flames, a compelling indication of its superior strength, as a magical beast and aura of heat surrounding their bodies. The dungeon was lit in an instant, revealing at least 30 rank 3 lions in that underground space. The lions in the front pounced, while those behind opened their jaws, a growing light appearing in their throat which slowly took the shape of boiling magma. The cultivators came prepared. Those at the back cast long-range defensive spells to stop the lions in their tracks, and those wielding weapons stopped the pouncing lions from attacking them. Streaks of magma flew into the air from the lion's side, exchanged with similar fireballs and slashes of wind. Booms, bangs, and roars caused the underground to tremble, pieces of rubble falling from the dungeon roof. The clash continued for multiple minutes, with the human side visibly triumphing, pushing forward towards the visible geyser not too far away. The very last lion prepared to gurgle and spew out magma, but a giant inscribed hammer smashed against its skull, killing it instantly. The tired and sweaty hunters were about to sigh in relief, but the hair on their skins arose all at the same time. Their eyes widened as they saw a chunk of the ground break apart, a giant figure with burning tufts of orange fur emerging from beneath it. Some cursed and instantly shot for the exit, but a claw swiped against their bodies, severing them into 3 bloody sections. The others stood still in fear as the giant figure towered over them, the heat radiating from it charring their flesh. What emerged from the ground was a giant lava lion, 7 meters in height and 10 meters in length. Its giant mane burst with violent flames dripping with magma, and its low growl sounded like a thundering chainsaw. Its body was a mix of orange and black fur, which made the beast look like it was made from molten gold. Its presence alone made the remaining men unable to move, their mouths agape and eyes filled with dread. Rank 4. One brave fellow attempted to swing his hammer at the beast, but couldn't get close enough to land a strike. All it took was one roar, and the men fell limp on the ground, their mental spheres shattered and their internal organs destroyed. The rank 4 lava lion growled again, and behind it, hundreds of its pack exited the darkness, awaking from their slumber. They swarmed the corpses and devoured them in an instant. The giant lion left its den followed by its underlings and made its way towards the sunlight, reaching atop a hill. In the distance, a city caught its eye, Uklad to be precise. There's going to be a beast invasion soon. Lloyd said severely, sitting across Liam in one of the underground restaurants. Liam gulped a mouthful of food and raised his brows. What kind of magical beast? Lava lions, hundreds. They're monstrous beasts with the ability to conjure up magma and spew it everywhere, devastating the surroundings. Why don't the noble soldiers do anything? Liam asked, a bit shocked at that number. Lloyd sighed. He had no appetite to eat anymore. Invasions aren't common. Usually the Royce family sends strong cultivators to clear them out before it gets to that point. Lloyd scowled. They tried to do the same but didn't know a rank 4 beast was among them. Liam stopped chewing. A zenith-ranked beast. Lloyd gave a firm nod. Regular mortals can't hope to hurt it. They need to have at least 2 centers of power at the 3rd rank, or at least close to it, and there needs to be at least 4 or 5 of them. Only similar zeniths can fight it one-on-one. Liam raised his brows in awe. To think that zeniths are so strong and celestials are even stronger. Lloyd rubbed his eyebrow. Liam cursed loudly, catching the attention of the surrounding people. You can't be serious. Why can't they just send the peasants underground temporarily? Lloyd shook his head with a frown. These nobles are a lot more shallow than that. The underground serves as a hub for traders that come from other cities. If they hear anything about a beast invasion, they might grow fearful and avoid trading with them. There's good news to this, though. They've already started building a new base for strengthening their forces. They'll provide nourishing pills and potions for free, too. Besides, the rank 4 beast will be taken care of by a zenith, but we'll have to deal with its underlings until he arrives. There's a good 2 weeks until the invasion, so prepare well. Liam pursed his lips and nodded. Over the next 2 weeks, the new guild base was erected, a large rectangular building. It contained various facilities that helped the weaker rank cultivators of the guild, including areas with higher concentration of aura and areas that helped speed up the expansion of the mental sphere. That method of training was quite ingenious. The small inscribed area consisted of nothing except for a drugged rank 3 oppressive toad in the middle, a frog-type magical beast that was mental attack-based. The toad was roughly the size of a large bean bag, having blue skin with white protruding bumps on its slimy body. With each croak, it applied bursts of pressure on all the cultivators around it. Whoever was the closest had the most pressure on his mind. Accompanied with the psionic rune, it could speed up the expansion by heaps. Granted, it hurt like balls, and too much exposure had negative effects. Needless to say, nobody expected a child to sit so close to the frog. Especially since most common cultivators were way at the back. Liam had split his time between advancing his body and spending his time in that area, and he was close to the upper stage. When the news of the invasion reached the peasantry, shock spread like wildfire. Many begged to be allowed inside the nobles' side, but were firmly denied. Beaten, even. Eve, for one, wanted to leave the city with her son, but Liam had stopped her from making that decision. All carriage routes are blocked off. Eve opened her mouth, but no words came out. Just be patient, Ma. I already said I'll protect you, didn't I? Liam felt guilty seeing his mother look so worried, but it was for her own sake. Other than that, Liam's schedule continued until finally, there was just 1 day left until the beast tide arrived. Liam was in Rogan's forgery. The businesses underground still functioned normally, since those present weren't allowed to leave, but the nobles enticed them with wealth. Rogan hadn't planned to leave at all, but shamelessly accepted the payment anyway. The blacksmith had tired eyes and a natural scowl on his face, but in his hands were a pair of blades. Rank 3 Shadow Lycos. I spent some time on its endurance. It should take at least a month before it shatters. Apply some aura into it, and it'll become ethereal without losing its sharpness. Liam smiled and took the katana and wakizashi, the blades of which had a completely black sheen. The hilt was stitched with diamond patterns, and a wolf fang hung from a string at the bottom. Swinging it a few times, his smile grew wider. Rogan scoffed. Don't try to butter me up, rascal. I know you have some hidden agenda. Liam chuckled. I'll be leaving then. I'll need to prepare. The blacksmith nodded in response. Next session, I'll have you begin the forging technique. You're ready for it. Liam nodded as he left, immediately heading back to his cave underground and throwing the bone-strengthening pill in his mouth. Taste was horrible, but once the contents entered his stomach, its effects were immediate. His bones grew warmer and warmer before reaching a boiling point. He closed his eyes and manipulated aura to enter his bones, a slight frown visible on his face. As the aura gathered on his skeleton, the bones suddenly grew a layer thicker and sturdier. The process continued until all his bones had reached that state. Liam heaved a deep sigh with a slight smile on his face. Should be the peak of rank 2. Now, all I need is just a few wounds for me to advance to the 3rd rank. Finally, the day of the invasion arrived. The sky was devoid of any clouds, allowing the sun to shine brightly. A light breeze carrying winds of hardship accompanied that air. I'll be going then, Ma. Liam concluded after sitting with his mother for half an hour. Eve reluctantly stopped stroking his flowing hair. As she stared into her son's steely eyes, she couldn't help but feel proud and simultaneously grieved. His image reminded her too much of his father, the person who wanted nothing to do with either of them. Liam was merely 11, yet had the aura of a confident and mature adult. Sometimes she would spot a cold look in his eyes, making her forget he was just a child. Please be safe, Liam assured her with a smile. I will, don't worry. All the guild members of the peasantry arrived at the new base wearing heat-resistant clothing made from magical beast leather. Scouts, mercenaries, escorts, and more. Their numbers surpassed hundreds, but not all of them were strong. In fact, most weren't magi. Lines formed at the entrance, where two old men with long white beards and black robes took their weapons, inscribing them with various lines. The aura they exuded was powerful, and their age didn't match their demeanor. Liam stood in line like normal, wearing his black clothing and tying his long blonde hair to a small man bun. When his turn came, he saw how the old man inscribed his blades. He used an inscribed quill with a sharp tip. The feather itself looked to have magical properties, presumably a magical beast, and its surface was covered with small runes. The methods of inscribing are practically endless. I'm sure there are others that use external tools to inscribe. Thinking of inscriptions, Liam was reminded of Revel. The pale-faced maniac resided within the cavity of a mountain, thus had nothing to fear from the beast tide. I'm guessing the inscriptions make the blade more heat-resistant, Liam asked, and the old man shot him a smiling nod. He didn't bother to add anything else, though. Thanking him, Liam made his way inside the new guild headquarters. Servants at the entrance handed out revitalizing pills, although they weren't as potent as Liam's own. A tense but rowdy air met him. Although not everyone was too strong, they were veterans who had more than a few brushes with death. The beast tide made them write their wills, though. Undoubtedly, all of them expected to die with the exception of some. Before long, David along with a few other white-robed men appeared on a small stage, an informative map behind them. They gestured for silence, and David took a step forward. As you all know, a large group of lava lions are approaching quickly from the east, which will arrive in just a few hours. There are an estimated 46 rank 3 beasts in various stages, and at least 100 rank 2s. And one rank 4. Almost everyone simultaneously grumbled in annoyance and anger with an undisguised tint of fear. Their frustration was understandable. All it would take was one noble clan patriarch to end the tide at once, but their circumstances, their status didn't allow that. David straightened his back and spoke in a confident tone. Do not despair. We've requested help, and a gracious noble patriarch has accepted only. We have to clear out the lower-ranked beasts ourselves. Additionally, the more lava lion corpses you garner, the more merits you may achieve. David gestured to an empty scoreboard to his left. Your group leaders will be in charge of the magical beast retrievals, and will divide it according to whoever has the most contributions. Although the guild members were still visibly angry, those emotions slightly softened. Other than that, we've already set down multiple formations that can strengthen and speed up our forces. Your inscribed weapons have heat resistance, so don't be afraid of any magma the lions might spew. You've already memorized most of the strategies, so I won't brush up on that topic. The fight will take place on an empty glade, so there won't be any civilian casualties. We will assign the groups now. As he said that, a dozen figures entered the stage. Among them was Lloyd and Offeyes. Their auras were powerful, and they were no doubt the strongest within the guild. Liam exchanged a quick nod with his teacher before David began speaking. These men and women will be your group leaders. Strictly follow every one of their orders, or you will be held accountable for treason. Liam scoffed. Death either way, eh? The next few minutes, the groups were quickly assigned. Liam, of course, was assigned to his teacher's team. Besides him were 2 women and 5 men. Lloyd's group was the smallest, yet consisted of the most capable. I'm Emma. This is my younger sister, Yannis. A blonde-haired woman with bright blue eyes introduced with a warm smile. Besides her was a shorter woman with similar features, only she looked a lot less mature and condescending expression on her face. The rest briefly introduced themselves, giving Liam strange looks to which he replied with a sharp glare of his own. Of their group, Liam could sense the strongest was Lloyd and Emma. I could probably kill the rest one-on-one if I use everything and catch them by surprise, but I'm still too weak against these 2. Lloyd spotted the expression on his face and chuckled. Right now, he's thinking of ways he could beat you all. Simultaneously, all group members looked at him with a frown, except for Emma, who laughed just like Lloyd. Before the group could grow even further apart, David gestured for everyone to head for the glade. As they reached there, Liam spotted intricate lines and diagrams on the ground strengthening formations. He had no idea how formations worked, since it was also a completely different branch of cultivation. There was a canyon gorge to their right, but a flimsy border protected anyone from falling inside. Designated stations for each group covered the border. Everyone took out their weapons and tensed up ready for battle. Liam himself turned serious, a cold pressure in his eyes. Stick close and don't break apart, Lloyd commanded. Before long, a deep rumbling grew louder, accompanied by countless growls from the tree line ahead. They're coming. They're coming. On those words, everyone's attention fell to the tree line. Yellow arrays brightly lit the ground, enveloping those in their vicinity with a faint glow, accompanied with a surge of power. The trees began to splinter as the rank 2 lava lions stampeded through them, forming scorching imprints on the ground. Ripples of heat spread from their bodies. With pitch-black fur and blazing crimson mane, they were twice as large as the average lion. Steam visibly seeped from their bodies, and they ragingly ran towards the humans in their path. Lloyd shouted a few commands and bolted forth, followed by Liam and the rest of the group members. Emma wielded an inscribed spear. Yannis fought with 2 inscribed daggers. The rest didn't wield weapons since they only used spells. Lloyd utilized a pair of blades, slashing at the air with incredible speed and forming arcs of lethal wind, killing multiple lions. Emma's spear tip grew sharp as it shot out and pierced the approaching lions, maiming them for Yannis to finish off using her blades. They're all using their martial arts attuned to their elements, Liam thought, blinding a lion that attempted to lurch at him before piercing its skull with his wakizashi. Blood started to drench the charred grass red, but the lions didn't stop their merciless offensive. Furious roars of both humans and beasts bellowed through the air. Accompanied by thunderous booms, whooshing gusts of wind, rumbling spikes of earth, and swift bullets of water, a lava lion got close enough to Liam. Its eyes began to glow orange, while its thick mane brightened to a scarlet hue. Its jaws opened with a gurgling noise, but before it could complete its attack, an arc of moonlight shot at its neck, killing it. Liam had been briefed on the lion's weakness. Ironically, its greatest weapon was also its greatest weak point, the neck. Slitting their throat incapacitated them long enough for another attack, but the first strike had to be lethal. Liam didn't hold back on his aura reserves, wildly shooting out first and second forms. His new blade's quality was superb, capable of piercing through the lion's skin with ease. It wasn't long before human casualties started to rise. One of the men in the other groups got caught out and left his team formation. Before his teammates could pull him back, red-hot magma doused his figure, melting him alive. Despite the blood-curdling screams, the battle continued, with the lava lions gradually getting pushed back. Like an open tap, the beasts didn't stop arriving. When his teammates weren't looking, Liam took that chance to get hit with the lava attacks, positioning them to hit non-vital spots. His body was at the peak of the second rank. All it would take were just a few more wounds until he achieved a rank 3 body. A group of lava lions rushed him, roaring violently and preparing to pounce. Lloyd, Emma, and Yannis were further up, fighting against a large horde of beasts, while the magi at the back were too busy supporting the other groups. Liam focused, imbuing aura into his katana and wakizashi. The black sheen on the blades disappeared, replaced by formless, ethereal weapons. 3 lions pounced at him at the same time, while 2 at the back vomited gobs of lava. Liam unleashed a swift flurry of swings towards them, his hands and feet glowing. The formless blades entered through the lions mid-air and exited from the other end countless times, leaving no visible mark or wound. Simultaneously, Liam ducked underneath them, his body parallel to the ground as his blades flickered against the gurgling beasts. Suddenly, the lions plopped to where Liam was, their bodies diced in countless bloodied pieces, the magma in their throats swallowed by the grass. Liam took a second to inspect the state of his blades after using its special ability. It got a bit worn down from just one usage, but it's deadly nonetheless, he thought, before regrouping with Lloyd and the rest. Finally, after an hour of constant battle, the tide of rank 2 lions stopped, giving the cultivators a moment of respite. The battlefield was covered with severed, charred, and bloodied lion corpses, mixed with melted human parts. Even the air was several degrees higher than normal, causing everyone to sweat buckets. Liam was the first to sit cross-legged and replenish his aura reserves, uncaring of his surroundings. I'm close to breaking through. I can feel it just a little bit more. He looked slightly pale from using the spell, but his condition looked a lot better than his first time. The others, seeing him do so, decided to replenish their own cores as well. Both the men and women of his group saw Liam in a different light, respect visible in their eyes. Kid, to think you're a magus at this age. I could even feel your pressure as we fought. No wonder. Emma praised before strangely stopping, shaking her head and shifting her focus to cultivation. Liam raised a brow, but the hair on his skin abruptly rose. A deep rumbling grew louder, violent tremors shaking the ground. Get ready for the next tide. Don't get caught out and stick together, Lloyd commanded, readying his swords. Liam forced out a long breath, tightening the grip on his blades while the pressure on his surroundings increased. Roar. Thunderous roars bellowed within the glades, and the rank 3 lava lions emerged. Roughly 3.5 meters in length and 2 meters wide, the lions burst from the treeline, donning various hues of orange and black fur that extended past their blazing manes. Most paled at their sheer numbers, but their expressions turned serious as they readied their weapons, their hands slightly trembling. The sun was at its zenith, casting shadows that danced across the glades, displaying a vicious battle between man and beast. Rank 3 lions were disturbingly more ferocious than its predecessor. Its innate abilities grew substantially, able to manipulate its magma to shoot in short or large quantities and even coat their bodies with it. They charged. Lloyd stood his ground, his group closely behind him, awaiting orders. He instantly sheathed his blades and tensed his hands. Wind gathered on his palms, whirring violently before taking the form of a wind-made spear. He exchanged a nod with one of the fire elementals in his group, before shifting his focus back to the rushing lions, roaring violently and swarming all around them. Assuming a throwing form, he hurled the spears, just as his subordinate launched a burst of fire to coat those attacks. The spears burst with flames, gaining a boost of speed. It continued until piercing 1, 2, 3 lions and eventually exploding. It would have continued for longer, but one of the lions vomited a wall of magma that blocked its trajectory. Nonetheless, the lions were incapacitated, and Lloyd instantly shot forward with his team, sending whirring slashes of wind. Liam had a split second to admire that move, but heaved a deep breath and worked on finishing off the maimed beasts with him. Slowly, the tides of the battle favored the valiant cultivators. Although the spellcasters in the back looked pale and tired, they constantly used elixirs and pills to replenish their mental energy, but it was slowly running out. For the majority of the clash, the beasts were incapacitated long enough from the spells for the weapon wielders to finish them off. Although this tactic worked at the start of the fight, the lava lions were cunning. They all backed off simultaneously and used long-ranged attacks, mainly streams of magma. They needed to end the battle soon. Meanwhile, the cultivators continued to chip away at the rank 3s. The horde was visibly getting pushed back, and the battle was seemingly becoming one-sided. The cultivators continued pushing them back further and further, with Lloyd's group in the lead. Eventually, the peak rank 3 lions emerged, which required the group leaders to work together in taking them down. Liam's body was drenched with sweat and blood while he panted heavily, and the same went for Yanni's. Lloyd and Emma were tired too, just a little less than the rest. During the battle, Lloyd was forced to use his spells to cover for his group, showing off the destructive and precise capabilities of the wind element. Using the same spells multiple times made him pale, but he didn't look weak. "I'm close to the breakthrough, I can feel it," Liam thought, his body feeling heavier by the second while his face was pale. His blades never stopped moving from the moment the clash started. Roars, battle cries, and metallic sounds vibrated through the air. Finally, the lava lions slowly regressed back into the tree line, and smiles spread on everyone's faces. They were about to roar in triumphal victory, but their expressions turned grave just a second later. Liam frowned, retracting his consciousness just before. An explosive roar tore through the entire region, popping the eardrums of nearly all the cultivators within the forest. Liam barely covered his ears right before the roar, but they still got maimed. His insides shook uncontrollably due to the mighty sound waves vibrating through him, with his mental sphere feeling like it cracked due to the mountainous pressure. The rank 4 lion emerged from the horizon, taking slow, prideful steps as it did so. Its molten pupils reflected pure pride and strength. Its presence alone was daunting, like a mountain. If the dragon from Liam's childhood had the sky as its domain, the ground was certainly the lion's. Ripples of heat naturally exuded from its figure, causing the air to vibrate and shake, not to mention soar in degrees. It seemed as though time had slowed. Liam couldn't move a muscle. The previous roar had caused his body to spasm and quiver, yet there was an unexplainable dread that caused him to freeze. Lloyd was a short distance away. He looked just a little better off than Liam, but veins bulged on his neck as he tried to stay conscious. Behind him, Emma and Yanni's were doing strangely well, as Emma had just conjured up a thick wall of rock for cover, but had a protective shield surrounding her and Yanni's body. Liam felt his life flash before his eyes. There was no fear in him, just solemn regret of not accomplishing what he dreamt of not touching the stars, of not doing enough, of being weak, beast. Abruptly, a single syllable thundered from above, the voice of which was deep with a trace of excitement. It came from a tanned, broad-shouldered man, floating in the air and donning a blue robe, failing to hide his bulging muscles. His blonde hair was styled to a military cut, while his menacing green eyes were fixed on the towering beast. A disturbing grin formed on the tanned man's face. The man tensed his arms, causing it to sputter with a flicker of flame. The tiny wisp of flame steadily grew to the size of a small building, taking the shape of a blazing fist flaring violently. Liam's strength returned to him, and so did his senses. He instantly activated the fleeting foot spell, every muscle in his body working at full strength to run away. Let's see whose fire burns greater. The two arms collided with the rank 4 beast, who roared again in response. Boom! Liam was sent flying. His entire body scorched, and his consciousness hanging on by a flimsy thread. At the same time, an awful pain suddenly assaulted his feet. Liam creaked his neck to look at the source of pain, finding a rocky spear tip lodged between each of his tendons. Before his vision faded, he glanced at Emma, who held the spear. The tip belonged to a wry look on her face as she picked Yanni's up and ran away. Liam's body tumbled down a dark but familiar canyon, the bottom of which looked like an endless abyss. Liam's limp and charred body crashed onto the rocky surface of the canyon walls, hitting one rock after another. Sharp stones protruding from the rocky surface slashed his skin and wounded it even more. He tumbled deeper and deeper and deeper, until finally there was a slightly flat surface that he bluntly landed on, leading to a small hole inside the wall which he rolled into. Liam's unconscious figure was a bloody pulp. His head was burnt entirely, making him bald. Pieces of his hair mangled with his charred skin. His knees had broken during the fall too. There was nothing covering his naked body, as the clothes had all caught fire during the earlier attack. The only thing that indicated he wasn't dead was his weak, beating heart. Hours later, he awoke, eyes flickering open and close. "I'm alive," was his first thought, amidst the excruciating, slow pain that washed over him. He used the remaining strength in his arms to pull himself towards the cave wall, his body sore and heavy. He painfully looked towards his hand, and his rings were fortunately still intact, though his fingers were bent in unnatural angles. "I can make it out alive," was his second thought, but even thinking was painful. There were plenty of provisions stored in his ring, and he had multiple jades he could use to contact Lloyd or Revel, though he doubted his luck was that great. He then inspected the state of his body and found it to be slowly healing. He instantly took out the 2 revitalization pills from his ring and swallowed them. Strength grew in his body, and a few of his most serious wounds healed, including his ears, but not nearly enough for him to make a full recovery. His knees were still broken, rendering him unable to venture out. Thus, he simply sat inside the small but empty cave, absorbing minute amounts of aura to speed up his regeneration. The density of world essence was a bit higher than the surface, but he wasn't in a state to find out more. He took a look into his mental sphere, and the translucent barrier's state was poor, to say the least, multiple small cracks on its surface. Over time, his hearing returned completely. Howls, chittering, and every other kind of noise entered his ears. If I fell anywhere else, I would have been dead by now, he thought as he continued to absorb aura, and his mind drifted back to the fight he witnessed with the rank 4 beast and the patriarch of a noble clan. The might of it, the scale of it, that and Emma's betrayal. Liam knew there was something wrong with her. She looked too noble to be a fighter in the peasantry, not to mention he had never seen her or her sister. Violent thoughts bubbled in his mind. They both needed to die. He sat there in dark silence, and an epiphany dawned on him. "Nothing," he uttered under his breath, his expression covered by a cloak of darkness. During the clash between the beast and the patriarch, Liam wasn't even glanced at. He was simply an ant, trampled on by beings of a higher power. He thought back to how fearful he truly became, how his entire body shook at the sight of that giant lion. As momentary as it was, he still felt shame remembering it. He realized how weak he truly was, both physically and mentally. "My will, my ambition, my desire. It's not enough, I need more." His resolved green irises grew darker, and his expression was strangely one of peace, like a weight had been taken off his shoulders. A new layer of insatiable greed and bloodlust had formed within him. He felt as though there was nothing he wouldn't do for his new goal. "I won't die here, not until I've become the strongest." He hadn't forgotten about the word celestial for a moment. Unbeknownst to him, an entire week had passed as his mind drifted, while he subconsciously absorbed aura into his body and ate small amounts of food. Suddenly, a pleasant change occurred. Liam's pores pushed out gobs of black, pus-like filth, and his broken knees and bones slowly started to reform and straighten. Any scars or wounds on his body had dissipated, turning into a healed scar, while his skin grew a smooth, pearly shade. The countless wounds he had accumulated slowly turned into nourishment during his seclusion, which pushed his body to the 3rd rank. Underneath his skin, the membrane seemed to thicken, which was the ability that stored pain and converted it to strength upon command. Liam felt his strength blooming like a rose, but a sudden change to his lower body grabbed his panicked attention. A small, marble-sized orb had formed right under his navel, and it naturally absorbed aura at an astounding speed. The world essence pouring into his body was 10 times denser than normal. "Wait, is that my core?" he uttered under his breath, his eyes widening in shock. Aura automatically entered it and nourished his entire body at the same time. That, coupled with his rank 3 body, gave him an indescribable feeling of vigor, making him forget most of the pain he felt a moment earlier. "What about my element?" Liam attempted to take out a strand of aura from his core, but couldn't do so, as expected. "I'll need a cultivation technique from now on. I can't wait to get back to Lloyd and tell him about it." Liam hoped his teacher was safe, but he knew Lloyd was strong enough to survive. He spent another week repairing the cracks on his mental sphere, using his mental energy and resting properly, before deciding it was time to explore. He took one step outside the cave, and blood drained from his already pale face. All around him, different types of darkness magical beasts flew around the canyon gorge. Night bats, death owls, darkness pythons, and even plague rats were some of the few beasts he was able to spot and name, no less. He looked up, and the crack was nowhere to be seen. The idea of climbing upwards was automatically thrown away, since there were no handholds to climb with, especially since there were hundreds of rank 3 night bats flying above. Trails of corrosive smoke followed their flight, and they had 3 red beady eyes instead of 2. He creaked his neck to look below, finding an endless abyss of darkness not even his senses could penetrate through. Whelp. Liam muttered every curse word he knew, under his breath of course, lest the countless blood-hungry animals find him. The beasts flew in packs and were all nearly in the 3rd rank, with one the leader being in the peak. There seemed to be an entire ecosystem living under the canyon gorge, in which different magical beasts had their own territory within the enclosed space, in similar caves like his own. Shrill noises and roars, both distant and near, constantly entered his ears, and it seemed like the magical beasts were in a constant state of battle. He entered back into the cave, plugging the entrance with a thin wall of mud, and took out his blades from his ring. His quick thinking allowed him to store his weapons before the explosion. The katana and wakizashi were still in good shape, which gave Liam a bit of hope of survival. The beasts here are way stronger, and all of them have the darkness element. It wasn't difficult for him to know why. Magical beasts lived and evolved in areas that corresponded to their element. For example, water elementals would live in places near rivers or ocean beds, fire-type beasts near places with a higher heat intensity, etc. A dark environment naturally invited darkness elementals to live in. Liam sat cross-legged and examined his new organ thoroughly. With the dense world essence surrounding him, his core rapidly absorbed gaseous aura. The core was unique in the sense that, in each stage, the state of aura inside changed. The first stage was gaseous, the second, liquid, and the final stage, solid. With the issue of low aura reserves was automatically solved since he could use his martial art forms excessively without the fear of running out. He smiled. Not to mention, he could naturally strengthen his body, too. There's also my element I need to find out about. I can't afford to die here. Heaving a calm breath, he took out his jade and attempted to call Lloyd. Despite him pouring aura into the device, nothing happened. He attempted the same thing with Revel's jade, but got the same result. It could be since I'm so far and underground. Shrugging, he threw the jades back inside the ring. Peeking outside his small cave, Liam decided to survey his surroundings before trying anything brash. Moreover, the gorge was incredibly deep, and his senses screamed danger from the abyss. Whatever it was, Liam's picture of what could be under that layer of shadows grew more ominous the more he thought about it. That aside, there were caves like his further down, and even horizontally, giving him a method to traverse the canyon. Downward caves were wider, but from what Liam saw, housed even stronger magical beasts. The aura density is definitely thicker further down, he realized, judging by the strength and numbers of the beasts below him. I'll have to be careful if I move between caves. Those bats and owls can hurt me mid-air. Liam's only option to traverse between the caves was to jump towards them since there weren't any footholds. I can't fall behind on my training either. I might as well use the time I have here to grow stronger. He took out the psionic rune and began using it. Strangely, the pressure was even less than before. Not enough to avoid getting a migraine, just a less severe one. Is it because of the rank 4 lava lion's roar? I guess there's a silver lining in everything. Because of his mental sphere's ability to withstand more pressure, he was able to increase his time with the psionic rune by half an hour, totaling out to 2.5. He didn't use it for that long though, limiting himself to just 1 hour. He needed to be in perfect condition to fight against the beasts underground. With that, Liam decided it was time for rest. A few hours later, his cave wall burst open, and a dozen, 3-meter-long rank 3 bats screeched as they laid their blood-red eyes on him. Liam cursed as he jolted awake and instantly took out his blades, assuming a passive stance and waiting for the bats to engage him first. One after the other, the bats screeched and dense, corrosive smoke spewed out from their mouths and shot at him. Liam had limited space to evade within that small cave, and parts of his flesh had been swallowed by the black smoke, while he used his blades to cover the rest of the attacks. At the same time, some of the bats decided to fly into his cave for a closer attack, but that was exactly the moment Liam was looking for. The membrane under his muscles had stored those feelings of pain, glowing fervently the more his body was damaged, and with a thought, Liam activated its special ability. The glowing membrane vibrated for a moment and lost its glow, but an addicting feeling of strength came over Liam. His blade flashed, and streaks of dark blood flew in the air. Bat corpses thudded on the ground beneath him. Among those dead bats were even middle and upper-tier rank 3s. Liam's arms didn't have much difficulty with running his blade through a rank 3 magical beast anymore. As he fought, his lips curved to form a grin. Knowing they couldn't beat him in close range, the night bats cleverly kept their distance, continuously shooting ethereal balls of smoke. Liam frowned, but he still had a way of reaching the bats. Third form, Equinox. His blades glowed with an iridescent light, and 2 bright arcs shot out and cut the bat's wings, briefly illuminating the pitch-black surroundings. Although the aura he infused with his attacks were much purer and dense, His martial art was still rank 2, and he couldn't express his core's true potential. More and more arcs followed, and the bats had no way of keeping themselves afloat, falling into the endless abyss. Liam heaved a slight breath before his gaze fell on the bat corpses around him. Rank 3 bodies came with more digestive capabilities. My provisions will end soon. I'll have to get creative. Liam skinned the bats and removed their cores, leaving only the black flesh. Gulping, he chomped down on the raw meat his stomach hurled at the disgusting taste, but he forced down the nauseous feeling and continued chewing. If it came to survival, there was nothing Liam wouldn't do. Using the bats' hairy bodies, Liam weaved together a long black robe covering him from shoulder to shin. It was roughly made and impractical, but somehow aesthetically pleasing. It'll do for now, he thought before assessing his circumstances. Right now, I'm in the night bat's territory. Further along are the death owls and plague rats. I need to explore this place horizontally and find out what to do. Liam's stern gaze fell towards the abyss. Going down is inevitable. I'll need to prepare for it. The plan in mind, Liam spent the following days jumping from cave to cave. All the while, the threat of magical beasts never relented. He killed beast after beast, and each cave he went into was infested with dozens of them. His battle prowess naturally increased, and he made sure not to fall behind in training his mental sphere. In the span of 2 weeks, he passed by the territories of the plague rats, darkness pythons, and death owls moving forward. Over time, he got used to the taste of raw meat. He didn't even gag or retch anymore when he ate them. His previously scorched hair started to grow as well, eventually growing long enough to reach his eyeline resembling an undercut parted in the middle. However, his green eyes took on a bestial look. Living with magical beasts for so long had its effects. Nonetheless, Liam's appearance was the least of his worries, since despite 2 weeks passing by and hundreds of meters traversed, he was unable to find anything useful to help him escape. Liam shook his head. I've done nothing but kill beasts and jump from one cave to another like a monkey. Repeating the same thing for another week isn't wise. His steeled gaze shifted towards the abyss once more. If I can't go up, I'll need to go down. His intent had been set, and without delay, he slowly but steadily began to descend, choosing the easiest magical beast types for him to deal with on the way. He was forced to use the fleeting foot spell a few times during his journey, since the packs lower down were much more powerful and higher in number. Using the spell didn't give him drawbacks anymore. Repeated usage, however, was bound to cause negative effects. It took another week to get closer and closer to the abyss. Though the process was slow, Liam had to rest after clearing a single beast pack. Once he got close enough, he realized the abyss he saw was actually a screen of thick, dark smoke, blocking his mental energy from piercing through it. Before carelessly jumping through the screen, he threw a night bat corpse at it, paying close attention to any changes. The dead bat plummeted and submerged itself within the darkness. Liam caught a glimpse of its body being visibly corroded before he lost sight of it completely. There's no other option but to endure the smoke and climb down. Liam frowned but took out his katana and wakizashi nonetheless. A moment later, he used them as a piton to climb into the corrosive smoke, holding his breath. It felt as though his entire body was being dipped in acid, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to climb downwards. He obviously closed his eyes to avoid being blinded, and used his mental waves to assess when to open them. An entire minute had passed with him in that state, before he finally felt the smoke dissipate. Before he could catch his breath, loud sounds of wings flapping entered his ears. His eyes widened in shock as they witnessed a giant rank 4 night bat flying towards him a considerable distance away, but with its maws wide open. Liam didn't let the fear paralyze him, not like last time. His mental energy spread instantly, brushing against the terrain for a foothold. He seemed to be at the top of a dungeon, where the canyon gorge intersected with the rough, jagged ceiling. Wing flapping noises grew louder. Liam's heart pumped like an engine, the noises syncing with each other. His narrowed eyes spotted a small alcove, just big enough for him to fit in. He could feel the night bat, which was 6 meters large, and with its wings unfurled, spanned more than 15 meters behind him. A trail of smog followed its trajectory, corroding the stone it brushed against. Liam cocked his thighs, every one of his muscles bulging, then propelled himself at the alcove at an incredible speed. The sweat on his face dragged away from just how fast he was. He collided with the cave, cracking his shoulder, but just a second later, the giant bat flew past him, a tiny wisp of its smoke entering the space he occupied. That tiny black wisp fell on his foot and instantly consumed a chunk of his flesh before dissipating. Liam bit on his lip to suppress his shout, grunting in pain. Panting heavily, he took out a bit of rat hide to cover the oozing wound with, before he started to absorb aura from his surroundings. The world essence was much more dense in that space, and aura naturally nourished his body. That chunk of consumed flesh started to heal, pieces of tissue squirming and conjoining to form new muscles. His shoulder was still cracked, but thankfully they would reform over time. After calming down, he decided to peer down from the cavity and survey his surroundings properly. His eyes widened in complete shock. An incredibly vast, uneven dungeon floor met his incredulous eyes. Dark stone pillars rose from its scarred and battle-worn surface, upon which a few rank 4 night bats and death owls perched upon. On the ground, elephants, lizards, panthers, and even crocodiles lived in their own habitats, but strangely they coexisted with one another and didn't infringe on each other's territories. That didn't necessarily mean they weren't hostile to different species, judging by their powerful growls and hisses vibrating through the air. All were in the 4th rank and had the same element of darkness. From what Liam could see, there were more than a dozen rank 4 beasts in each pack. Some looked bigger than others, meaning they were even in different stages. Overall, the area was bigger than Uklad and the underground combined, and further along were large passages, covered with veils of darkness which Liam's mortal eyes couldn't see past. Within the very center of the entire wide plain was a giant pit, exuding a faint yellow light. Dense aura, vapor visibly oozed from it, and from where Liam was, he couldn't see the bottom. Liam cursed countless times in his mind, forcing himself to calm down. Still, paranoia and dread would whisper in his ears. His will and ambition were merely ideas compared to a zenith-ranked magical beast, and there were countless of them before his eyes. Heaving a shaky sigh, he sat cross-legged in cultivation. Liam noticed how even the zeniths didn't approach the pit. If that was the case, there was bound to be an even stronger being down there. The source of dense aura pointed him to that conclusion. Magical beasts and other creatures naturally flocked to locations where they could absorb purer world essence, increasing their numbers and strength simultaneously. Liam grimaced, his meditation hardly one of peace. I'm pretty much foo. A voice called out from outside Liam's cave, causing him to scowl. Someone else. Liam peeked over the corner, spotting a dark figure waving at him on a similar cavity to his own. Over here, he whisperingly shouted, unfurling a large rope and throwing it at Liam, who instantly grabbed it. Upon closer inspection, the rope had a sharp tip, which could firmly root itself to stone. It was even inscribed, "Quick, before those bloody bats spot us." Liam hesitated, but the sounds of wings flapping made him erase any doubt. He stabbed the tip on the ground before traversing the rope with wide strides, arriving at the figure's side, just enough to see his face. It was a middle-aged man with black eyes, a scarred face, and long, unkempt hair rough-skinned, as though corroded and healed repeatedly. He wore a tight black robe, made from a similar material as Liam's own. A black ring wrapped around his index indicated his status as a cultivator. The two stood on a hollow ledge, but behind the man was a circular tunnel that steeped downwards. I knew it. The array alerted me of something other than a beast. The man beamed, grabbing Liam by the shoulders. Young man, you're a cultivator, right? Liam nodded firmly, waving aside the man's hands. Who are you? How'd you get here? The man took a step back and shook his head. I've been down here for so long I've forgotten my manners. The name's Kirk Hoist. And this place? Kirk paused, his face turning dark. Is despair? Liam scowled. I'll explain. But first, let's get somewhere safe. Kirk gestured for Liam to follow him down the incline. If there's any chance of us getting out of here alive, we'll have to work together. What's your rank? Liam briefly assessed the tunnel they were in. It was raw and uneven, but long it would take years of work to build a similar tunnel by hand, that is, without the use of spells or magical abilities. As they continued, tremors shook the tunnels, causing rubble and dust to fall over the two. Rank 3 body, rank 1 core, rank 1 sea of consciousness. Liam spoke after a short pause. What's with the tremors? Kirk's eyes widened both in joyous surprise and similar shock. Good. That makes you a rank 1 middle stage cultivator then. Though how you're at that stage at such a young age makes me question things. The ranking of a cultivator depended on all 3 of his centers of power. For example, a rank 2 magus with a rank 2 body and a peak rank 1 core would be a peak rank 1 cultivator, but the rankings could vary depending on which stage each center of power was. However, the cultivator's capabilities and strength could not be measured by ranks alone. They were more or less accurate estimations, the rest depended on spells, techniques, and third-party abilities. I myself am at the peak of rank 1. I wish I put a little more effort into cultivation, but my noble status truly spoiled me. Kirk's explanation caused Liam a bit of relief. If he tries to fight me, killing him won't be impossible. I doubt he's as proficient with the blade as I am too. Liam didn't leave any possibility out. Repeating the cycle of killing, eating, and training undoubtedly had him on edge. Still, how a noble ended up in such a situation didn't really make sense. About the tremors, rank 4 devour moles live underneath these grounds. Cursed things have collapsed my tunnels more than I can count, making me relocate each time. They can sense the slightest vibrations, so I need to go slow each time I form a tunnel. I'm of the earth element, by the way. You? Liam shrugged. Don't know, haven't found out yet. Kirk looked a bit disappointed, letting out a soft sigh. At the tunnel's end, a small circular entrance grew visible. The pair entered with Kirk in the light, and Liam had the chance to assess his surroundings. Similar to a noble's manor, the space, which was roughly the size of a large living room, was furnished with tables and chairs made of rock. It smelled absolutely rancid, but then again there was no water to wash themselves with. Liam himself smelled like a dead dog carcass. It's safe. This is one of the corners of the underground, Kirk reassured. Liam nodded and slightly untensed. How long have you been here? Kirk smiled wryly with a sigh, dragging a chair and sitting on it. 2 years. Liam tried to suppress a look of shock from appearing on his face, yet he failed to do so. Kirk lowered his tone as he explained. This abyss is a home for hundreds of rank 4 darkness magical beasts. I don't know how or why they all gather here, or why they don't fight against one another. It's way too strange. They even breed abnormally in order to increase their numbers, then viciously eat each other to grow stronger. Whatever it is, my theory is that it has something to do with that aura mine in the center. Liam raised a brow. What's an aura mine? It's where aura stones start to form, the purest and most basic form of it. There are multiple ways for aura to form, starting with the gaseous form, then liquid, then solid, the best state it could come in. Aura mines are invaluable locations, and owning a mine half the size of that pit, you would automatically be able to fund a large-sized family. Even an aura well could have the same results the liquid version of an aura mine. They have incredibly pure and dense world essence in them, and can produce up to 500,000 or up to 1 million aura stones if mined. Kirk clarified. For all I know, it might rival the aura mines the royals of Ikoria might have. Liam was a bit taken aback, his face growing pensive. There was no way a noble family, even large-sized, would be allowed to seize that big a mine for themselves. Not just because of the zenith surrounding it, but the politics and rules that it came with. Either way, he wasn't interested in those things. What worried him was how the beasts didn't get close to the pit. Liam shook his head. What else can you tell me? Kirk's face grew stern. I've been spending my time here building a network of tunnels and passageways towards that aura mine, at least, those that haven't collapsed. Whatever it is, it could lead us to a way out of this place or lead to our deaths. Either way, it's the only option we currently have. Liam frowned. How close are you to the aura mine? Kirk sighed. Not close at all. Tunneling takes too much time, and I have to be extremely careful as I do it, too. Liam inwardly clicked his tongue. Is there any way to continue the rest of the journey on foot after the nearest tunnel? Kirk was a bit taken aback, as though not expecting that answer. Well, yes, but that would take more than a few months to pull off. There are a few routes I've marked that have the lowest number of threats, both physical and environmental, but we'll need to time and execute it perfectly. Liam paused for a moment, then nodded. That's what we'll do then. Tunneling would take too long, and it's riskier than going on land because of the moles. What spells or techniques do you have? There's no point in keeping them for yourself at this point. You'll have a much better chance of survival if you share them with me. Kirk chuckled, perhaps the first time in years. Cheeky, aren't you? He teased before taking out a few scrolls from his ring. I have 4 spells with me at the moment, and one of them is an Earth-specific spell. You can use this chance to see if you have the same element as me. Liam instantly grabbed the scrolls and began to memorize their diagrams eagerly, hiding a smile from appearing on his face. At the same time, he brought out his fleeting foot spell and handed it to Kirk. He wanted to maximize the chances of survival, and he had to fight back his greedy instincts to keep the spell for himself. Nonetheless, Kirk had given him 3, while he only gave 1 in return. It was a fair thing to do. Kirk nodded in return, grabbing the scroll. You can use that free room if you'd like. Kirk pointed at a makeshift door made of solid stone. I'll be on my own. Let me know if you need anything. Liam nodded, entering the small space and memorizing the spells. The 3 spells fit Liam's needs like a glove. They were all in the first rank, but had useful functions. The first was called Thicken, a defensive spell which briefly thickened the mental sphere walls in case of a mental attack. It used a good amount of mental energy, but in his case it was worth it. If one of those rank 4 beasts roar or screech with this, it won't shatter my mental sphere. From a distance, at least, Liam thought with satisfaction. He didn't dare underestimate a Zenith's abilities. On the other hand, Lethality Mantle was an enhancing spell that had the ability to coat the user's blade with a membrane of sharpness using mental energy. Its usage of mental energy wasn't that much, but it required a constant amount to work. Without a doubt, it would bolster his battle prowess against beasts of the 3rd rank. Lastly, the bodily spell, Cartilage Brace, used aura and mental energy to briefly thicken his already strengthened bones, granting him a defensive crutch to use in times of danger. Liam's mental sphere was his greatest strength, and even though the spells required high amounts of mental energy if used together, he was able to do so briefly. Furthermore, Liam realized he wasn't of the earth element, since the elemental spell didn't work when he used it. That's fine. I'm happy with any element at this point. Liam's eyes flickered with the stubborn flame of willpower and the ruthless resolve for survival. I'll live, I'll survive. Liam spent a week learning the layout of tunnels that Kirk had made throughout the years, as well as keeping in touch with his training schedule. Resembling an ant's nest, the network of tunnels connected to different parts of the abyss. Those closer towards the center had already collapsed, and only through avoiding magical beast habitats did Kirk successfully tunnel deeper. Kirk had spent nearly 2 years in the abyss, which gave him strange habits like muttering to himself or chuckling under his breath at random times. Such behavior was understandable for the normal person. Although 2 years in seclusion was something torturous for the normal person to go through, Liam found peace in solitude and spent the majority of his first life alone. Nonetheless, Liam didn't pay it much heed and focused on the journey at hand, training his mental sphere and nourishing his body. Furthermore, he was finally able to eat cooked food, since Kirk created a makeshift bonfire using sticks and stones. They couldn't heat it for too long, though, in fear of any of the beasts having some sort of heat-sensing ability. Liam couldn't help but remember his mother's face when he ate 2 weeks of him being away caused her stress, but it had been more than 2 months that Liam spent underground. She probably thinks I'm dead now. Tremors constantly echoed throughout their dwelling, seemingly growing stronger as time passed, or closer. Thankfully, it was time to leave the underground once and for all. Liam and Kirk spent roughly 2 weeks sketching out a plan marking the best routes and least riskiest methods of traversal. From what I've seen, the elephants and crocodiles are much more docile compared to the lizards and panthers. They naturally ooze huge amounts of dark smoke from their giant bodies, but our path should be more or less far away from them, Kirk explained, looking at a detailed map made of beast hide. Granted, peak rank 3 elephants and crocodiles have infested that route. We'll need to act swift and silently. Liam nodded in response. The threat of beasts wasn't actually what worried them, but the possibility of being found out by the zenith-ranked monsters did. A night's rest allowed the pair to bring their bodies to peak condition. Granted, the constant tremors didn't do much for their sleep. The next day, Liam's eyes emitted a focused pressure devoid of fear or any unnecessary emotion. Kirk was no different. The promise of freedom after such a torturous period made him look much more menacing than the average noble. "You ready?" Kirk asked. Liam heaved a soft sigh and firmly nodded. The two exchanged an understanding look before they entered a different tunnel, slowly walking towards freedom or death. Quakes echoed throughout the dark underground passages Kirk and Liam traversed through, causing small amounts of rubble and dust to fall at them from above. The abyss was huge, and after walking an entire day, they had finally reached the end of the narrow tunnel. Kirk exchanged a knowing look with Liam. A moment later, Kirk made a series of gestures. An exit slowly starting to form. The dark stone was slowly being peeled layer by layer, until finally they were able to leave through it and assess their surroundings. Ethereal dark vapor naturally floated around them like rivers intersecting with each other to create a network of streams, and towards their right, monstrous-sized elephants rested not too far away. Their giant bodies were cloaked in shadow, while black smoke bellowed from their trunks enveloping their habitats. They resembled small hills amongst the vastness of the abyss floor. Liam and Kirk's path had been closest to a corner of the underground, which was also why the lower-ranked beasts lived there. They were merely their underlings. Dozens of the same species of elephant blocked their path up ahead. Their bodies were twice the size of a normal elephant, but their aura wasn't nearly as powerful as a rank 4 beast. Kirk and Liam carefully avoided the corrosive black gas, but an encounter with the beasts was inevitable. Thankfully, they came prepared. An unfortunate elephant that blocked their path suddenly felt its feet absorbed into the ground, rendering it unable to move. Its trunk curled up as it attempted to shout and alert its pack leaders, yet a shadow blurred towards it, severing its organ. Not a moment later, a sharp pain pierced its brain, killing it instantly. Liam was satisfied, but his stern face didn't express it. He had used lethality mantle to coat his blades with sharpness, which allowed for his blade to easily run through even a peak rank 3 beast. He didn't even have to use his blade's special ability. Kirk's earth aptitude proved to be extremely useful for the two since he could manipulate the terrain and create a slow but steady advance. Like so, the process repeated itself, with no major threat appearing to either of them. Strangely, the two worked well together, with Kirk focusing on subduing the beasts and Liam finishing them off. Another week passed, with the pair growing exhausted and requiring rest. Kirk spent a good part of the day slowly but silently creating a cavity underground which they were to spend the night in. With the aura mine growing closer, the density of aura around them grew by at least tenfold. We should be close to leaving their territory now. We just have to get through the crocodile region and then make our way into the pit, Kirk said, chewing a roasted piece of meat. Liam nodded, forcefully gulping down a mouthful of food. A moment later, the pair went to sleep. Resting wasn't peaceful. Violent tremors which grew in strength and duration as they made their way to the center jolted Liam awake. Kirk miraculously still slept, too lax. Right as he thought that, Liam suddenly felt what seemed like mental energy on his figure brushing over his body like a firm but gentle touch, giving him the feeling of being watched. For a moment he thought it was Kirk, dreaming and subconsciously using his mental waves, but the man looked like he was going through a nightmare. Liam frowned. The mental energy disappeared just as fast as it had appeared. What was that? Paranoia and doubt started to creep into Liam's mind. Could there be someone else with us, or am I imagining things? Needless to say, Liam didn't sleep the rest of the night on edge and tense. After feeling nourished enough, though lacking a good night's rest, they started their journey once more. Kirk noticed a change of expression on Liam's face, but that could have meant anything. After a few more days of killing elephants and resting in short intervals, they had finally entered the crocodile's territory. The terrain had visibly changed. Black lakes made from a murky liquid appeared all around them. Ripples would form under their surface now and again, and giant-scaled crocodiles would slowly edge across the surface. Their black reptilian irises wouldn't move, yet Liam and Kirk both felt like they were being watched by them. Between the lakes, narrow paths presented themselves before them, like an isthmus leading towards the pit. "My abilities are useless in this region," Kirk grimaced and whispered. "We'll have to make a run for it and hope for the best." Liam frowned, but there weren't any suggestions from his side. The Black Lakes were another form of the darkness element, and his senses warned him of that danger, especially from the crocodile's side. Luckily, there were no beasts blocking that area, and the only threat was the rank 4 beasts under the lake. "Fine," Liam agreed. "We'll start slow, though. If the crocodiles are alerted, just use the spell I gave you and we'll bolt from there." Kirk nodded in agreement, and the two heaved a synchronized sigh. A moment later, they began to slowly tread through a narrow path, holding their breath despite the tense danger they felt. Kirk uttered to himself in a whispering tone, "You'll live through this. You'll live through this. You'll live through this." The rough-skinned man felt much more scared compared to Liam, despite being around rank 4 beasts for much longer. After all, Liam had already died once, and it wasn't death that scared him, just the inability to accomplish his dreams. They slowly walked along the land with seemingly no threat. The lakes were still, unmoving, and the atmosphere tense. Only slight ripples could be heard. SBLSHH. Suddenly, a monstrous crocodile emerged from the lake, slamming its tail against the body of water as it headed straight for the pair of invading humans. Before it even emerged, Liam and Kirk both dashed forward, their hands and feet glowing brightly, attracting even more crocodiles their way. Parts of the black liquid fell on Liam's shoulder, consuming a chunk of his flesh, yet he was too focused for it to be a hindrance. Sounds of liquid crashing, violently accompanied with loud thumps, resounded through the abyss, and even the other magical beasts were alerted. The pit was growing nearer and nearer, and the pair had never stopped running. Their mental energies were slowly being used, but they were too focused on escaping to be worried about it. Liam's eyes widened as he witnessed a giant crocodile body blocking their path in the distance. To his left, right, and behind, distant crocodiles swam through the lakes to chase and pinch them. A dark emotion appeared in Kirk's eyes, and resolve grew in his heart. The aura mine, freedom itself, was a hair's length away. Kirk's desperation grew to resolve. 2 sickles appeared in his hands, and he shifted his head towards the young man intent on sacrifice. "I'm sore," yet before he could attack, a wakizashi swiped his eyes, blinding him. A moment later, any feeling in his hand disappeared, replaced with excruciating anguish. It had been severed. Before he could scream, another wound formed on his chest. His heart had been pierced. Kirk rolled to the ground, no longer able to run. The crocodiles from behind had caught up with him in an instant, devouring his entire body in one bite. A second later, he felt his consciousness fading, dragged into an abyss separate to the one he was in. Meanwhile, Liam's cold eyes didn't show a trace of emotion as he continued to run without looking back, taking the space ring off Kirk's severed hand before throwing away the dead meat. He had successfully reached the pit, but some of the crocodiles hadn't given up their chase, gaining on him rapidly. With no other choice, he jumped inside the pit. Plunging down, Liam's hair hectically fluttered upwards. With how deep the pit was, if he fell at his current speed, he would inevitably turn to mush. Liam cursed, clutching his blades and attempting to stab them into the stone. The katana wakizashi scraped against the rock and created sparks, but failed to penetrate the surface. Rapidly, his blades were being shaved away, but slightly slowed his descent. Thankfully, a curve appeared at the distant bottom, illuminated by a bright, iridescent light. Liam's blades shattered, causing him to curse loudly again. With no other choice, he used his bare hands and feet to slow down his plummet. Instantly, his nails splintered, followed by the skin of his fingers and palms shredding away. Liam didn't dare let go, using his body slowed his descent much more effectively than his weapons. Right when the bones underneath his flesh grew visible, Liam reached the gentle curve, rolling diagonally instead of plunging vertically. Panting heavily, Liam felt like his hands and feet were burning. Thankfully, the regeneration that came with his rank 3 body slowly started to reform his flesh. Iridescent light shone on his pale face, the first brightness he had seen in months. Liam shifted his tired gaze towards the entrance and his chest sank. Compared to the vastness of the aura mine, he was basically a speck of dust. The walls of the mine were studded with glittering, aura, stones, shimmering like precious gems and amethysts. Drops of pure, concentrated aura seeped from the gemstones, resembling sweat in the bright light. The entire area was overflowing with such gems, creating a breathtaking display of natural beauty and wealth. However, the ceiling of the aura mine was marred with claw marks. They were deep, but it looked like the same spot was attacked repeatedly. Despite that, Liam didn't even glance at them. Instead, his attention was on something in the middle. It was hard to miss, really. It was a magnificent fox, with white fur that shimmered as if made of pure light. Its relaxed posture, with its muzzle resting on its crossed paws, only added to its serene appearance. With each gentle breath it took, the nearby aura, stones lost their luminance and were absorbed into the fox's being. This peaceful picture was only made more surreal by its 7 magnificent tails, each gracefully undulating in the air, as if defying the laws of gravity even in its slumber. Calling it a mere fox would be disrespectful. It resembled a mighty kitsune. Strangely, it wasn't large, even smaller by rank 4 beast standards. It looked slightly frail, but the aura it emitted was much more dangerous than any of the darkness beasts Liam had seen. Even at that distance, Liam felt his mental sphere being pressured. He felt watched. Taking in a shaky, cold breath, Liam sat with his back against the cave wall, his eyes unwavering from the kitsune. If it woke up, Liam's fate was sealed. He couldn't climb up the giant pit, and he didn't even have any weapons to defend himself. Think, his mind raced for anything. Quite frankly, there were no options present for him to choose from. His gaze shifted towards the claw marks. Upon closer inspection, the claw marks had pierced through the aura mind ceiling. There were even holes that he observed which he could easily fit through. If the kitsune made those claw marks, it couldn't escape from here. It's stuck. If I can somehow get there without waking it up, I can escape. All he could do was pray in his heart that the beast didn't wake up due to his presence as he did so. Heaving a long breath to calm his nerves, Liam. Was the kitsune smiling at him? Oh God, it was. Its eyes looked like bright golden suns that were glued to his figure. You are cunning, human. A deep feminine voice with a slight tinge of playfulness rang out from where the kitsune was, and Liam's chest sank even more. It's talking. Its grin grew disturbingly wider. It rose up, sitting on its frail front legs. The frightening grin didn't leave its face, showcasing its sharp canine teeth. Liam felt his blood turn cold. Could it read? Your thoughts, the kitsune said, enjoying the crestfallen look on Liam's face. Climbing up the pit sounded a lot more plausible now, but he couldn't move a single muscle. A firm pressure held his body still. I must say, I never expected you to be the first to betray your fellow human. Watching you two make your way to certain death has been entertaining. A look of realization fell on Liam's face. He ground his teeth and grimaced. He didn't fail to notice the fox's choice of words. The mental waves, they were yours. How? The kitsune scoffed. With how anxious you looked, I thought you might turn back and cower like humans usually do. This time Liam scoffed. He didn't know why, but when nearing death, his confidence soared. Isn't that what you're doing now? Head-splitting pressure assaulted Liam's mental sphere, forcing him on his knees. Had he not used thicken just in time, it would have gotten riddled with cracks. I must have been too lax with how I treated you, human. I'll make sure to savor your flesh. The pressure slowly mounted, enveloping his brain from all sides. Liam's mental sphere buckled and strained, preparing to shatter at any second. He squirmed on the ground, clutching his head. Veins popped on his neck, his tone strained as he managed to squeeze out a few words. I can bring you out of here. The pressure lessened considerably, enough for Liam to catch his weak breath. The words seemed to have an effect on the kitsune. It even gave Liam a respite to catch himself. Speak. Heaving multiple breaths, Liam rose from the ground and fixed his gaze to the fox. You're stuck here. I don't know how long, but you're at a dead end unless something comes along and changes your circumstances. Well, I'm that something. Liam had to steal his gaze when looking at the kitsune, who scoffed coldly in response. Big words for such a weak little being like yourself. I can kill you with a single thought. What gives you such power? Liam creased his brows. He had to make his case, and he couldn't do it by looking weak despite the pressure. He took out a scroll from his ring. It was the primordial forging method. Do you know what this is? The kitsune remained silent, awaiting an explanation. My forging method allows me to refine a magical beast's will and imbue it into a weapon or item. I'm sure you know where I'm going with this. Again, the kitsune didn't say anything. If you give me enough time, I'm sure I can resuscitate you. Liam was careful with how he phrased his words, using all his willpower to still his mind. Basically, he was asking the fox to kill itself, giving him a piece of its core or mental energy, which he didn't even know could work, then somehow giving the kitsune into a new form. Liam didn't know what to think of the kitsune's silence. He decided to further make his point. You've been here for how long? You don't plan on attacking the ceiling over and over, do you? You don't look like your greatest aspect is strength, after all. All the while, those beasts above are getting stronger and stronger. Some have already made their way to the middle stage of the 4th rank, it seems. The kitsune was uncomfortably silent, staring at him with those bright suns for eyes. I'm not promising instant results. I'll need time. Lots of time. If you entrust me with a piece of your core and mental energy, I can do it. The fox sensed truth and conviction in Liam's mind. After all, it could read his thoughts. The boy really thought he could accomplish that feat, resuscitating a magical beast in a new form. Suddenly, the air around the kitsune changed, like an iridescent mist had dispersed around it. Liam's eyes widened. What he'd been seeing was actually an illusion that the kitsune was hidden behind. In reality, the frail fox looked much worse, marred with countless bite marks and bruises, 4 of its tails missing, and 1 of its eyes blinded, the previous shimmer of its fur gone. It even breathed with difficulty, and it didn't look like those wounds were healable. Cursed opposition. As soon as I awakened to mind, my body turned weak. After a long pause, the kitsune spoke with a much raspier voice. "Give me your eyes." Liam blinked, his skin somehow turning paler. "What?" The kitsune shot him a hard glare. "You've yet to convince me. I want to know how far you're willing to go for it for survival. As of now, you're far too weak to make grand promises, and I can't entrust my life to someone weak-willed. Come closer and give me your eyes." Liam gulped, letting out a soft breath, making his way towards the fox. The kitsune was kind enough to remove any pressure it put on him. Liam took a good look around, the last he would take. Then he frowned, glaring at the kitsune defiantly. The pressure exuding from him was actually much heavier than what was possible for a rank 1 magus, but that did nothing to the fox. Tensing his hand and body, Liam shot his fingers into his right eye socket, wriggling his fingertips to wrap around his eyeball. Pangs of unadulterated pain assaulted his senses, but he didn't stop curling his fingers around his eyeball and clenching it. With one swift motion, he yanked. Irk. The optic nerves holding his eye in place pulled and snapped, making Liam almost lose his consciousness due to how agonizing it was. Thick blood started to flow from the now empty hole. Biting on his tongue to steady his mind, he began with his left eye, turning his index, thumb, and middle finger into a claw, tearing it out in the same fashion as he did his right. Liam growled. His eye sockets, burning hotter than molten tears of blood, ran across his pale cheeks. Even his regeneration hurt, as pieces of his flesh tried to squirm together and reform. Obviously, his vision had faded too, leaving him in the dark with only his wavering senses intact. Liam gripped the bloodied eyeballs in his hands and threw them on the floor, as if they weren't a blessing. "If this is the price for one more day, then I'll gladly pay it." With Liam blinded, he couldn't see the contemplative glimmer in the kitsune's eyes. That forging method certainly had the potential to do wonders, but it had to have a capable forgemaster behind it. The fox had been stuck underground for decades, with the darkness beasts above constantly invading its space. It had run out of cards long ago, and by chance, one had come its way. Though the idea of a rank 4 zenith trusting a rank 1 mortal was absolutely unheard of, even myths and legends don't speak of a tale so absurd. Very well, those 2 words sounded more pleasant to Liam than anything he'd heard. The kitsune had agreed. Liam's luck looked up for once, though. With the pain he was going through, he couldn't enjoy that feeling. "How would this work?" "You're too small to carry my core or mental energy," the kitsune stated. A wry, hopeful look appeared on Liam's pained face. "I was hoping you would know something about that," the kitsune scoffed. "You really didn't think this through, did you?" Liam didn't respond, grounding his teeth in response to the pain. The kitsune let out a raspy breath, but its eyes started to glow brightly a second later. "If I was just a realm stronger, this wouldn't have happened." Clouds of aura from the surrounding gems suddenly gathered into one spot, condensing and glowing fervently like an iridescent sun. As it condensed, serene ripples formed all throughout the giant, aura mind chipping away at its value as it sucked the dense world essence. Slowly, the kitsune's giant, sun-like eye left its skull, shooting into the condensed world essence, basking in it and absorbing the aura. Simultaneously, the fox's thick mental waves were added to the mix too, imbued with profound meanings. Meanwhile, Liam could only hear thunderous noises that shook his body to the core. Whatever it was, he was patient to find out the pain in his eyes reduced to an agonizing but tolerable amount. The strange process continued for a few minutes, and a moment later, the kitsune's eye had absorbed all the aura, becoming hotter than magma, while glowing brighter than the sun. It floated mid-air, casting rays of light in all directions. At the same time, it was small, the size of a human's eye. The kitsune's aura was no longer menacing and powerful, looking like a husk of itself, but the eye it produced looked like a royal treasure. "Grit your teeth," it breathed. Using its mental energy, the fox shot the eye towards Liam's right eye socket, smashing into his face and causing him to fall backwards a considerable distance. "Arg." Liam grunted, but those grunts turned to a yell, which turned into shouts of sheer pain a second later, coursing his throat. Veins bulged on his neck, pulsing with his faint heartbeat. Death felt like a sweet release. The eye felt like molten in his skull, but the pain wasn't due to that. His mental sphere felt like it was boiling. Well, it was. The eye forcefully connected itself to it, assimilating to it like a cancer. Torn optic nerves reformed and instantly connected to the new organ. Safe to say, it was the worst feeling he had ever experienced in his lifetimes, spiraling his mind into chaos. The kitsune didn't pay any heed to those screams, and its body started to glow radiantly. With a sterner, raspier tone of voice, it spoke as Liam continued to writhe in pain. "Consider my eye as a loan. You wouldn't be able to handle it with how it is, so I made it so it'll grow stronger with your mind. I will imbue you with my mental energy and aura. Whenever you deem it fit to resuscitate me, simply pour aura into it. Do not fail me. Liam Royce. On those words, the kitsune's body grew drier and curled into a frail husk, devoid of any life. However, a small part of its body turned into a streak of light that shot onto Liam's body, forming a tattoo of a seven-tailed fox on his lower abdomen, removing the binding oath that covered Liam's core. Meanwhile, Liam hadn't stopped screaming from the top of his lungs. The pain simply didn't stop, mounting pain upon pain. His right eye shone brightly, illuminating the now dim aura mine. At the same time, strange memories and emotions clouded Liam's mind underneath the veil of pain, fragmented and hazy. He saw himself walking as a four-legged beast, strong, but without thought or intellect. He acted on instinct and desire alone. Another fragmented memory arrived. He saw himself walking into a familiar gorge, allured by the trails of thick aura in the surroundings. Then he spotted dozens of beasts similar in strength to his own, their elephants, crocodiles and panthers, their fur and powers black. A vicious fight ensued between light and dark. Liam barely won, his body and figure wounded severely. There were many more, but he threw himself down the pit and found the aura mine. There he spent days, months, years. There he awakened his mind, he could think. More memories poured into Liam's brain, ethereal and scattered, of previous generations of his species. Not to mention, he became a zenith. That feeling alone trumped any other Liam had felt times 1,000. That power, that surge of strength, that superiority. However, his mind came at the cost of his body. His limbs turned weak and frail, and his physique was infinitely weaker than its rank 4 counterparts. Liam's eyes slowly opened, a cold, royal, condescending pressure spreading to his surroundings from just that action alone. Pain was no longer the dominant feeling he was going through, though the sensitive migraine and aching body he felt was enough to make a grown man cry. The dim aura mine cast a weak glow on his face. By the time the kitsune was done with the eye, it had absorbed all the aura from the gemstones, leaving dark, glowing shards behind, and boy did Liam's eye feel unreal. Through the eye, he could actually see different colors he couldn't name beneath the darkness. Moreover, he could see natural aura in the air, as well as the strange patterns it contained. Besides that, he accidentally discovered he could zoom in and out with his sight, giving him the ability to scan his surroundings with unadulterated clarity. Looking at his reflection through a dark gemstone, he saw how his eye was no longer green, but orange and golden, similar to a glorious sunset. As he zoomed in, the pupil constricted and dilated. A wide grin formed on Liam's face. He attempted to voice a few words, but his throat was too coarse to function. Instantly, he thought of a name for his new eye, thinking of his last name on Earth, in addition to the kitsune's regal aura. King's Eye, good enough. Nonetheless, Liam shifted his focus to his mental sphere. There was still pain, but it was bearable. Liam was afraid that his sea of consciousness could be riddled with cracks or soft spots. To his relief, there wasn't any. However, there was a golden shimmer that his translucent walls gained, along with similarly golden lines inscribed all throughout the barrier. It was assimilated into Liam's mental sphere. Liam thought back to the kitsune's words. The eye would improve each time his mental sphere advanced, and he couldn't help but want to test out its capabilities. I'll have to be careful from now on, though. I can't show this power to anyone else. Liam came back to reality, heaving a deep sigh. He instantly took out all the food he had and started wolfing it down. Calling him exhausted was an understatement, and Liam felt like his body was covered with mud. Once his body stopped trembling from hunger, he took a peek into Kirk's ring. Liam felt no pity as he killed him, since the former was intent on doing the same. Shaking his head, Liam chose not to dwell on those feelings. In the first place, it was his emotional detachment that allowed him to survive for so long, ignoring the pleas of his many victims. He wiped away Kirk's remaining aura imprint on the ring using his mental energy, then inspected it. The space was roughly 35 square meters, much larger than all his other rings. Inside, Liam counted roughly 450 aura stones, in addition to a bunch of pills he didn't know the use for 5 rank 2 and 1 rank 3 spell of the earth element. There were rank 1 and rank 0 spells as well, but none could work without having the earth element. Despite his findings, the spells weren't useful to him, and they were blatant indicators of Kirk's murder. The ring was too, but Liam had no plans on throwing the contents out. I'll keep the ring hidden for now. I can sell its contents if or when I leave Uklad. In addition to that, he found a few jades, but since they were underground, their usage was useless. He didn't fail to notice the binding oath around his core was no longer there. Before he could organize his items, the sound of thudding, scratching, and screeching entered his ears. Looking over his shoulder, a deep frown scrunched his face. He instantly started to run for the walls while activating fleeting foot. A distance away, the rank 4 darkness beasts continued to throw themselves down the pit. Crocodiles, panthers, and elephants dragged themselves on the walls with no regard to their bodies, their attention stuck to a small figure a distance away. With the presence of the kitsune gone, the beasts decided to finally enter the aura, mine and revel in its thick world essence, only to find it empty. Moreover, the kitsune was turned into a mummified corpse, devoid of any nutrients. Anger churned within them, which they decided to take out on that running human who was there before them. A chase ensued. Liam was a huge distance away from them, and the elephants and crocodiles weren't fast enough to chase him. The panthers were. More than half a dozen sprinted to his figure at full speed, their limbs blurring and turning into shadows. They were incredibly fast. Thankfully, Liam had a good head start. "Why are you chasing me? Fight each other, you dogs." As if answering his plea, shockwaves and booms bellowed out from a distance. A clash had broken between the beasts. Liam cursed, but the giant cave wall was soon to be in reach. Blasts, growls, and screeches reached Liam's ears, but due to the distance and him using Thicken, there was no damage on his mental sphere except a bearable pressure. Devourer moles entered the clash, bursting through the ground and sealing their giant maws, swallowing entire chunks of the mine. Rubble started to fall violently, boulders smashing against those below. The entire mine was going to collapse. Before the rapidly approaching panthers caught him, Liam gripped the jutting aura, stones in the wall, pushing himself upwards with all the strength he could muster. Beneath his skin, the membrane shook, injecting him with a jolt of strength. Like a mammal sprinting on land, Liam propelled himself up with wide strides. Just then, the panthers reached where he was a moment ago, growling in anger at the meal they missed. Shortly after, they entered the fray with the other beasts. Liam spent the next few hours carefully climbing towards the roof of the Aura mine, where countless holes led upwards to the surface. Before entering one of the holes and heading upwards, Liam took one last look towards the bottom to witness the battle between rank 4 existences. From above, he felt superior, watching zeniths get crushed by giant boulders, struggling to move. Gushing waves of darkness covered the underground cave like a rising canopy. Liam watched for a few minutes before the entire structure threatened to collapse. It was unlike him. His ego had never gotten in the way of his survival, but being the cause of death to so many zeniths gave him a look of supremacy. "Out of all you superior beings, I came out on top," he shouted with a magical beast's pride. With a glare of condescension, he started climbing upwards. Getting out of the underground was easy compared to the near 3 months Liam spent underground. He exited from a cave-like crevice that led to a wide opening into a hill which he quickly climbed atop. It was night time, and the moonlight cast a silver hue on Liam's face. A gust of wind made him realize how much he missed fresh air and any smell that wasn't rotten. "Wow," Liam exclaimed, in awe at how far he could see with the king's eye. Even the tiniest ant didn't escape his vision, despite the darkness, not to mention he could distinguish aura, patterns, and concentration surrounding him. He could even discern individual leaves on a tree from a mile away. Liam spread his senses. There wasn't anything in the 150 meters range except for a few weak magical beasts and empty land. His mental muscle had grown to an amazing level during his seclusion. He didn't have anything else to train except his consciousness after all. The hill below him still shook for a good minute before abruptly ceasing. Now and again, slight tremors momentarily shook before stopping once and for all. That felt strange to him. Zeniths were so powerful, yet they were unable to break through a mere cave underground. I guess that's the limit of the 4th rank. They can't shatter the earth or pierce through the sky. That's bound to change in the future ranks, though, especially the 7th. A moment later, Liam steeled his gaze. He hadn't forgot Emma's betrayal for a minute. He merely suppressed those feelings to focus on survival. Of course, he wanted to reunite with Eve, Lloyd, Rogan, and Revel right away, to assure their worries and apologize for all the months he disappeared. But revenge took precedence. He couldn't let a loose end walk freely. He began to run towards Uklad. Taking out his jade connected with Lloyd's, he imbued it with aura. 3 months ago, following the lava lion's bellow, chaos and disarray spread among the cultivators. Most of them had their mental spheres shattered, and those who were lucky enough to survive were horribly maimed. Lloyd was one of the lucky few who didn't have any life-threatening injuries. He had retracted his consciousness just before the roar, covering himself with mental energy. Pain invaded his mind, but he tolerated those feelings to look at his disciple. Before he could find him, a syllable rang from above. "Beast, boom." Lloyd managed to get behind a thick covering of trees and shrubbery just as the giant arms collided with the rank 4 beast. Still, he was sent flying away, skin charred and flesh sizzling. He managed to block his face from the majority of the fire using his hands, but the harsh flames seeped through the cracks of his fingers. Lloyd crashed against the stump of a distant tree. By the time his consciousness steadied, the roars and explosions had already ended. The lava lion's body was utterly maimed, its limbs broken and flesh cooked. The single attack from the Patriarch had completely incapacitated it. The Patriarch slowly descended. Lloyd watched from a distance as the zenith-rank cultivator punched the beast once in the head with a flaming fist, releasing another shockwave throughout the area and dislodging the lion's neck from its body, its eyes popping out from their sockets. With that, the rank 4 magical beast was no more. Flicking his sleeve, the hill-sized lava lion had been absorbed into the Patriarch's ring. Shooting one last indifferent look below, he flew up and soared away, heading towards the wealthy side. Regret, anger, and guilt was visible in Lloyd's eyes. He healed his body with aura, enough to bear the remaining pain and enter the battlefield where the Zeniths fought. The environment was still burning with thick flames, but Lloyd pushed past the burning sensations and searched. Soulless bodies continued to burn, spreading ashes that the wind scattered forth. Among them, hunters, guards, and scouts. Despite searching all around, Lloyd couldn't find his student's body. His gaze fell to the canyon gorge, his senses screaming danger. Tell me you lived, Liam. The following months were slow and filled with grief. Many lives were lost on that day, nicknamed the Day of Loss, but the townsfolk came together to rebuild their community. For one, the guild base had been kept up, since the nobles thought it'd be better for any upcoming beast tides, causing the strengths of common cultivators to rise exponentially. Ever since Lloyd had come back from that battlefield, he had visited his student's mother once to tell her Liam was MIA. The news hit her more critically than Lloyd imagined, as she began sobbing on the spot. To the best of his ability, Lloyd attempted to calm her down and promised Eve he'd find him. She was too distraught to pay any heed to his words, slamming the door shut and secluding herself in her home. At the same time, Eve was boiling with grief and anguish. The pain of losing a son wouldn't leave one for multiple lifetimes, and she had no one to share that burden with. Lloyd hadn't stopped searching for Liam since that day, but nothing had turned up. On the other hand, Rogan found it strange that his student hadn't arrived for their session. At first, he denied that Liam died no way, but then a week passed, then a month. By then, all that was left was regret. It's always those with talent and a promising future that get snuffed out early. Rogan clicked his tongue in anger, before using his forging to cope with the loss. Meanwhile, Revel's condition grew poorer over the coming months, only made worse by his missing disciple. Liam would be his inheritor, the one to continue his blood weaving and bring him the glory he deserved. Revel was never one to hold hope, but something about that kid made him believe he wasn't dead. Damn rascal, I don't have much time left, get back already. Lloyd was in one of the underground restaurants having a drink, his features covered with exhaustion and regret. Sighing, he took another sip from his mug, when suddenly, a jade in his pocket started glowing. Eyes widening, he yanked the jade out of his pocket and answered it. Liam's voice coming from the other end made Lloyd smile from ear to ear. I'm alive, old man, Liam said, smiling after hearing his teacher's voice. You almost killed yourself from sadness, didn't you? Lloyd guffawed, grabbing the attention of those in the restaurant. Nice to see your sense of humor isn't dead either. Where are you, kid? My knuckles missed the top of your head. Liam snorted playfully, but his tone grew stern a moment later. I'll need you to do something for me, old man. I'll start explaining what happened. Lloyd's face went through multiple emotions, which eventually changed to anger when Liam explained Emma and Yanni's betrayal. He himself thought they were fishy, but he missed any action from their side. Liam hadn't mentioned anything about his time underground. That could come later. Now, he was explaining something else. And that's the gist of what I want to do. Can you help? Lloyd scoffed. Don't underestimate me, kid. Of course I can. Liam perched atop a tree near the ravine, his attention towards the night sky as he stargazed and waited. His flowing hair rested on his shoulders as Liam didn't find time to cut it. He still wore the same hairy robe, made from bat hide but cleaner since he took a well-needed wash. It wasn't long before he sensed and saw 3 figures approaching from roughly 100 meters away. Liam already coated himself with his mental waves, concealing his presence, which was a whole lot more effective due to his strong consciousness. Lloyd, Emma, and Yanni's were nearing the ravine. Through the king's eye, he could see their aura, more specifically the aura that surrounded their bodies. Lloyd had a translucent aura. Emma's was slightly brownish since she was of the earth element, and Yanni's was an orangish hue. Emma looked stern, a frown scrunching her features. Yanni's, on the other hand, looked tense and uncomfortable. You sure you said he's alive? Emma asked, her eyes scouring the surroundings. Yes, I heard his voice. I brought you 2 along so we could discuss how to divide the merit points. The kid is hiding from his mother, you see, Lloyd explained, and his jade started to glow a second later. Abruptly, a wind made spear word in Lloyd's hand, which he instantly rammed into Emma's chest, piercing her chest. Irk. Simultaneously, a shadow fell from the tree Yanni's was under, landing a powerful kick on her back that caused her spine to crack. Liam used cartilage brace to strengthen his knee. The strike caused Yanni's to fall and scream in pain before she could react. Liam pulled her arms and pushed her body down with his foot. What is the meaning of this? Emma bellowed, the hole in her chest leaking gobs of blood, but she popped a pill in her mouth that stopped the bleeding. Lloyd didn't speak, his figure blurred, landing a flurry of kicks, punches, and slashes on Emma's body, pushing her backwards as she desperately tried to defend with her spear. As that happened, Liam shifted his attention to Yanni's. You didn't expect me to survive, did you? Liam growled, increasing the force he exerted on Yanni's body, making her shriek. Was it the Royce family who sent you? Yanni's didn't respond, doing her best to suppress her groans of pain, but unable to, especially since Liam moved his foot to press against her head. Liam's mental pressure and strength did not fit his age in the least. Yanni's consciousness threatened to break. "Stop," Emma shouted from a distance as Lloyd continued to pressure her. "Answer me," Liam said icily, the surroundings turning frigid. The bloodlust radiating from Liam's figure made even Lloyd scowl despite it not being directed towards him. "Yes." "They did. We were main branch soldiers, and Master Adrian ordered us to take care of you. Let my sister go, please," Emma wheezed desperately, speaking in between attacking and defending. "Adrian, so that's my father's name." Cracking noises sounded on Yanni's bruised and battered body. Suddenly, she slipped from Liam's hold by dislocating her joints, whipping out her daggers and aiming straight for his neck. "Die." Lloyd and Emma watched in shock as Liam instantly evaded the daggers and put his mouth on Yanni's neck. Biting out her jugular vein, Liam chewed the piece of bloodied flesh while Yanni stumbled and fell, her neck spurting a raw bite mark revealing the muscle underneath. Life left her eyes. "Yanni's, you whoreson," Emma shouted, tears flowing down her face. Liam spat, his cold eye glowing golden in the dark. "I've had better. Magical beast is definitely better than your sister's flesh." Lloyd grimaced. Just what did he go through during these 3 months? He looks like a wild animal. It wasn't the revenge that Lloyd felt uncomfortable with. He probably would have done the same. It was the indifference that bothered him. Before Liam could continue his torture, Lloyd shook his head. Another wind spear pierced Emma's heart, killing her instantly. "That's enough, don't you think?" She wouldn't have said anything more anyway. Liam's cold demeanor gradually softened, and his bloodlust reeled back in, his face shifting to a smile. "How have you been, old man?" Liam clasped his hand with Lloyd's, pressing firmly. Lloyd snorted and shook his head. "Worry about yourself. How about you start explaining where you've been? Also, what's with the eye?" Lloyd didn't fail to see the changes in Liam's physique. His earlier grip was to assess his strength. Liam nodded, but then remembered something. "I'll explain everything. Do you know about Rogan's forgery?" Lloyd nodded. "I've heard the blacksmith is quite eccentric. I've never gone to him, though. Tell him you're my teacher." "I'll see you there, but I need to meet with my mother first." Lloyd nodded again. "Careful, lad. She's a bit grieved." "Rightfully so. You shouldn't start any mission or fight for some time before she's calmed down." The two departed shortly after, but not before looting Emma and Yanni's rings. After that, Liam started to run home. Liam made his way towards his house. The surroundings were slightly different than he was used to, but the townsfolk were still the same. They still looked at him with fear, caution, and shock. Heaving a sigh, Liam knocked on his door twice. "Piss off," a muffled voice shouted from within, grabbing the attention of those passing by. Liam scratched the side of his head awkwardly. He knocked again. "It's me, Ma." Rapid footsteps ran at the door and yanked it open. Eve looked tired, exhausted, more like. Her brows furrowed and brown eyes welled with tears, pulling her boy in for a tight hug. She stayed like that, not uttering a word and loudly sobbing on Liam's chest. "Can we do this inside, please? People are watching." Eve raised her head and held Liam's shoulders tightly. "Your eye," she cried. Liam smiled wryly. "This is gonna take some time." Liam spent the next 30 minutes briefly explaining where he'd been during the 3 months. An altered version of it, obviously leaving out the grimy details, which were most of it how he resorted to raw meat for food, how he sacrificed Kirk and his deal with the kitsune. He didn't mention yanking out his own eyes, but that was for the best. Eve's expression changed all throughout his explanation: sadness, regret, pity. Her tears didn't stop flowing, despite Liam reassuring her that he's fine. At the same time, Liam noticed how even non-cultivators had an aura. He could see Eve's mental waves much clearer compared to cultivators, and she even possessed a water element. By the end of the explanation, she looked solemn. "Why did you have to become a cultivator in the first place?" Eve uttered under her breath. "Such a path riddled with death and blood. Why?" Liam let out a soft sigh. He felt slightly guilty, but that was pretty much it. He lowered his head, pensive and solemn. "I can't change who I am or what I want or why I want it." Liam thought back to Darius King, the weak, frail boy who loved looking at the stars, but without goal or motive. Given the opportunity to revel in the celestial bodies as Liam Royce, he was foolish not to. "But I know I can't change," Eve sighed weakly. After a long pause, she spoke with a faint smile. "I see. You've always been a stubborn child." She warmly caressed his cheek. "I bet you're already itching to leave and do something else, are you?" Liam lowered his head and scratched the back of his head red like a book. Eve chuckled softly. "Go on, boy. I can tell you're no longer a child who I need to shelter. You never have been." Liam smiled. "I definitely need to take care of her needs soon." Eve let him leave, but not before feeding him a feast large enough for 5 people and giving him a kiss on the forehead. Liam instantly left towards the underground, entering Rogan's forge. Rogan and Lloyd looked like best friends. From what he saw, the two laughed and drank without a care in the world. The blacksmith didn't look much different, his muscular hands and clothing covered with soot, while his spiked hair stubbornly stood erect. "Nice to see you two getting along." Liam smiled. Rogan's eyes widened as he saw his forgemaster apprentice. "You were alive after all, boy," he guffawed, squeezing Liam's shoulder. "I'll have you know I never doubted that you were alive, not even for a moment." Liam didn't know why, but he doubted that sentence. Nonetheless, he gave the slightly drunk blacksmith the benefit of the doubt. Lloyd chuckled. Not what he said earlier. I thought he died. I already forged a blade in his honor, though. Haha, Rogan looked away as though that could change the topic. Thought so. Rogan waved his hand with a snort. Don't mention it, kid. Now come, tell us an entertaining story. Lloyd grabbed a nearby chair and allowed Liam to settle on it before the boy started to recount the past events. This time, he didn't leave any part out save for Kirk's sacrifice. That detail wouldn't change anything, really. Liam enjoyed seeing Rogan and Lloyd's expressions change so rapidly from one to another, from incredulousness to shock, from pity to awe. Liam was a bit on edge about telling them about his deal with the kitsune, but decided on revealing it anyway. He needed their advice. A magical beast with a mental sphere. You're sure of this? Lloyd leaned in and questioned with a slight frown. Liam nodded, exposing the mark on his abdomen. The kitsune tattoo was ever so slightly moving. It's what gave me this eye and took my other one. Lloyd slumped in his chair and let out a sigh, running his hand through his hair. Wow, Rogan nodded firmly. Wow indeed, my friend. In a way, I saved your life, kid. What would you have done without my forging method? Not even zeniths can underestimate this technique. He huffed in pride. That being said, what you're planning to do is something no forgemaster has ever done in the history of mortal forgery. Rogan scratched his beard. What do you mean? Liam asked. Well, depending on whether or not the kitsune subdued its will for you, you'll need to fight against a rank 4 magical beast within your mental sphere, which means that you need a rank 4C of consciousness. Not to mention, you'll have to resuscitate the beast with its sea of consciousness intact. No blacksmith who trained in the primordial forging method has ever reached the zenith ranks, so there aren't any records of such a thing. Do you see where I'm going with this? Liam frowned with a wry nod. You'll be utterly alone in your goal. I'll help with anything I can, but everything else you'll need to figure out yourself. Rogan revealed. Liam eventually sighed. I see, I'll figure something out. I'll need to find out what my element is now, though, and also a cultivation technique. Rogan and Lloyd's eyes widened, and Liam grinned at their reaction. Why you? Lloyd stammered, and Rogan pursed his lips with narrowed eyes. Liam didn't say anything and nodded with a smile. Yeah, how do I find out what my element is? My core formed right when I advanced to a rank 3 body. Lloyd was stunned. Rogan's reaction was more or less the same, but the blacksmith couldn't help but laugh. Liam was 11 years old, not even halfway to 12, yet he'd already advanced to such a stage. Can you imagine what kind of head start you have against others your age? Lloyd eventually voiced with his brows creased. Uckled is too small for you now. You have to leave. Liam raised a brow. What do you mean? Go where? How long do you think I've stagnated at my stage? A rank 2C of consciousness, a rank 3 body, and a rank 2 core is the limit of what you're going to reach here. They won't give you any higher rank techniques. The Royce family, on the other hand, would be more than happy to sponsor you now, but I doubt you want to stay under them forever. Liam ran a hand through his hair, showing his contemplative face. Have you heard of the Icorian Academy? Lloyd asked with a grin. Liam's eye lit up, shaking his head. Every 5 years, the Royals recruit different talents from around Ikoria below the age of 18 to nurture their strength and grow their abilities further. You can buy your way in for a hefty fee, like most nobles do, or undergo an exam of sorts. Liam's ears perked with interest. From what I've heard, it's a test that changes every single time. There are a bunch of cities near Rawson, the capital of Ikoria, that you can take that test in. When's the next test opening? Liam asked. 11 months. If you don't catch it by then, you'll have to wait another 5 years to take the exam. Liam's face grew pensive. Instantly, he knew it was his next goal to strive towards. That being said, there were multiple issues with how to go about it. Something to think about, but for now I'll take care of the merit points you didn't receive during the Lava Lion invasion. I'm sure Emma and Yanni's don't need theirs anymore, Lloyd said, gesturing for Liam to hand him their rings, which he promptly did. I can take care of the element part, Rogan voiced. I know a quick way to figure it out. The blacksmith fiddled through his many drawers and storage items before taking out what looked like a palm-sized snake scale made from glass. It's from a rank 3 elemental snake. It'll change color depending on what elemental aura is imbued within its scales, Rogan explained, handing the scale to Liam. Go on. Rogan and Lloyd watched in anticipation. A person's element largely affects their future and individual prowess. Knowing what element one of the youngest and possibly most talented cultivators would receive piqued their interest, to say the least. Liam heaved a breath and willed a strand of aura from his body into the snake scale. The minute amount of world essence was pure yellow at first, flowing and dancing around the snake glass, filling its corners. Gradually, the color started to shift, slowly turning black. Before that process ended, and Liam, Rogan, and Lloyd processed what element that was, that strand of aura started to vibrate. In the middle of the transparent scale, a spot started to grow crimson, unable to mix with the black, causing the glass in Liam's hand to shake violently. Boom! The scale exploded into a million pieces, sending shards of glass flying in all directions. Liam watched as the crimson shot out from the scale to escape from its encasing, dissipating into air. Due to shock, the trio almost got hit by the shards shooting for them. Meanwhile, as the three steadied themselves, something else took place with them unaware. A ripple of whispers formed from where they stood, instantly spreading like a vicious cancer. Rapidly, those whispers scattered across Ikoria, allowing those with power to listen intently to what they spoke of. Death, destruction, chaos. A shocked silence stilled the forgery. Lloyd looked like a deer in headlights, and Rogan pursed his lips with a dumbfounded face. Darkness. Liam thought with an ear-to-ear smile, staring at the shards of black stained glass on the ground, and something else. That violent red hue had already escaped from the scale, though, leaving those present to wonder what in God's name it was. So I'm a dual elemental then, Liam broke the silence. Lloyd and Rogan simultaneously nodded without shifting their gaze from the scales. So no one's gonna talk about the explodey red thing, or how the kid is of the darkness element, the blacksmith voiced, unbelieving. If you know what it was, by all means, Lloyd grimaced. This strengthens my previous point, though. You have to head for the academy. Cultivators with the darkness element are highly sought out for. The Royce family won't let you leave if you let them. Liam scoffed, but his path grew much more complicated. For now, I'll need a cultivation technique and a few more spells to add to my arsenal. Not to mention, my martial art has been getting a bit old. I'd like one attuned with my new element. Buying new spells and techniques would obviously alert the governing nobles, but Liam didn't mind. It was time for him to start making his moves. Lloyd nodded. I see. I'll get your merits until then. Rogan looked a bit left out from what the two were discussing, but Liam smiled, flicking his ring and taking out more than 24 rank 3 darkness beast corpses from his ring. I'll need a pair, old man. Glimmering stars appeared in Rogan's eyes, and he shot a proud look towards his student. Such a good disciple, I'm so glad you're alive. Liam shook his head. When do you plan on starting the forging technique? Rogan asked. I figured to give you a short break to settle things before then. Soon. Liam responded. Before everything, I need to visit Revel. Night fell, a cold wind brushed against Liam's face as he traversed the forest. Liam felt a little bad for leaving Revel the last person to tick off the list, but that was understandable. Arriving at the mountain slope, he entered through the same top right corner, coating himself in concealing mental energy. Revel sat on a desk lit by a flickering candle, a quill in his hand as he jotted down on a book. His aura through Liam's eye looked feeble, receding, and fragile. Suddenly, the man coughed loudly, causing blood to splat against the page he was writing on. You aren't writing your will, are you? Liam called out from above, causing Revel to jolt around and unsheath his bent odachi. Realizing it was Liam, his face turned softer, but that action still caused him to wince in pain and cough violently. My bad, Liam said wryly, dropping from the entrance and approaching. Revel looked agitated, a frown creasing his ghost-like face. Brat, you were alive after all. Coughed blood into his stained sleeve, laying his sword to his side and slumping in his seat with a wheeze. Liam looked at his inscription teacher with a pitiful gaze. Revel looked much frailer, his cheekbones poking out, dark circles under his eyes. Liam spent the next 30 minutes explaining where he'd been, what he'd done. By the end of it, the inscription master looked at Liam's eye with awe and greed, but he shook his head to calm those feelings down. What can you see differently about inscriptions? He asked. Liam hadn't thought about it. He took out his spells, laid them out, and started inspecting them. To his surprise, he could see different energies with each spell, more minor differences, less major. He could vaguely assess the circuits, the links, and the ink too. There was also a strange kind of mental energy, presumably the meanings, but those were too complex for him to understand. Liam relayed his thoughts to Revel, which caused the man to grow pensive. Try inspecting my blood. Revel cut open his arm and caused the clot of blood to float above his palm. Liam used his zooming in ability into the mass of contaminated blood. He could see how the mass of green and black continued to grow, manifesting like cancer. Eyes widening in shock, Liam realized it was through aura that those infections grew, judging by the patterns of world essence he saw within the coagulation. I think I know why your blood is plagued, Liam voiced, causing Revel to lean in with a focused scowl. It's aura. It's causing the opposite effect to your blood. Blood weaving used aura to refine blood, conjoining the world essence and nourishing liquid together. Then the user would absorb that into his mental sphere, where they would apply the meanings intended for the spell or technique. Revel frowned, coughing between sentences. No, it can't be. I've read every book and article pertaining to aura's negative effect on the body. None mentioned blood, only absorbing denser world essence when you can't handle it and vice versa. Liam shrugged, pensive. That's not what I can see. Have you ever tried to refine and imbue your blood with meanings without using aura? Revel grimaced and after a short pause shook his head. I haven't, but I'm not sure what the results could be, so it's not impossible. Liam questioned and Revel nodded. Liam nodded to himself. That's what I'll do then. I haven't really had time to hit the books since I was underground, but let me read through them and I'll. Revel raised a hand, stopping him. I don't have much time left, Revel wheezed, regret filling his deep-set eyes. I wanted to teach you everything I knew about inscriptions and blood weaving, but it seems like fate won't let me." Liam raised his brows. He could see parts of Revel's aura starting to slowly recede, not returning back. "At the very least, I can guide you through your first refinement process." He shot a knowing look to Liam, and the latter responded with a reluctant nod. Truthfully, Liam didn't want to rush into doing something that could negatively affect his blood or mental sphere, but circumstances called otherwise. Revel coughed, blood leaking through the palm of his hand, his aura growing dimmer. "Damn it." Liam instantly sat cross-legged, forming a deep cut on his thigh with Revel's blood-red odachi. Using his aura, manipulation bolstered with his new organ, he made the drop float in front of him, but without imbuing it with any world essence. The methods of refining blood were endless, but the most natural of them were using basic mental energy. What Revel had been using before had been a mix of both aura and mental energy, but the former wasn't beneficial. Liam's mental waves encompassed the small drop of blood, then began to pressure it. Beads of warm sweat poured over Liam's clothes, his brows frowned in focus. That process felt like pushing a needle through a metal wall, looking for a weak point to pierce through, straining his mind and body simultaneously. Luckily, Liam's sea of consciousness was much stronger than the average rank 1 magus. Revel himself suppressed his coughs in order not to disturb his student's focus, calmly instructing Liam on what to do while his eyes grew dimmer. Half an hour later, the drop of sweat looked the same, except it slightly glowed brighter. "Quick, insert it into your mental." Liam did exactly that, pulling the droplet of blood into his forehead, then forcing it towards his golden mental sphere walls. Within Liam's sea of consciousness, the drop of liquid looked much larger as it attempted to push through the shimmering, translucent barrier. Frowning, Liam's ethereal figure grimaced. An agonizing migraine ensued, but he bit his tongue and focused. The droplet stained the walls crimson as it passed through, causing a mountainous pressure to envelop the inside of his mind. Liam covered the droplet of refined blood with more mental energy, enough that the pressure it emanated was no longer threatening. Still, veins bulged in Liam's neck as he did his best not to pass out. Looking at his disciple's gradually calming but unstable state, Revel sighed solemnly. "As your inscription master, I have to give you a nickname per the tradition of cultivators," Revel voiced with the last of his strength. Oxygen started to leave his body, throwing him limp on the floor with his weakening eyes fixed to the ceiling, but aimed for the sky. "Become my legacy, blood demon." Liam spent a good minute calming down the raging blob of blood in his mental sphere. If he had to guess, inserting aura into his sea of consciousness helped settle the pain or nourish the blood, but in turn had negative effects on the mind. Nonetheless, Liam had been subjected to much worse, mainly his head boiling from having the king's eye assimilated into it. Panting heavily, he opened his bloodshot eye to reality, just to find Revel laying on the ground devoid of any aura or life. Liam's face turned solemn with pity. He sympathized with the man. Having your dreams and goals torn apart because of factors out of your control was dreadful. "Blood Demon A, I'll hold this name for you, old man." He shifted his attention to the red blob in his mind once again. With a fixed thought, he willed it to appear on his finger, then proceeded to run his finger across a blank parchment he grabbed from Revel's stack. The droplet lasted for much longer than Liam thought, and he nearly covered 1/6 of the page with his random writing. "I've got the ink down, shame he's not here to teach me the rest." Liam's eyes fell on the inscribed odachi lying beside Revel's body. A memento wouldn't be bad, he thought, storing the weapon. He inspected his surroundings, looking for anything of value, books, aura, stones, etc. I'm sure he wouldn't mind. As Liam was looting the mountain cavity, his gaze fell on the book that Revel was writing on before he arrived. He began reading the first page, rubbing away the splats of blood dried on it. "I figured I'd write a parting message in case you're alive, and come across this place, never thought I'd cling to hope. Desperation does that to you, I suppose. I've left my spells and techniques for you under the drawer this book is on, so study them. There's also a sum of aura, stones I've accumulated over the years, so take those as well, bloody rascal. A humble request from your dearly departed teacher. If you ever go to Ereval, make sure to kill any of my family members you can. This one's a bit of a long shot, but if you ever reach the peaks of the cultivation ranks, perfect blood weaving. Make it the best inscription method ever to exist. On a side note, I have a small-scale organization towards the borders of Ikoria. If you ever decide to take leadership of them, just flash them the token included in my ring. I've marked it for you. May your blood perforate terror into Alucard's nexus. Revel Ovler." Liam raised his brows at that last line, but the rest of the letter was filled with gifts and solemn words. "I'll do my best," he thought, looking towards the motionless Revel. On the other hand, Liam had been eyeing the blood-sucking technique for some time, which looked like a neat spell to play around and test with. Also, the organization thing was huge. Liam had a plan B if things ever went sour in Ikoria, though he lacked any knowledge about neighboring countries and continents. That's bound to change soon. If I get into the academy, that is. He pulled open the drawer and took out the space ring inside a small box. Inside were all the spells Revel had made by blood weaving, including his large sum of aura, stones which amounted to roughly 3,000, making Liam smile. Money won't be a problem for a while. On the other hand, only 2 of the spells worked. The rest were prototypes and failures. Still, those would be good to study for when he gained some knowledge of how diagrams worked. Unfortunately, Liam wasn't of the fire element, and the other spell Revel made, including all others, were attuned to it. Nonetheless, Liam took out Blood Absorb, a rank 2 spell, and memorized it. As soon as he was done, Liam tensed his right hand. Thick veins bulged on his fingers, his newly reformed nails grew black and multiple inches longer. This'll come in handy, he thought, before organizing his new items, including the blood-red token with a Fang's insignia on it. When he was done, he took one last look around the surroundings, then his eye fell on Revel's body. I'll give him a proper farewell, he thought, before burning all the useless documents within the cavity and bringing Revel's corpse out. He made his way to the ravine, walking over the serene river that continued endlessly. Shutting Revel's eyelids, he placed his body within the river. The current pulled him along, a look of peace on his face. The man drifted until Liam could no longer see him. Farewell. It took some time for Lloyd to bring Liam his merit points, but it was much more than he imagined. Of course, it contained Emma and Yanni's share too. Without wasting a minute, Liam entered the Underground Assassins Guild. There were a few more faces, but Liam didn't pay them any heed and entered the armory. Ava's eyes widened as Liam appeared. Everyone thought he was dead, but the boy looked matured and stronger than ever. After a casual greeting, Liam asked for spells of the darkness element, including rank 3 martial arts. Not only that, but he took out the slip David gave him, redeeming a free rank 2 cultivation technique. Ava blinked. Do you need me to explain? Liam asked, annoyed. Ava raised a hand. A moment later, she began to gather all spells and techniques attuned with darkness which appeared in Liam's sea of consciousness. After 30 minutes, Liam decided on what to spend his points on. Midnight Solace, Darkness Cultivation Technique. Rank 2 absorbs aura into the core at a slightly faster pace after midnight. However, there is weaker absorption during the day. Purgatory Night Martial Arts. Rank 3 Lethality and Speed Focused Dual Wielding Art. Cuts and slashes cause internal damage. If imbued with aura, it will add a slightly corrosive property to the blades. 3 forms. Corroding Touch. Mental Attack Spell. Rank 1. Can corrode the mental energy of a victim as long as the user is close enough. Causes disorientation and head pain, but only fatal if the victim has a weak mental sphere. As Liam left to test out his new abilities, Ava instantly called David, who then informed the Royce family. A meeting was to be arranged. It was a long night, but yet to be finished. Liam headed back towards the ravine to test out his new abilities. He memorized the cultivation technique and sat cross-legged, manipulating aura, just like it instructed. Before long, dark-colored aura gathered around Liam's abdomen and entered through his core. His entire body felt nourished and invigorated. Liam realized he had been fighting with one hand behind his back for the whole time. The core was an extremely important organ, and the quality of aura would improve each time it advanced. After a whole 2 hours, he felt like he couldn't absorb more. Too much cultivation isn't good either, since it could strain the core. I've just awakened, so it'll probably increase in time. Heaving a satisfied sigh, Liam stretched out his hand. A wisp of darkness grew around his palm, dancing with the wind like a dark flame. There were basically no limits to how much he could control, but his raw element was weak without any form or utilization. Not to mention, it rapidly expended aura. What about my other element? Liam shifted his focus to the other essence inside his core. It wasn't unstable like with the snake scale, but it stubbornly refused. Just what is this damn thing? Shaking his head, Liam learned the Purgatory Night Arts next. Rogan had made him a pair of blades from a rank 3 plague rat, which was much easier to subdue with his forging technique. The weapons were black, sleek, and lethal. Liam gripped the blades tightly in his hand, swinging them a couple times before practicing his martial art. Purgatory Night consisted of snappy movements and fatal swings, forcing Liam to maximize his speed and strength. His katana and wakizashi cut through the air in a series of swift moves, and Liam started using aura alongside his art. A layer of dark smoke covered the edges of Liam's blades, dangerous to everything but him. A person's element was incapable of harming its user. He could maintain that state for as long as he wished, since it used a minute amount of aura, so long as his core isn't empty, of course. Pairing that ability with lethality mantle made it even deadlier. Sheathing his blades, Liam shifted his focus to Corroding Touch. There wasn't a target for him to use it on, but there didn't need to be. Activating the spell, his mental waves turned dark and violent. Nodding to himself in satisfaction, Liam grinned. My prowess probably tripled. I can't imagine what I can do if I get into the higher ranks. Before long, the jade in his pocket rang. It was David. Liam arrived at the guild. Lloyd, David, and Offeyes were there already. The 2 guild members were staring at him with looks of awe and shock. I would give you one of my hugs, but I doubt you'd accept. Off-Eyes scoffed. I won't, Liam replied with a glare, and Lloyd suppressed a laugh. David began speaking, shushing them both. The Royce family has called a meeting with you, young man, he said, a joyous smile on his lips. It'll take place tomorrow night at their quarters. I won't ask you of where you've been. Your teacher has already explained most of the details. Those details were already discussed between Liam and Lloyd beforehand. A tight-knit cover story. Liam nodded firmly. One couldn't deny an invitation from a governing family, but he didn't plan to. Anything else I should know? David shook his head. Just make sure you bring a standard Icorian robe. Liam nodded, and the two guild members left him and Lloyd alone. You sure you'll be all right? Lloyd asked worriedly. I've planned for this. If it goes well, you won't be seeing me for a while, old man, Liam said solemnly. Lloyd laughed, putting a hand on the boy's shoulder and squeezing. You were never meant to stay here, kid. Liam instantly headed underground for three things precisely. There was one more thing Liam kept hidden from his teachers. From Kirk's ring, Liam found a strange pill. It was completely white, but was shaped to a blank face with an open mouth. It had no smell whatsoever, even though Liam used his mental waves to assess it. Bringing the pill to Rudolph's shop, the man took nearly half an hour to identify it. It's a face-body imitation pill, Rudolph said with a shocked look. It can allow the user to change into another's appearance, as long as they have at least 10 drops of blood from said person. These kinds of pills are banned to sell, and only one family in Ukled produces them. Where'd you get these? Liam's response came instantly. A friend gifted them to me, he said before taking 700 aura stones out from his ring and giving it to the shopkeeper. For your troubles. Rudolph was experienced enough to catch the hidden threat. Why do I feel like he'll torture me before he kills me? Rudolph gulped, nodding in return. As Liam left the store, he grinned ear to ear. My escape is possible. Other than that, he searched for a luxurious clothing store to buy a robe. Black was the color he was most comfortable with, and he decided to buy the most expensive one he could find. Finally, there was one last stop for Liam to go through, before preparing for his meeting tomorrow. He arrived at Rogan's forgery with an eager glimmer in his eyes, which caused the blacksmith to smile in response. You ready? Asked Rogan. Liam nodded. He already knew how to form, forge, and shape a blade. The only thing he hadn't done was begin the primordial forging method. The blacksmith took out a fresh rank 1 albino snake corpse, crushed the core and absorbed the aura within it into your mental sphere. Liam complied. As soon as he did what was instructed, he entered his mental sphere. The magical beast's aura he absorbed was much more wild and untamed, enveloping his mind with pressure. From within his sea of consciousness, blobs of his mental energy converged in the middle, growing larger to take the shape of a giant albino snake. An angry, angry snake. Why is it so much bigger? With a thunderous hiss, it shot to his mental sphere walls, thrashing it and violently attempting to escape. Liam used Thicken before the collision, but still felt like a nail hammered the inside of his head. Instantly, he manipulated his mental energy to envelop the roaring snake, covering and seeping into its figure, gradually weakening the beast. It took Liam half an hour to tame the reptile, but there was also a factor of inexperience involved. The snake no longer resembled one, but a formless ball of ethereal energy, radiating constant pressure. It wasn't anywhere near the level of a psionic rune, but maybe 1/50 of it. Liam's face grew pensive as he stared at it. If it's like that, maybe I can use it to progress even faster. Higher-ranked beasts have much stronger wills and radiate even greater pressure. Through the king's eye, Liam could see how unstable that energy was. He could even sense anger inside it, which was a remnant of the albino snake's will. This entire process is similar to how blood weaving works too, Liam realized, opening his eye to reality. Try imbuing this blade with the will. Rogan stretched out a large dagger made from snake scale. Liam clutched the blade and pulled out the beast, energy unstable and fragile, and instantly attempted to conjoin it with the weapon. He succeeded somewhat. Half of the will wilted away before he could push it through the material, and the rest barely entered the dagger. He hadn't been able to firmly root the entire thing inside. It took a lot more effort than it seemed. It's barely passable as a forged weapon, but I did every other step so it doesn't count. Rogan spoke as he swung and inspected the dagger. It's still lousy. You'll need a lot of practice, kid. Liam nodded. He felt satisfied with how it worked. I'll be heading home then. I've got to catch the meeting. Rogan exchanged a knowing nod. Good luck, kid. A luxurious carriage draped with blue silk and flashy noble insignia rocked up and down as it passed through the thick border separating the peasantry and wealthy side. Liam peered out the window, donning his posh black robe, the fabric of which was smoother than silk. The scenery outside the carriage changed from vast patches of lush land, tended foliage taken care of by the hundreds of servants, to small noble mansions gradually growing in size. One would be able to tell what sized family those mansions belonged to. 5 to 6 story buildings were visible from a distance, built in physics-defying ways. Wealth was abundant everywhere he looked, though he felt no bitterness or envy. Civilian nobles of every age and size looked like the complete opposite of those Liam saw at the peasantry. They looked so weak, he thought, unable to hide his scowl. After a whole 2 hours, the carriage stopped, the car door opening, a stern-faced, heavily armored guard gesturing for Liam to exit. Ahead, a giant mansion stood tall, 4 stories tall, but it stretched for at least 4 kilometers. All around, similar armed guards looked like statues that patrolled the grounds. The ruler's quarters, Liam thought, looking over his shoulder to see the distant buildings. They know I'm a bastard, Liam scoffed inwardly. The interior of the mansion was covered with different designs and intricacies. Liam was led through countless hallways, each one leading to an even vaster space. This entire place is inscribed, even the paintings, and under the carpets, Liam thought, noticing the black and blue writings that ran across the walls. Eventually, the guard stopped ahead of 2 doors, turning around and becoming a statue. Please enter. Liam didn't waste a second and pushed open the doors, casting an iridescent light that shone on his pale skin. The inside within looked to be a hallroom of some sort, giant pillars connecting the ceiling with the marble floor. Ahead, a muscular, blue-robed man sat on a throne, his skin tanned, his muscles bulging. To his left and right, men and women bearing the same features sat on smaller-sized chairs. Green eyes, blonde hair, and pale skin. Ages and demeanors varied, but they all looked at Liam with hidden disgust, especially one particular man. The feeling is mutual, pricks. Liam slowly approached, his gaze lowered to the floor. He curled his right fist on his chest and curled his left to his back. By a Korean tradition, this was the most respectful gesture one could make. Lloyd made sure the boy knew every bit of noble tradition and mannerisms, lest he offend one of them by mistake. So you're the bastard child of my kin I've been hearing about, the patriarch's deep voice echoed through the chambers. Dense, assessing mental waves enveloped Liam's body. Liam, is it? Liam didn't raise his head, but did a respectful nod. Getting off his seat, the patriarch approached Liam with slow, heavy steps. The man was nearly 2 meters tall, and his giant stature could have caused any man to cower in fear. Raise your head, he commanded. Liam complied, his eye devoid of fear locking into the patriarch's own unwaveringly. Liam's pushed down shock from appearing on his face as he saw the man's aura covered the entire hallroom and suppressed anyone else's. Seeing his reaction, the man grinned, but it didn't seem like he knew the King Eye's ability. Show me your darkness, he ordered, unfurling his sleeve and stretching out his colossal arm. Liam was taken aback for a split second but didn't deny the Zenith's request. Gripping the patriarch's bulging bicep, Liam used all the strength he could muster with his core and body, flaring his hand with flames of darkness. The patriarch didn't budge. Liam's darkness hadn't even nicked the man's skin. A moment later, the patriarch burst into laughter, under the wry and bitter looks of those behind him. Edwin Royce, the man introduced after, placing a heavy arm on Liam's shoulder. We will use your talent. From this day forth you will don the Royce name. Unfortunately, you are not of pure blood. The firm laws of Ikoria do not permit me to make you of the main branch, so you'll have to work for spells and techniques. Liam's eyebrow twitched, but he didn't let the mask of respect slip. Bring your mother here and live in the mansion. You're perhaps the first darkness cultivator to be born in centuries. Perhaps in a decade or so, you'll become a celebrity in the cultivation world. Someone will show you how to work, that is all. Edwin waved a dismissing hand as those present left through various back doors. A plump maid led Liam to his new room, which resembled the interior of a 6-star hotel. Alone again, Liam couldn't care less about his new luxury living conditions. His face turned dark, bloodlust and pressure tainting the air crimson. Celebrity? Do you really think I give a damn about any of that? Laws don't make me laugh. You're just afraid I'll grow stronger than you will. Liam ground his teeth, eventually forcing a sigh to calm himself. Part of his plan worked. He wasn't going to be under any threat of assassins, not with Edwin expecting him to survive. Moreover, there were bound to be better techniques and spells available for him to choose from. His uncles and aunts weren't that dumb to attempt anything, were they? Nevertheless, he rearranged his room to create space for his martial arts, instantly unsheathing his blades and practicing. Dusk would arrive soon, and he would continue his cultivation and psionic rune training. At least he can't sense my king's eye or second element. The eye had become a sensory organ stuck to his mental sphere, making it a part of him. His second element, on the other hand, he had no clue why. At the same time, learning more about the location he needed to escape from was crucial. The surrounding landscapes, cities to go through, cities to avoid. I'll wait for an opportunity. My escape is close. Within the same mansion, an individual was violently ravaging his surroundings, seething with rage. Adrian Royce's office didn't resemble one any longer. Tables and furniture were turned to splinters, books and documents torn to shreds. Why is he such a brute? Doesn't he understand? The bloodline needs to be pure. Letting that bastard mix in with us, father is corrupting his own family. Indeed, Adrian Royce was a purist of the worst kind, even resorting to attempted murder of his own son due to his half-blooded lineage. The Royces had many branches where each of Edwin's sons and daughters controlled an aspect of. Richard Royce, Edwin's eldest son, was in control of the guild and all functions. Lisa Royce, Edwin's eldest daughter, had power over the political field of Ucklad deals with the surrounding cities, trade, and more. It was through her wicked idea that the Assassins' Guild formed, supported by her brother Richard. Adrian was in charge of economics. The reason was simple: his talent in cultivation had been disappointing, showing no motivation or willpower to work hard for power. Fortunately for him, Adrian had a talent for numbers and business, controlling the family finances and gradually growing the Royce name. Still, he was a bit of a black sheep in the family, mainly because of his inability to control his temper and lusts. Calming himself down, his face grew dark, a sinister gleam in his eyes. If I can't kill the boy, I can make his life worse than death. Carriage had brought Eve back from the peasantry the same night, bringing her to the room next to Liam's. She looked fearful, confused, angry, but seeing her son there gave her a jolt of shock. He knew all along. Eve's brows creased with conflicting emotions, but Liam calmly explained the situation. Thankfully, before she could ask questions or point anything out, a happy group of maids that seemed to know her pulled her away for a chat. "I'll be safe, Ma," said Liam, seeing the reluctant and pained look on her face. "You'll be free from this, soon." The next day, a knock surfaced on Liam's door. A youthful-looking man met his gaze. When Liam opened it, his eyes narrowed slits, head devoid of any hair, and a friendly smile on his lips. He wore a tight black robe, and his aura, a wind element, was much more powerful than Liam was used to with the noble guards. "Young Master Liam, we finally meet. I'm Samuel Horace, the head guard for the Royce family," Sam introduced with a respectful tone and gesture. "I've been told by Patriarch Edwin to show you around." Liam greeted the man respectfully and nodded, causing the man to look slightly embarrassed. Strange. Is he not used to getting respect? Awkwardly, Samuel gestured for Liam to follow him as he explained. "If you'd like, we can start with exploring the mansion." Liam shook his head. "That's fine. What kind of missions do I have to do during my time here? I take it they're much more political in nature." Samuel nodded with a growing smile. The two exited the mansion. "You're absolutely right, young master. Here, you." Liam raised a hand. "Just call me by my first name." Samuel nodded. He liked the kid's straightforwardness. "Here, you'll be able to work as a hunter, mercenary, escort, and more. The missions are obviously more difficult, but equal rewards are given." Liam paused, then asked with a hopeful tone, "Do you offer rank 4 techniques?" Samuel rubbed the back of his head, responding bitterly, "Zenith rank techniques are a bit more complicated than that, lad. Royce family decided to give me one after I spent nearly a decade in their service." "Thought as much. He doesn't look a day above 20, though," Liam thought. Samuel decided to change the topic again so as not to disencourage the boy. In the distance, a large rectangular building grew closer, surrounded by robed guards entering and leaving. Most issues nowadays are political. Conflicts between families and clans, inner strife. The upcoming tournament between the cities doesn't help much either. Liam raised his brows. In a curious tone, he questioned, "What tournament?" "Ah, the regional power tournament between the 6 major cities. It happens once a year, and each time there's an uproar of excitement among the nobles." Noticing his silent gaze, Samuel smiled awkwardly and continued, "The winner receives a rank 4 body tempering method, a huge sum of aura, stones, and an honorary title." Liam's ears perked up. He desperately needed a tempering method. He just completed the 3rd rank at a very young age, but that advantage would be lost if he stagnated for too long. "When is this?" Liam asked after a pensive pause. "In 4 months." Liam seriously considered the details of the tournament, asking more questions to Sam as the two approached the building. The regional tournament consisted of the ruling families from each major city. Liam could already sense it was a pissing contest. The rulers had immeasurable wealth. He didn't think rank 4 techniques were too difficult for them to obtain. "I should definitely find a way to participate," he planned. "If all goes well, maybe I can use that opportunity to escape." Liam and Samuel entered the large rectangular building, which resembled more of an unfurnished base. Powerful guards looked to be accepting missions from a giant holographic map placed on a circular table. Their physiques and faces looked battle-hardened. Samuel walked towards the holographic map, which displayed the vast Ucklad region in crystal-clear detail. Even the surrounding cities were visible, which formed a ring around the land. "You still have your guild token, right?" Samuel asked. Liam nodded, taking out his token and handing it to him. Samuel took the token and brought it to the stone table, sticking it onto a small compartment. "There you go. You're ready to accept any mission. I wish you luck, young lad." There was one more thing that Samuel gave Liam before leaving: a rank 2 jade, which could be used at much longer distances and connect with more than one contact. It was already connected with the head guards. Liam thanked him as he left. Before browsing through the missions he could choose, he needed to get a feel of how the missions worked on this side. "Oh, I can work as an escort too," Liam thought, staring at the mission description. "Escort the Rylos family caravan to Ereval. Protection against bandits and magical beasts. 140 merit points." It was a mission that spanned across 1 week, but the merits were enticing enough. Liam could use the free time to cultivate and train anyways. I'll settle for it. I need to know more about the politics of this region. He applied his token to the hologram, and a blue dot with the letter L appeared next to the mission, along with the word accepted. The caravan will set out in 1 or 2 hours. I can train my martial arts until then, Liam thought, leaving the base and heading towards his room. 4 figures blocked his path, 2 kids older than him, 1 girl and boy, with robed guards standing behind them. I can see why Samuel looked strange when I spoke respectfully. Arrogant expressions on their faces tipped Liam off. These 2 were probably his half-siblings birthed from the main family branch, no less. The smug-looking girl had a pet magical beast that perched on her shoulder, a domesticated rank 1 light monkey that looked expensive. Meanwhile, the boy looked visibly irked at Liam's sight. Both looked weak in Liam's vision, though they were rank 1 magi already, but the guards behind them were strong. So you're the bastard child grandfather decided to take in, the girl insulted with a scoff. A stray dog always comes for more, don't they, brother? A peasant should know their place. The boy clicked his tongue with a condescending look. Maybe his concubine mother helped convince him, ha ha ha. Liam stilled any growing instinct to unsheath his blades and split the kids in 2, but he knew he couldn't. He didn't allow any emotion or bloodlust to appear on his face. Not getting any reaction, the girl grinned deviously. The nails on her right hand grew to rocky, razor-sharp spikes. Taking aim at Liam's chest, the spikes shot out like bullets and pierced through his robe and skin. Blood tainted a patch of his clothes, but Liam's expression was still devoid of any emotion, even pain. Without batting an eyelid, he pulled out the spikes, which didn't get too far in, and flicked them away. The wound instantly started to heal. The girl frowned, then smiled again. "Sonny," she said to her pet monkey, as if it could understand. "Piss on his head." The light monkey's chipper sounded like a laugh. It leaped over from the girl's shoulder and onto Liam's head, where it let loose warm urine on his hair. The half-siblings laughed in unison, while their guards behind them started to shake their heads. "Perhaps that's enough, Master Elsa, Master Ian. You'll be late for your training session," one of the guards advised. With a harumph, the girl Elsa recalled Sonny, and the group left after a few more insults. Liam made his way back to the mansion and entered his room, the air instantly turning frigid with cold pressure. "Inbred weaklings. I could have split them down the middle if that was a real fight," he scowled, taking a warm bath and cleaning his robe. "I'll have my chance." Don't lose sight of the real goal. Liam unsheathed his blades and instantly began to practice, his katana and wakizashi emitting faint black smoke with each swing. Purgatory Knight didn't have any projectile-based forms, but instead focused on increasing the blade's lethality and kill potential. Soon, Liam would be able to use the first form. 2 hours later, when the sun was at its zenith, it was finally time to begin his mission. Of course, he made sure his mother was safe and sound, catching up with her fellow maid friends. Then Liam shot towards the east border of Uklad, where a giant wall stretched across and curved around the city. There were various gates that allowed caravans and carriages, controlled by guards. He neared a specific gate, a group of red-themed carriages parked at the entrance. An overweight man donning a red robe stood at the front of the ensemble. His short goatee and long vermilion hair didn't complement his bulging stomach in the least. Liam approached, and the man noticed him. "Can I help you?" asked Robert, a member of the Rylos family and the mission organizer. "I'm the envoy sent by the Royce family," replied Liam. "I'll be your escort for this mission." A silence stilled the air, a gust of wind brushing past them. "What?" Liam sighed, taking out his token and handing it to the shocked man. Robert grabbed the token, then looked at Liam incredulously. "It'll be a long week, it seems like." Liam let out an inward sigh. "Sorry, it's just I never expected the escort to be so young," Robert apologized, attempting to salvage their conversation before it died. "Please, come with me. I'll need to explain our circumstances." There were dozens of guards around the caravan, but they weren't stronger than Liam. The Rylos are a small-sized family, not to mention, this is a weak branch of it. No wonder they need an escort, Liam assessed. Not to mention, Robert wasn't a strong cultivator, but like Adrian, he had a good eye for business. In fact, that was the reason they needed to get to Ereval safely. Robert led him inside one of the carriages, gesturing Liam to sit opposite him as he began to explain, bitterness and anger in his tone. "Us Rylos have always been neutral with the political situation in Uklad. We've never had any major issues, and we've avoided altercations with other families." Robert's tone grew more bitter as he explained, sweat dripping down his double chin. "The same can't be said for all of them," he sighed. "House Rios had decided to ask for my daughter's hand a while back. She firmly refused since their son looked like an inbred goblin, but the Rios couldn't take no for an answer. We've been under silent harassment ever since. Obviously, the cowards keep their identities hidden." Liam raised a brow. Before he could ask, Robert answered. "The Rios are a mid-sized family. We are powerless compared to them." Liam hummed in acknowledgement. "That's enough of my ramblings. I just thought you should know what you're getting into," said Robert, dragging himself out the carriage. I'll be in the carriage at the back. My family will be in your care." With that, the man left, and the stallions began pulling the carriages out of the city. Liam decided to start cultivating, but found that his absorption rate was incredibly slow. "It's still daytime, so I'll lightly expand my sea of consciousness," Liam planned, taking out the psionic rune and using it, cold sweat forming on his face. Although he had trained rigorously for months on end with the rune, and his mental capabilities improved with each painful session, the second rank felt an incredible distance away. "I should really use a beast's will on the side, but I don't think I'm in a good spot to start forging." Hours passed and the blazing sun started to fall. The scenery outside Liam's window changed from lush trees to small hills to giant mountains appearing in the distance. Eventually, Liam got bored after an hour of training with the rune and decided to perch atop his car, allowing the breeze to rustle his hair. Liam paid astute attention to the routes they passed through, stretching his mental muscle now and again. From the corner of his eye, an azure glint flickered amidst the tree line. Suddenly, a javelin made from condensed water shot out like a jet towards his head, grazing his cheek as he tilted his head to the side. "We're under attack, stop the caravan," Liam shouted, unsheathing his blades and spreading his senses full force. 13 cultivators, all masked. 5 to his right, emerging from the tree line. 7 to his left, appearing above a small hill. Most wielded spears, bows, and swords, which were even inscribed. The rest were magi, Liam presumed. Rilo's soldiers left their carriages and spread around the caravan, executing a defensive formation. Although the soldiers weren't too powerful, they had rank 3 bodies and decent mental prowess. Liam's gaze fell on Robert's carriage. The mission depends entirely on whether or not he lives. Forcing a long breath, Liam's eyes shifted left and right, assessing his approaching enemies. His strong consciousness sped up his thinking speed. Not all of them are magi. "I can kill the ones in front with ease, but those in the back could cause trouble," Liam assessed, a plan brewing within his racing mind. Liam shifted his attention to the soldiers, shouting orders with a commanding tone. "You all, focus all your defenses on those above the hill." Although the soldiers were much older than Liam was, they all simultaneously complied with his orders. More than a dozen men shifted towards the mountain, leaving the tree-line side bare except a young boy holding a pair of blades standing guard. The approaching goons at the front looked confused. They felt no mental energy from Liam, and neither did those at the back. "Don't underestimate him, the boy looks dangerous," one man shouted from the back. "Our objective is the girl, don't forget that." Still, the burly goons couldn't help but scoff, their auras and mental energies flaring with violence in Liam's vision. Before they could attack, Liam turned into a blur, reappearing next to the closest bandit. Before the man could even lift his spear, Liam's black katana and wakizashi coated with lethality mantle and dark smoke swiped against the man's chest horizontally. Viscera and blood gushed out of the wound, which festered with corroding darkness momentarily, and the man lost any feeling in his body. Another javelin made of condensed liquid shot at Liam, but with him aware, a sidestep sufficed as an evasion. The atmosphere changed. Bloodlust unadulterated and demonic spread across the surroundings, and fear clouded the goons' hearts. In their eyes, Liam was no human, but a vicious magical beast whose territory they invaded upon. "He's a darkness user, don't let him get close," a voice masked with growing panic shouted. Javelins of water, arrows blazing with fire, and even a small-sized boulder converged on where Liam stood. Few hit, but Liam allowed them to in order to push forward. Using cartilage brace, he strengthened his defenses, since his opponents had similar rank 3 bodies. A sword wielder took advantage of a javelin piercing Liam's shoulder, swinging at his neck, but found himself unable to move his arms. Before he could process what happened, his consciousness faded to dark. As Liam pushed forward, a macabre trail of blood and severed body parts followed closely behind. A brave archer shot a flurry of blazing fire arrows at him, but instead of hitting him, they pierced the dead body Liam used as a shield. 3 left, Liam thought with a cold eye, surveying the archer and 2 spellcasters further up whose attacks looked much more frantic the more Liam grew close, and weaker the more they used spells. Meanwhile, the Rilo soldiers were doing well, holding up their front with their advantage in numbers. They simply used their force as a collective. Though now and again, an invisible arc of wind would shoot out and spread apart their defenses, but seeing Liam holding up 5 men by himself gave them valor like no other. The kid wasn't even 12 years old. They didn't have time to admire his sight for too long, shifting their focus towards the fight at hand. With another forceful breath, Liam threw away the charred corpse shield and weaved towards the archer, evading the azure javelin and the spike bursting from the ground. Liam's blades found their mark in the bow wielder's neck, separating head from shoulders. Forged blades, lethality mantle, and cartilage brace cut a rank 2 body like butter. Long-ranged cultivators didn't put too much effort into advancing their bodies, which meant that the magi were similar in that regard. The pale-faced spellcasters looked incredibly tired, their mental energy expended nearly fully. Instantly, the pair popped a pill in their mouths, regaining a bit of their complexion. Liam decided it was time for the battle to end. The membrane beneath his skin hummed, sending a jolt of strength through his veins. At the same time, his mental waves turned dark, which he decided to use the brunt on the closest magus to him, the same one who continuously hurled javelins at him. Corroding touch. The magus recoiled in pain as the dark energy collided with his own, stumbling backwards. Thrusting his katana into the man's chest, Liam swiped upwards, cleaving his face in two. Fear and the desire to live caused the remaining magus to bolt, but not before erecting a thick barrier between him and the demonic child. He ran away, looking over his shoulder, but the boy didn't chase. Relief creeped into his heart, and he desperately needed a short respite. The relief was short-lived. A cold wakizashi pierced his heart the second he caught his breath, which was the last breath he took. I need to get back to the caravan, Liam thought, looting the space rings off the magi and running back. Liam made his way back to his carriage with a tattered, bloodied, and charred robe drenched in scarlet blood, head to toe. Gazes of respect, shock, and awe intersected at his direction. What the soldiers did as 13, Liam did alone. Robert exited his carriage and ran out to Liam, his giant belly swaying left and right. Young man, he stared at Liam's wounds with worried eyes. Are you okay? It'll heal, Liam waved a hand dismissively before heading to his carriage. I'll be in my carriage. Ereval is close by, we won't need to stop. We can arrive safely by nightfall. Robert looked a bit stunned, both at Liam's fighting and nonchalant demeanor, not to mention his rare element, but eventually, he nodded in understanding. With no more enemies left to kill, Liam entered his car and began absorbing aura to heal his grievous wounds. I'm satisfied with my current prowess, but I heavily depend on the king's eye, he mused, eyes closed in deep thought. That first javelin would have killed me instantly if I didn't have it. Depending largely on one aspect from his arsenal was not wise. Liam needed to improve in all fields and fast. In reality, he was being incredibly unfair to himself. Apparently, solo killing 5 cultivators more or less the same rank as him didn't satisfy his expectations. As soon as Liam's state steadily replenished and the pain abated, he took out the rings plundered from the magi. Disappointingly, there wasn't much to his satisfaction: some aura, stones, no spells or techniques. Nonetheless, more storage was always a plus for Liam's needs. Soon, night fell. Countless stars flickered among the heavens. Liam had already perched atop his carriage to stargaze and memorize his surroundings, cultivating while his retinas reflected the constellations. Before long, Ereval's gated borders grew visible in the distance, bright lights glowing behind the thick, inscribed wall. The caravan pulled up to the entrance, and armored guards approached, their suit of metal golden in color. Robert exited and briefly conversed with them, flashing them what looked like documents and a noble token, before the armored guards gave him a knowing nod. Later, the caravan entered the city. The streets of Ereval bustled with golden-robed nobles traversing its streets, lined with marbled dwellings and elegant accommodations. Tall buildings were randomly scattered around the region. Compared to Uklad, Ereval looked more expensive to live in, but was vastly smaller. Suddenly, when the robed nobles saw Liam's caravan, they began hurling anything they could find at them. Ugly Ukladian, get lost, one individual shouted, throwing a thumb-sized aura stone at Liam's face, but the latter grabbed it mid-air and hurled it back. The stone smashed right in between the noble's forehead, causing him to fall backwards. Thankfully, the carriage passed the main road before any repercussions. From inside the soldiers' caravan, the men laughed in unison. Liam grew curious. He jumped over his own car and over to the guards, entering like a sly snake. Why are they so angry? The guards stopped laughing in respect to Liam's question. Uklad has won against Ereval in the regional tournament twice now. These people haven't forgotten about it since. Liam pursed his lips in thought. Interesting. The caravan arrived at its destination shortly after parking beneath a large hotel-looking building. Robert came out and addressed the soldiers, his daughter and wife, who looked vastly out of his league, standing behind him, giving Liam strange looks. We'll settle here for the night, said Robert, pointing to the hotel. Good work, men. The group entered the building, a well-dressed servant guiding them to their respective rooms. Liam entered his own, staring at the furnished and luxurious space for barely a moment, before creating space to practice his arts. I didn't get a chance to test out my blood-draining spell, but that's probably for the best. Revel kidnapped countless nobles and used it on them. He's definitely first on the most wanted list, Liam thought. Since midnight fell, he began cultivating. 2 hours quickly passed. Liam felt his core expand ever so slightly, but just like his mental sphere, he didn't feel close to the next stage, let alone a breakthrough. Throughout the next day, Robert made multiple stops throughout the city, visiting various businesses and establishments. Liam took it upon himself to explore the areas surrounding the city. Most shops sold inscribed weapons and armors, but others offered techniques and spells. During the nights where most soldiers were asleep, and those awake weren't strong, Liam concealed his presence and decided to sneak out, changing into a different pair of clothes. He decided to sell his unwanted martial arts and weak techniques. He kept the higher-ranked ones, since they could garner unwanted suspicion. As if his paranoia wasn't enough, Liam made sure to sell in small quantities, and in different shops, adding a hefty sum of aura stones into his already huge savings. It turned out, Ereval's citizens really hated Acladians. The grudge spanned over multiple decades, and not just because of the tournament. From what Liam heard, even the ruling patriarchs hated each other, but the validity of that claim wasn't verified. Meanwhile, there wasn't much to do from Liam's side. The city was safe from any sort of threat, beast or human. More than once, though, a vindictive group of nobles attempted to scare the group, shouting insults at anyone they could find. Obviously, they didn't try anything too courageous. Not with the soldiers there and a strange kid that gave them a blank look, which strangely caused a shiver to run down their spines. Pretty soon, the week ended, and it was time to head back home. Robert had a joyous look on his face. He'd traveled between multiple cities to and fro, but never with so much security and peace. The man gathered everyone up early in the morning and set out towards Ucklad. I have to be honest, I'd love to have you as my personal guard, although the Rylos family isn't too well known. We could offer high pay, said Robert, conversing with Liam inside his carriage. I'm already with the Royce, Liam responded, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the noble in his space. Plus, it's not like I can even if I wanted to. Robert wasn't discouraged. In fact, he decided to press a bit harder. Lad, I'll cut to the point. What if I offer you my daughter's hand in marriage? Asked Robert with a hopeful look. That way you won't have to be disloyal to the rulers and still work for me. Think about it, young man. Her vermilion eyes and scarlet hair, how would your children look? She's a bit older than you, but it isn't a major issue by Icorian law. Liam felt uncomfortable listening to Robert's description of his daughter and how far the man peered into an imaginary future. His face grew distant as he peered out the window. Liam had a twisted idea of what love was. What even was love anyway? Was it what Eve held for Liam? But what kind of love was that? Was there a way to measure it? How did it increase? It was too complicated. What marriage? What children? What wealth? I couldn't care less about your measly ambitions. I'd rather be someone that could splinter a mountain by flicking a finger. The atmosphere within the carriage gradually changed, causing beads of cold sweat to run down Robert's face. He grew unnerved, and anxiousness churning within the depths of his soul. He no longer felt safe inside that carriage. And never mind, haha, concluded Robert, shouting for the coachman to stop his carriage so he could exit. I'll be out of your hair, young man. Liam remained silent, his gaze fixed towards the window. For the rest of the ride, no one bothered him. The trip back went relatively safely after the initial attack. There was a large group of rank 3 spit lizards that would intersect with the caravan's path, which Liam himself decided to take care of. He figured testing out his drain ability on magical beasts was much safer and easier to do. He separated from his caravan and decided to attack the lizards before they arrived. Didn't take long for Liam to eliminate all of them. Spit lizards were ridiculously slow, requiring a full minute to charge a powerful stream of water. Liam simply killed one, then used its body as a cover for any attacks shot his way, before rinsing and repeating. Shortly after killing them, he caused his nails to grow black and sharp, piercing the lizard's body with it. He felt blood gulping through his fingers and into his bloodstream, which the spell automatically sorted to become nourishment. This really is a masterpiece. Not only does it absorb blood, but it suits it for the human body, Liam thought. After finishing what he needed to do, he dumped the lizard's dry body into a waterbed for other beasts to devour. Soon, the caravan arrived at Ucklad. Liam exited his car and so did Robert, but the latter didn't approach too close to him. Liam limited to a nod before returning to his quarters, intent on checking out how Eve was doing. Before he could, though, his half-siblings blocked his path, their personal guards looking uncomfortable standing behind them. If I don't slaughter you too in the most painful way imaginable, I won't live with myself. Time passed. Liam spent most of his days diligently training, pushing his mind and body past any limit it might have had. Of course, he couldn't actually advance his body, but only perfect its capabilities by improving his mental prowess. Liam spent more time completing missions than staying within the mansion. Truthfully, he did that to avoid his half-siblings and unwanted attention, but when Elsa and Ian began harassing his mother, he needed to stay behind. They're not smart enough to do that on their own. Adrian is giving them orders, Liam figured. That inevitably slowed down his progress. The twins realized Liam's body had regenerative properties, allowing them to express much harsher torture upon him. Quite honestly, Liam thought they were too green despite being 3 years older than him. Most of their torture didn't faze him at all, just annoying him to no end and wasting his time. On the side, Liam didn't have much time to spare for his forging and blood weaving, but he didn't think he could create a powerful spell or weapon anytime soon. Liam kept in touch with his teachers via the rank 2 Jade, but hadn't met with them for too long. Other than that, the tournament was getting closer by the day. Ripples of excitement spread across Ucklad and every other major city, which Liam had actually visited during his many missions. Ucklad, Ereval, Krigate, Logras, Vents and Rist were the 6 noble cities, each with their own specialities and characteristics. Among them, only Ereval had major problems with Uckladians. Elsa, Ian, and a few other of Liam's half-siblings were going to participate within the regional tournament. Of course, they didn't really need the rank 4 tempering method being of the main branch gave them massive privileges, which was partly why they were so arrogant. It was their failure of a dad's acknowledgement they sought. Meanwhile, Liam tried his best in finding a way to participate within the competition. Mainly, he spoke to Samuel about it, and the head guard promised to look into it. Liam stood in the middle of his messy room, his body bare, gripping his worn-down blades with a passive stance. He had just taken a bath, washing out his piss-stained robe for the umpteenth time. I'm gonna crush that monkey's skull one day. Heaving a calming breath, Liam loosened his grasp and dropped his black katana and wakizashi. But right before the pair of weapons fell to the ground, a dark chain made of darkness wrapped around their hilt pulled them back to his hands. Liam smiled in satisfaction. Dark chains swallowed 4 months' worth of merits, but it's worth it. What Liam was referring to was a rank 2 spell that allowed the user to produce a darkness-made link from their palms, allowing for painful ensnarement or convenient utility. How long the user wanted them depended on how much aura the spell consumed, which was quite a bit for Liam at the moment. More importantly, Liam solved his range problem. Purgatory Knight didn't have any projectile attacks, but with the chains he could hurl his weapons without losing them, similar to a kusarigama. Liam wrapped the chains tightly around his katana and wrists, before twirling them like a rope and sending the blade flying. He was inexperienced with the movements at first, but after some practice, he was able to swing his blades with the chain, combining a deadly mixture of both close-range and mid-range attacks. However, upon a closer look, the chains started to damage the hilts of his weapons. I can't maintain this fighting style for long, but it's good against those that like to keep a distance. Nodding in satisfaction, Liam sheathed his blades when a knock surfaced on his door. Opening it, Liam found Samuel looking at him with a mixture of complicated emotions. "Samuel, I wasn't expecting you," said Liam. Over time, he nurtured a friendship between the Royce family soldiers, hence the lack of respective terms exchanged. It helped that he wasn't a snobby brat like the rest of his siblings. "I don't mean to bother you during your practice. Are you free now?" asked Samuel. Liam nodded, attempting to invite the man into his room, but realized it reeked of sweat. "No matter, I was finishing up anyway. Would you like to come inside?" he asked, hoping the man would say no. Samuel raised his hand. "That's fine, I just wanted to tell you about the upcoming tournament." A hint of a scowl grew on Liam's face. "Yes?" After a short, tense pause, Samuel spoke with a slight smile. "You've been allowed to participate, but on one condition." Samuel paused. "You enter as a peasant." Liam beamed, completely uncaring of Samuel's second point. Finally, entering as a non-noble would probably garner some annoying attention, but a small price to pay. Seeing his reaction, the head guard heaved a sigh of relief. Truthfully, he liked Liam, which was why he personally delivered the news. "I'll be on my way then. Good luck, lad." As soon as the head guard left, Liam visited his mother. "I got permission," Liam revealed, speaking to Eve in her living room. "I'll be able to participate." Eve flashed a smile, but Liam could sense she was uncomfortable with that. Most mothers were that way with fighting, but Eve had been used to it from a much younger age with her son. Nonetheless, she put on a smiling face and congratulated him, before Liam had to go and prepare for his upcoming competition. Throughout the next month, Liam had mastered the first and second forms for Purgatory Knight, simultaneously honing his Sea of Consciousness to a sharp level. Dark Rend, the first form of his art, allowed the blade's smoky coating to burst into dark flames. Liam could maintain that ferocious state for roughly 5 minutes before feeling depleted. The second form, Mordant Severer, manipulated the coating of smoke to whir into a layer of sharpness, bolstering its lethality. Similarly to Lethality Mantle, it required a constant stream of aura, but didn't cost too much. Although Liam tried, he couldn't master the third form to his satisfaction. He did learn it, but its execution was a bit difficult, for now at least. A month passed, and the day of the tournament arrived. Liam woke up well-rested. Without the usual scowl on his face, he barely expanded his mental sphere the previous night, pairing moderate cultivation with a well-needed rest before taking a warm bath. Briefly, Liam inspected his ring. Rogan had gone all out and made him 4 pairs of blades made from rank 3 darkness beasts. After Liam mentioned his participation in the tournament, the blacksmith looked elated to showcase his forging ability in front of an audience. Liam nodded with a slight smile before getting ready. Outside his room, could already sense the commotion of excitement. Servants and guards working together to prepare for the ceremony filled the air with a tense anticipation of sorts. Liam got dressed a tight elastic shirt that didn't hide his defined muscles paired with a robe that covered his lower half. A scarlet sash wrapped around his waist held the clothing together. His hair was cut shortly, styled to an undercut parted down the middle. He tucked his scabbards under the ribbon, before leaving his dwelling and heading towards the mansion courtyards, where a large group of expensive carriages were parked. Low-level guards, butlers and maids looked hectic as they made preparations for the two-day journey towards the regional stadium. At the head of the caravan, the highest-ranking members of the Royce family comfortably resided, along with the strongest guards that accompanied them, followed by those below them, and vice versa. Apparently, Adrian hadn't spoken to Eve since her arrival at the mansion, which allowed her to travel with the servants' group. Liam honestly didn't want her to come and see the fights, but she insisted on coming herself. Meanwhile, Samuel saw Liam approaching and waved at him. "I'll be traveling with the guards, I'm guessing?" asked Liam, nearing the head guard and remarking the wry look on his face. "Thought so," Liam guessed, but promptly said, "I'll be on my way then." Liam found the furthest group at the back and joined them. The soldiers were more than a little shocked to find him there, but were happy they had his company. "Lad, we heard you were participating," a burly, tall, bald guard said with a smile. "We'll be rooting for you, just so you know. Do your best not to get embarrassed, haha." Liam chuckled alongside the men, but with an icy tone and a side eye he added, "Whatever bets you all are making, I better be getting a cut." Those words caused the guards to tense momentarily, but laugh a moment later. Soon, the preparations were clear and Dun Samuel signaled the carriages to start moving, and the lightning-fast wind stallions began trotting. Each of the 6 cities were in a raging uproar. Nearly all nobles, small-sized to large, paid to see the regional tournament. Even those from other regions traveled to witness the event. There were hardly enough seats for everyone, though. The details of the tournament were simple. Roughly 24 participants would compete, each representing a ruling family with the exception of Liam, of course. Since the geography of the 6 cities formed a ring of sorts, the stadium was erected upon an empty grassland. It resembled a Roman-styled Colosseum. After a whole 2 days, the Royce family arrived at the arena's location. Normally, trips of that distance took an entire month, but the magical beasts hastened them greatly. Soon enough, the stadium grew visible, and Liam underestimated how big the Colosseum was, towering at 8 stories high and made with ancient limestone. The arena had an open top. All this wealth for a tournament that won't last longer than a week. Where do these nobles get off? Liam thought with a shake of his head. Large entrances were erected at the foot of the establishment, receiving noble guests and contenders separately. All the rulers had their own special gates, and the Royce family began entering through theirs. From the long line of carriages, one specific car lagged behind and stopped. "That's as far as we can go, friend," a skinny soldier said, handing Liam a pitch-black coin with the Royce family insignia on it. "Just show that to the lady behind the desk. Good luck." Liam grabbed the coin and nodded, before silently exiting the carriage and heading towards the line of youths near one of the gates. As soon as he did, the men gave each other a knowing look before starting a betting war. Meanwhile, Liam silently assessed the competition's slightly older male and female nobles bearing different hairstyles and clothing. "They all have rank 3 bodies, pretty much. They've awakened their cores, too," Liam assessed. That kind of progress wasn't strange, considering the access the rich had to pills and elixirs. "None of them have as strong a mind as mine. Not to mention I have the king's eye. It's winnable." Now and again, some of the competitors would shoot Liam a strange, condescending look, to which he replied with indifference. The line dwindled until it became Liam's turn. He handed the black coin to the deadpanned woman behind the counter. "Name and age?" she asked, fidgeting with the coin in her hand. "William, 11 and a half. Liam responded. "William, 11 and a half, no family backing." "Approved," she concluded, gesturing for one of the arena workers who wore a purely white servant's garment to guide Liam to his space. Muffled cheering noises grew louder as Liam entered the Colosseum, led to a small room that contained delicious-looking food and drink. It looked like a wardrobe of sorts, with drawers and cabinets all around. Straight ahead, a large, horizontal, rectangular mirror was plastered on the wall. In the center of the room, Liam could see a circular diagram. "What's that?" he asked the servant. "The teleportation matrix, sir. You'll step on that when your bout begins. The event will start in roughly 2 hours. Please let me know if you require anything." Liam's eyes widened in shock for a minute before smiling. "You can do that." He lingered for a moment and inquired with a curious tone, "Do you have any masks?" The servant nodded, bringing Liam to a specific cabinet. "You will be the 8th bout, sir," the man said before leaving with Liam's permission. Liam browsed through the many face coverings, eventually finding one that he saw suitable to wear. Done with that task, Liam sat at the large table and began wolfing down his meals. Soon enough, night fell. Just then, an enthusiastic voice rang out in Liam's room, followed by the mirror opposite him, flickering with lights across its reflective surface, revealing the vast stadium from an above angle. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Regional Power Tournament." Thousands of seats were filled with cheering nobles, divided into 6 sections by their familial colors. Liam's eye widened in amazement as he astutely scanned the TV screen. Through the king's eye, he could spot meticulous writings behind the mirror. which ran through the walls and presumably converged to a camera or something similar on the other side. I can use the king's eye through the mirror too, Liam thought, capable of seeing countless auras and mental energies among the crowd. It's probably using the inscriptions to redirect what the mirrors reflect. An announcer stood on a floating platform way above the stadium, two women standing behind him. The middle-aged man wore a pearl-colored suit, a monocle on his right eye. White, slicked-back hair gave him a posh appearance, not to mention the gray and white goatee on his chin. Liam didn't see a microphone in his hands, which meant the man used some sort of spell or technique to amplify his voice. Dozens of dazzling, blinding lights of interchanging colors flashed across the stadium stalls and arena, illuminating the night sky above. At the same time, around the perimeter of the large arena, a group of musicians started banging on massive war drums, following a catchy and rhythmic beat. The music, crowds cheering, the announcer's shouts created an exciting cacophony which all sounded muffled from where Liam sat. Eventually, all the lights turned white, converging on the announcer's sparkling suit. "I'll be your favorite host, White," he smiled warmly, displaying his glimmering white teeth. "Please give a roaring welcome to the ruling families." Cheers grew louder, mixed with whistles and other unintelligible sounds. Stationed above the crowds were special structures designed specifically for the rulers, a note of their superiority. No one could see through the one-way mirrors. Something to note was the lack of clan patriarchs around the stadium. After all, politics were a mortal construct. Zenith-ranked cultivators focused more on themselves than anyone around them, even if they were important figures with powerful authority. Liam hadn't seen Patriarch Edwin since the first meeting, and was told for Zenith to make time for a mortal was quite remarkable, a clear indication of how rare a darkness element was. Without further delay, let us begin. White spread his arms and shouted, starting with the rules. All fighters have been verified for their ages and strengths. Everyone is roughly at the same level, but with minor differences. Techniques, spells, and forged inscribed weapons of any kind are allowed. It's up to you to win. Pills and elixirs are strictly banned. Failure to comply with this rule results in an instant disqualification. To win, your opponent must be incapacitated or forfeit of their own will. If you need me to spell it for you, wounds are absolutely allowed. Fear not, the famous yin-yang sisters are on standby. Any injuries or wounds you accumulated will be healed by the end of your bout. Break a leg, they'll fix it for you. The spotlight fell on the two women behind White. Their beautiful appearance was in stark contrast to one another despite looking like twins. The color of their hair, eyelashes, eyes, and robe was milky white for one and silky black for the other. They nodded with a synchronized, dazzling smile. With the spotlight returning back to White, the man grinned ear to ear before shouting, "Onto the first bout." The crowd burst with another frenzy of cheers, as the bright lights split to two, centering around a small circular formation on the opposite ends of the arena floor. "Please welcome from the great city of Krigate, the Rain Fairy, Jane Felross." Bright light gradually took the form of a human figure in one of those formations. The light dissipated, revealing a tall young lady wearing an inscribed crimson robe. Shimmering blonde hair fell to her shoulders, and her crystal blue eyes were sharp. She didn't wield any weapon, but looked relaxed and confident. And from the opposite side, hailing from Ereval, please cheer for the Phoenix Jacob Ovler. The formation on the opposite side glowed with a white light. A short but lean young man appeared, donning a tight yellow robe. His face was squared, eyes brown and condescending. Disturbingly, the young man's face looked euphoric from the attention he was receiving. Jacob held an inscribed spear, covered with intricate drawings and designs of a phoenix. Meanwhile, Liam hummed in understanding. "Ovler, that's Revel's family." Liam remembered the inscription master's first request. "Kill any of my family members you can." Obviously, he would never actually attempt something like that, at least without any sort of planning or reason. Nonetheless, he shifted his focus towards the TV. An array caused the vast arena floor to glow brightly, before an invisible wall of force grew around it, protecting the stadium stalls from any dangerous attack. The wall was only visible to Liam's eye, though, judging by the confused looks from some of the crowd members. White's thunderous voice rang in everyone's ears. "Begin." Jacob moved first, cocking his feet and shooting towards Jane like a bullet, stretching his spear forward. Simultaneously, an azure whip made of tight, condensed water materialized in Jane's hands, which she held passively for Jacob's arrival. Jacob saw the spell, but simply scoffed, refusing to shift his trajectory. His body pulsed, while his muscles grew thick with bulging veins, growing aggressively stronger. At the same time, the noble's inscribed spear burst with violent red flames. Jane smirked. She waved her hand. A wall of condensed water gushed forth as a shield. Jacob's attack pierced through the wall as though it was paper, but just then Jane pivoted her foot and dodged. As soon as Jacob flew past, a crackling water whip lashed across his jaw, cracking more than a few teeth and causing his eardrums to pop. Inertia flung the noble towards the arena borders, which he spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing with any word he can find. Jane didn't dare let the noble rest, shooting at him with lithe but swift steps. Before she could release a barrage of wild lashes, Jacob's spear whizzed through the air, glowing brighter by the second, grazing her cheek as she attempted to dodge. Boom, a deafening explosion bellowed through the arena, smashing against the wall of force and creating a cloud of smog that dulled all sight. The crowd held their breath, and the announcer's calls abruptly stopped. Meanwhile, the Yin-Yang sisters shot at the stage, finding Jane's charred and bloodied body. They nodded in synchrony, each taking out a large cloth that corresponded to their white and black colors. The cloth clung to Jane's body and entered her wounds, steadily healing them. Charred flesh and grievous wounds started to regrow with renewed muscle tissue. By then, the dust cloud settled, and the crowd erupted to a wild cheer, with the Krigate nobles visibly distraught. Servants ran towards the stage with a stretcher, escorting Jane's body back inside. Jacob raised his hands in triumph, waving at the crowd with a toothless and maimed smile, which the sisters quickly healed not long after. The first round goes to Jacob Ovler. Liam stared at the screen with a grimace. Inscribed items were dangerous, and currently Liam had none. Not to mention, his current fighting style consisted of getting up close and personal, with the exception of his dark chains. Any explosive item could put him in a difficult spot. She could have easily won that fight, too. All she had to do was keep her distance and use her spells, Liam thought, noticing multiple flaws in how the two nobles fought. Although he was still young, he'd accumulated an amazing understanding of battle and martial arts. Realizing something, Liam's grimace grew deeper. They're keeping their abilities hidden. They have to. The other contenders are studying their fighting styles and taking notes, Liam guessed. He was no exception either. I'll have to limit my own usage too, but that means I'll have to win with sheer prowess. Before long, the second bout began. Logras versus Vents, purple robe against green. Nick Lemros facing Sam Shiro. Nick was a handsome young man with well-styled blonde hair, wielding a needle-thin rapier. On the other hand, Sam was skinny but lean. He didn't wield any weapons, but a dangerous aura covered him. Straight away, the clash started viciously. Sam blurred, reappearing ahead of Nick with his feet bursting into roaring red flames, smashing against the latter's rapier. A series of wide flaming leg kicks followed, each strike creating a bang louder than the first. Sam's fighting style bore similarities with capoeira, using his arms to maneuver his raging lower body. The swings aimed for Nick's lower body, mainly the knees and abdomen. Nick blocked those attacks and created distance, attempting to counter with quick stabs. The blazing flames burned parts of his robe, burning his skin. Nick was shoved to the edges of the arena. When his eyes turned severe, his rapier glowed white, a gust of wind enveloping his blade and body, creating a loud whirring noise. Sam's eyes widened as he attempted to fall back, but it was too late. Nick's rapier looked formless, creating gashes and holes all over Sam's body. The spell seemed to cause him pain, judging by his strained expression, but the speedy and destructive nature of the technique pushed him forward. In a panic, Sam tried to cause his body to burst into flames as defense, but the wind overpowered it. Before long, it was over. The victor, Nick Lemros. The bouts continued one by one. Liam watched intently with a slight scowl. Almost every noble participating had some sort of forged or inscribed item, not to mention their massive arsenal of spells they kept hidden. Even Elsa and Ian fought, winning by the skin of their teeth and only because of the aforementioned advantages. Liam looked disgusted, seeing how joyous they looked from attention. Please tell me I get matched against one of them, Liam hoped. Before long, a servant knocked on his door. Sir. It's time for your bout. Liam fixed his hair and pulled it back, tucking it behind a small black hood he found in one of the cabinets. The servant shuddered as Liam exited his room, pulling his fearful gaze away. Please step on the formation whenever you're called, sir. Liam had chosen an unusual mask. It resembled a red Japanese, oni, mask, a wrathful expression on it that covered the entirety of his face. The slitted eye sockets allowed the king's eye to eerily glow golden within the shadowy interior. Is there any mantle you have, sir? The worker asked with his gaze forward. Liam pursed his lips behind the mask and lingered, before answering with a hidden grin, blood demon. Nodding, the worker whispered something to the black beaded bracelet on his right arm. Let the eighth bout begin. White screamed passionately from the top of his lungs, originating from the Royce family. Dashingly handsome and equally charming, the one and only Ivan Royce, a handsome young man bearing the Royce family features, appeared. Unlike the previous contenders, Ivan wore an entire suit of inscribed golden armor, dual-wielding a set of expensive-looking sabers. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all might have known, every year, we allow one person without a family backing to participate. Please welcome William, the Blood Demon. Liam stepped on the formation with a soft sigh, and instantly, his surroundings changed. Liam's surroundings changed. How it happened was quite anticlimactic. If he was honest with himself, it occurred in the blink of an eye, and there were no special effects of the sort. A spotlight focused on Liam's figure at the same time. The audience was basked in complete darkness, but that didn't deter Liam's sight. Thousands and thousands of eyes scanned him thoroughly. Specifically, Liam could feel a plethora of venomous gazes coming from the Royce family booth, and for some reason, even Araval's. He could even see through the one-way mirror and look at Adrian's tense face, along with all his uncles and aunts staring at him with disgust. There was one more gaze that Liam felt, but he didn't need to look at who it belonged to. Eve was probably watching with worried eyes, scared dreadful for him. The crowd began booing, with some people throwing food and drink on the stage. Particularly, those from Araval looked visibly enraged. Why, though, was it the nickname? Realization dawned on Liam, causing him to chuckle and shake his head behind the mask. Revel, you old dog. Was this your name before you kicked the bucket? Oi, Ivan shouted, bringing Liam out of his entranced musings. You dare ignore me, bastard. Liam didn't respond, unsheathing his blades and holding them passively. Ivan growled in anger. Before long, the inscriptions on the arena floor started to glow, erecting a protective wall of force. And begin. Ivan scoffed, shooting at Liam with his body low to the ground and sabers clenched tightly. Through the king's eye, Liam saw how his aura grew much more powerful. A stream of wind gathered beneath his heel, doubling his speed and pushing him forward with each swift step. Liam tuned out the obnoxious crowd and the announcer's annoying voice from his ears. Ivan was Richard Royce's youngest son, although older than him and his half-siblings. He was considered a prodigy of sorts, since his father had trained him from a young age. His features reminded Liam of Adrian. A dark expression formed under the Oni mask. Liam didn't move as Ivan grew closer, standing still with his blades lowered like a statue. Ivan was only an arm's length away from him when the grip on his katana and wakizashi tightened. Cartilage brace, corroding touch, and lethality mantle were activated at the same time. Clang. A loud metal bang echoed the air and rang, followed by gasps of shock sounding throughout the stadium. The audience watched incredulously as Liam's blade swung vertically against Ivan's sabers and metal chest, piercing through it in one swift slash and splitting it down the waist. The nobles' inscribed sabers and armor had shattered at the same time. Shards of metal paired with streaks of blood hung in the air as he scraped across the ground. He laid unconscious, with his face kissing the floor, his bum sticking out like a camel's hump. A deafening silence ensued. Even White had nothing to say, and he spoke with every breath inhaled. A devilish grin grew behind the mask as Liam's eyes scoured the audience, his gaze falling on the Royce's accommodation. Lisa Royce, Richard Royce, and Adrian Royce, the three highest-ranked members of the family, all stared at Liam, stupefied. Liam put his index finger on the mask's lip in a shushing motion, causing them to seethe. Ian and Elsa were watching the fight from their own rooms. They had looked up to Ivan like their own older brother, yet he was defeated with a single move. A tiny spark of fear in their hearts gradually grew, steadily consuming them from within. Meanwhile, the Yin-Yang sisters descended from the floating platform and inspected Ivan's state, covering him in a small black and white handkerchief cloth that healed his chest gash. Their eyes fell on Liam to assess him for wounds, but the latter had already started to head off stage. A delayed booing followed, with hysteric and demeaning chants. Cheating pig, he's using pills, the nerve of this peasant. Someone unmask him so we can see how ugly he is. Yet to Liam, their utterings were meaningless. White jolted from his stupor and shook his head. The win goes to William, the blood demon. Liam went past the tunnel and entered his room, instantly inspecting the state of his blades. The frail katana and wakizashi were both riddled with cracks, yet Liam was thankful to have such a thoughtful forge master. He still had 8 blades remaining. There's still a long time until I get done with all of these. As long as I don't use their special ability, that is. Using his spare time, he began cultivating and nourishing his mental energy. Before long, the TV in Liam's room flickered on, and White regained his lost composure. Noble guests, the next series of bouts will begin after a short break. From 24 contenders, 12 remain. As midnight came to pass, the stadium walls started to rumble and shake. Stone grinded against stone, as a large see-through dome started to cover the Colosseum's top. On the Colosseum's furthest wall, a larger and much bigger TV screen revealed itself. It flickered with lights dancing on its surface, displaying the brackets with the remaining fighters. Liam's eye fell on his next opponent. It was Jacob Ovler. Most of the remaining contenders were powerful enough for Liam to fight seriously. I'm still above them mental-wise, they just have more abilities. Like usual, the second half started. The fights were much more difficult and dragged out for longer too, since the contenders were facing much stronger opponents. At the same time, Liam had the chance to witness much more spells and techniques. Through the king's eye, he could even see mental attacks being used, letting him know who to be careful of. Although Liam would have loved to go against him, Ian failed to advance to the next bracket, but Elsa managed to win, only by the skin of her teeth. After a whole 2 hours, Liam's turn to fight came. Do you think he has a chance? Richard asked his sister, Lisa. With a stern scowl his youngest son had lost to a peasant bastard child. The man was seething inside. Though Richard had known his sister to be the shrewdest when it came to scheming, she pursed her full lips and lightly bit down on them, her green irises staring out the window and at Liam. With a severe tone, Lisa spoke. I hate to admit it, but he's grown incredibly powerful over time. Even though my nephew and niece constantly harass them, the boy barely sleeps. Adrian quietly listened from the side. His face was grave, sweat dripping over his brow. We'll see, Lisa said after a tense pause, before her face grew cold. If it comes to it, we can do something. Liam stood opposite to Jacob, blades relaxed parallel to his sides. Meanwhile, Jacob's stance was tense, the shaft of his spear slick with sweat. There wasn't the usual arrogance on the noble's face like before, but one of valiant resolve. To the untrained eye, it might have seemed like Liam wasn't going to take the battle seriously. Jacob felt the opposite, his stiff gulp drowned by the cacophony of cheers, boos, and war drums. Blood Demon's aura was overwhelming. Jacob could feel his unwavering gaze scanning his body. What kind of monster is this guy? I only get scared like that with Master Henry. Jacob grimaced, thinking of the senior cultivator that taught him how to fight. No, don't falter. Remember your training. Don't stain your name more than it already has. It didn't help that the mask Blood Demon chose to wear was downright frightening. Jacob heaved a calming breath, assuming a passive stance with his spear pointed towards the masked Oni. Inscriptions lit the ground. Begin. Like a heron finding prey, Liam began with lithe steps growing in speed, turning into a blur and smashing both blades against Jacob's spear. Clang, he's strong, Jacob thought as more blade attacks arrived from rare angles, which he used his inscribed spear to block. Each swing held a distinct weight, pushing him back as he blocked with his spear. Having a rank 3 body wasn't the only factor in deciding a person's strength. After all, it was only a tool. Its effectiveness was only determined with how it was utilized. Cuts appeared on Jacob's robe and arms, which slowly festered with hidden darkness and consumed his flesh from within. Still, he was too focused and tense to pay those wounds any heed. Liam made sure not to make his darkness too visible. It helped that his blades were black, but there was no way for him to keep his element hidden for the entirety of the tournament. Jacob began using his martial art forms. The inscribed spear burst into thick flames, creating arcs of orange that collided and managed to push back Liam's attacks. Roles had reversed, with Liam now focused on defense. Yet, as Jacob continued to lunge, swing, and stab, he only grew more worried. Liam hadn't used his martial art forms the entire fight, and only defended using his sheer physicality, evading the harder strikes and absorbing the smaller attacks. Flames didn't faze him after all. He had boiled his insides to get to the second rank and get the heat resistance that came with it. At the same time, Liam's footsteps didn't make a single noise. He denied any supporting auditory cues for Jacob to predict his movements. Jacob paused his offense and jumped backwards to create distance, but Liam followed and contested any opportunity for reprieve. I have to use it now. Jacob grimaced in pain, thick flames gushing forth and engulfing his body. Liam witnessed his fiery aura growing in intensity. He attempted to sneak in a killing blow, but was instantly pushed back by a burst of fire. A pair of fire-made wings unfurled behind Jacob's back, his body covered in a suit of flaming armor, leaving only his face uncovered. Moreover, his spear had turned into a blazing trident, resembling a phoenix's claw. Jacob's feet were no longer touching the ground. Liam's eye narrowed with a frown. The wings on Jacob's back suddenly fluttered, sending him shooting towards Liam while leaving behind a trail of hot flames. Jacob's speed was almost double that of Ivan's. Liam witnessed the trident aiming straight for his stomach. The claw had slit Liam's side as he dodged, cutting through his clothing and pale skin, charring it not a moment after. Jacob hadn't relented, instantly turning around and starting a barrage of flaming, piercing attacks. Survive. He can't hold that form for long. Liam's mind raced as he continued to evade and dodge, suffering wounds and burns. Liam's clothes were tattered like a war flag, but the mask and hood hung on. In the span of 10 breaths, the flames on Jacob's body started to flicker weakly, his speed and strength regressing. The wings of fire no longer held him up, lowering him. At the same time, he looked utterly exhausted. From then on, it was brutally one-sided. Jacob wheezed heavily with each movement, his bruised eyes drooping from enervation. He couldn't block the lethal slashes that shredded his muscles from within. It was when his spear shattered entirely that the fight was finally stopped. Blood Demon wins again. After a tense pause, the crowd roared. Although some booed, particularly Ereval, nobles loved entertainment, and the Blood Demon was much more than they expected. Meanwhile, Liam scowled behind his mask. I can feel Eve's gaze on me. Is this why they allowed her to come? He clicked his tongue in annoyance. It wouldn't bother him as much as it would his mother, but it was still an obnoxious move. The sisters descended and wrapped Jacob's wounds with a cloth corresponding to their color, before shifting their unified gaze to Liam. With a series of smooth and rehearsed movements, they did the same process on his body. The black and white cloth squirmed inside Liam's wounds and melted, which grew back the lost muscle tissue. "You're not gonna take off the mask?" the sisters asked in unison. Liam shook his head in silence, sheathing his blades. Everyone stared at his lonesome figure with awed gazes as he made his way off the stage. Liam once again entered his temporary room and renewed his clothes, before healing his wounds and replenishing his aura reserves. The Oni mask he wore was now completely charred, turning black and even more intimidating, but thankfully, the wooden material held on. Before long, the giant TV turned on, displaying the remaining brackets with the contenders hidden by a question mark. From 12 players, only 6 remained. Liam would need to fight twice more to seize victory, but he couldn't hide his true prowess for much longer. Among the participants he saw fight, there were a few that could really force him to go all out, mainly the ogre, the ace, and bullet. The rapidly changing brackets started to interchange with a sharp sound effect, gradually settling in one place. After a dramatic, tense pause, the question marks were unveiled, revealing who would fight each other in the semi-finals. Liam grinned ear to ear. William Blood Demon versus Elsa Royce Golden Empress. "You can't let her fight that devil child." Elsa's mother, Nikki, desperately begged Adrian. Adrian grimaced, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Even he knew the limits of his arrogance and pride. Elsa was not powerful compared to Liam, that is. His grimace grew deeper, mind throbbing for anything he could use. Lisa and Richard shot him a piercing glare, like 2 lions intimidating a house cat. The tournament was equally organized by the major cities. Any decision that regarded it, big or small, had to be approved by a council consisting of a noble from the ruling clan. That being said, the matchups were fully random. An inscribed item was used to shuffle and connect them. Asking the council to change could cause the Royce family to lose face and look weak to the other rulers. Letting him participate was a mistake, said Richard, rubbing his stern face. "It's all your fault." Lisa narrowed her eyes at Adrian, causing him to shrivel and sweat coldly. Unlike him, Lisa had a rank 4 body and a powerful mental sphere. "If you cleaned up the mess you made, we wouldn't have to suffer this much humiliation. We can't even kill the damn kid since he's caught our father's eye." An anxious silence followed, the atmosphere so tense one could cut it with a knife. "Perhaps there's a way to salvage this," Lisa uttered under her breath, a dangerous gleam in her cold eyes. Those present shuddered. "Let's wait and see." Liam stilled any sadistic emotion from appearing on his face, even though his expression was obscured by the mask. Elsa stood opposite to him, pale and sweaty. Although her robe covered her entirely, she felt naked under Liam's sinister gaze. "Damn it, stop shaking. He's just a bastard, a peasant. You're better than him in every way," she thought, biting her lip in frustration. The crowd's chanting, cheering, and booing slowed, stretched, and grew deeper in her ears, accompanied by the muffled thumping of her heart, which she mistook for the war drums. Her eyes were glued to Liam's charred mask, but something desperately begged her to look away. The longer she looked, the more the surroundings darkened. Somehow, in her trance, Elsa hadn't realized that White had already started the match and that there was no cheering noise, just darkness. She watched with tense eyes as Liam took slow steps towards her, his blades casually lowered to his sides, his eye locked with her own. Under her unbelieving gaze, the charred Oni mask contorted unnaturally, as though it came to life. It continued to struggle, eventually taking on a new expression, a devilish, sadistic one. The mask's lips started to curve upwards to form an end-to-end grin, sending a bone-chilling shiver down her spine. Elsa's heart sounded like a woodpecker's rapid tapping against a tree. Her consciousness was on the brink of collapse, like a demolished temple awaiting a gentle wind to tip over. Elsa always knew it was strange her half-blooded brother had a golden iris, which ominously turned radiant at times she tortured him. Between the murky dark colors encompassing Elsa's sight, Liam's eyes shone brighter and brighter and brighter before turning crimson. With the Oni's grin growing wider, a guttural and demonic voice growled, "Where's your father?" Elsa's mind snapped. A foul, warm liquid gathered under her feet, tears forming in her winced eyes as her face repeated a glitch, terrified. Liam was taken aback. He hadn't even raised his blades, yet the noble had already sold herself from fear. The Yin-Yang sisters looked shocked as they assessed Elsa's body. There were no damages to her mental sphere nor body. "Did you use any mental attacks?" they asked Liam with a synchronized frown, to which he responded with the shake of his head. All the while the crowd was dead silent. Not a single peep as Elsa was carried out in a stretcher, bowels emptying. Ian watched in shock from the contenders' room, alongside everyone else who lost their bouts, thankful they didn't suffer humiliation like that. White scratched the side of his head. In fairness, he'd never been in a situation so daunting. How can he make a joke to lighten the tension? He wasn't touching it with a 10-foot pole. "The finals, folks," were the words he finally said, his voice devoid of enthusiasm. "Stay tuned for the finals, starting in 5 hours. So much for Face will be a laughing stock for the next decade," Lisa hissed, her otherwise beautiful face tainted by a venomous scowl. Adrian looked aghast. His daughter pissed herself in front of hundreds of thousands. His mind drifted to disowning her, but she was directly from his blood. Richard looked at Liam exiting the stage and narrowed his eyes. We need to do something. Fast. The surrounding servants and maids started to cower from the pressure released by the three. Lisa slowly regained her composure, heaving a long sigh to calm herself. Her eyes grew cold. The boy's mother, she uttered under her breath. Where is she? Eve watched from a spot beneath the stadium stalls, a small booth for the maids, butlers, and other servants to rest momentarily. At first, her heart was naturally strained with worry and fear for Liam. Cultivators were utter madmen compared to everyday people, and their fights were a testament to that. They were dangerous, scary, untrustworthy people. She feared them, but not her son. He was her protector, her guardian. Though when Liam teleported on that stage with that demonic mask and black blades grasped tightly, she looked shocked. There was no protective air around him, replaced with a hellish atmosphere that caused a chill to ravage her bones. Not long after, he won the match with one attack, maiming and shattering a noble's armor and pride. Eve bit her tongue to suppress her fear, but when she saw how indifferent Liam was to his wounds and burns during the second bout, tears clouded her incredulous eyes. Just what kind of life did her son live till now? Why was he so used to pain? Why was he so stubborn in attaining power? He wants to escape, she realized, holding her face to stop the flowing tears. Why didn't I see it? I'm the chain bounding him to this cursed family. Soon enough, a wry-faced maid came to whisper something in Eve's ear, something that made her gasp. She lowered her head, a dark and pensive light in her eyes. I see. I can't let that happen. Meanwhile, Liam sat in his room cross-legged with a tense grimace. I don't think they'll punish me for that. Not now, at least. Before long, the giant stadium screen revealed his next and final opponent, the last before winning the tournament and receiving a rank for tempering method. It was Gerard Ursus, Ereval's young prodigy. He was of the earth element and had particularly devastating spells. Needless to say, Liam couldn't help but smile, but feel uneasy at the same time. He'd hidden all his martial art forms and most important spells, which almost guaranteed him a win. After I win the tournament, I'll focus on getting stronger under the Royce family, maybe even advancing all my centers of power. With that, I'll find a way to escape with Kirk's pill, perhaps after transporting Eve to another family. Robert might help in that regard. A single knock surfaced on his door, but it creaked open anyway. It was his father, Adrian Royce, followed by 4 powerful guards that stood outside the room. Liam suppressed a frown from appearing on his face. He narrowed his eyes and remained silent as Adrian waltzed into his space, browsing the cabinets as though they were his own. I'll keep this brief, Adrian deadpanned, staring at his son as though he was a speck of dust. Lose the tournament, or your mother dies. Liam no longer held back the deathly scowl. The atmosphere in the room changed, bloodlust creeping in from the corners and tainting the air. There it is, Adrian pointed at Liam's face. He felt untouchable with his guards there. You see, you could hide your hatred all you want, but I know who you are inside, boy. Liam forced down the urge to murder his father then and there. Dad will get slightly mad I killed your mother. Yes, but then what? A slap on the wrist is all I'll get, Adrian scoffed. He is reckless, but not enough to kill his own son over a peasant's death. Rage churned in the depths of Liam's soul, like a hot coal burning his insides. His hands practically itched to grab his blades and sever Adrian's neck from shoulder. This whole thing could have been avoided if you knew your place. Adrian scoffed again, turning around to leave. The pressure was getting too much for him to handle, but he didn't show it. Lose the next fight. It's an order. When Adrian and his guards left, Liam cursed with every vile word he knew. He strained his mind to think of something. The waves of his sea of consciousness were raging, smashing against the golden walls for an idea. I can't quit this close to winning. Damn it. Think, Liam, think. Can they really kill her without suffering any backlash? Liam's mind tuned out the drumming and crowd chants from his ears. They can kill her here while everyone's attention is on the fight, but I still have a solid 5 hours before they can make any move. Do I escape with her? But what if she's already taken hostage? If I get caught, I can't defend myself properly with her there. Not to mention, guards cover every corner of this place. He looked at the clock on the wall, realizing an entire hour had passed. 2 knocks abruptly tapped on Liam's door, bringing him out of his stupor. Liam couldn't sense who it was. He opened the door to find Samuel staring at him with an apologetic look, avoiding his piercing glare. Come with me, lad. A bad feeling rose in Liam's chest. Samuel led Liam down multiple hallways. The two walked in tense silence. Somewhere up ahead there was a commotion. Servants and guards looked unnerved and fearful. As they watched Liam approach, they didn't meet his assessing gaze. Samuel heaved a soft sigh and opened the door. The surrounding men and women promptly excused themselves. Within the room, Eve lay limp on the carpet, cold and without any aura. A tight rope hung from the ceiling light, which explained the purple bruise around her neck. Liam's chest sank, his eyes widening with unbelieving shock. One of the maids found her hanging from the light. By the time she was lowered, she had already passed, Samuel explained with a lowered head. A frigid pressure grew from Liam's body that only he could handle. There was a letter in the room, but I made sure no one opened it. Samuel uttered under his breath, putting a letter in Liam's loose hand. "Leave me be," Liam said icily, his expression unequivocally dark. Samuel gave a respectful nod before leaving, shaking his head in pity. Liam entered the room and shut the door behind him.